Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber.
Please be seated. Before we commence, I wish to remind members that there will be a second question time today at 2:45 to include questions to the Minister of Health, which had to be postponed last week. The ballot order for both listed and topical questions remain as selected. We move now to member statements, and I call Patsy in.
Thank you, Speaker. The International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste was on Sunday. When food is wasted or lost, Mr. Speaker, all the resources that were used to produce that food in the first place are lost as well. There's a waste of water, land, energy and labour. Food loss and waste are bad for the environment, for food security and food availability. And they are the root cause of food becoming more expensive. The number of people suffering from hunger in the world has been rising since the year 2014. And during this time, Speaker, hundreds of tons of foods have been lost and wasted every day. About 13.2% of the world's food is lost between the harvest and sale every year, with households and retailers wasting 19% of the food produced in the world every year. That is not sustainable, Mr. Speaker. And since it is not, our food system has no resilience. Actions will need to be taken on a local and a global scale to make the best use of food and to save it from being wasted. According to Friends of the Earth, food waste can be reduced by the following measures: focusing on the supply chain and reducing food loss at that point, informing customers about how to avoid food waste, by working with charities so that surplus food can be shared among people who are in need. We can all play our part in reducing waste by planning our weekly meals, freezing food as we need it, and knowing the difference between a best before date and a use by date. If we do that, Mr. Speaker, not only will we be saving food, we will also be saving money. Thank you.
Martin.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I want to raise the issue of community pharmacy in Northern Ireland, its core importance for primary care and some of the challenges it currently faces. For transparency purposes, I should declare that my wife Melanie is a pharmacist. However, these issues have been raised by community pharmacy and I at a meeting I recently held with them. Our local pharmacies are a vital service at the heart of our communities. They are where we go for medicines, for advice, for vaccinations, and a variety of additional services that they now provide under Pharmacy First. If we were to quantify the output of this service, they procured, financed, stored and dispensed £500 million worth of medicines in 23-24 and provided more than 190,000 emergency supply items in the same period. This in itself is a phenomenal achievement. We know our health service is under considerable pressure with growing waiting lists and sometimes frustrating repeated attempts to access appointments with GPs. It therefore comes as no surprise that pharmacies have become critical in alleviating some of the burden on our current healthcare system. The fact that professional advice and support can be accessed in community pharmacies with no appointment needed is a very rare commodity in our health service these days. But I would have to point out that some of our local pharmacies are struggling. There have been 17 permanent local pharmacy closures since January 2023, and the Health Trust did not intervene to ensure these pharmacies remained viable. One of the key challenges pharmacies face is how they are funded. The fees and payments they receive often do not fully cover the business costs and overheads, such as wages, insurance, rates and rent. At times, there is a disparity between the actual cost of drugs dispensed by the pharmacy and the drug tariff, which regulates the reimbursement price. This has the effect of the pharmacy having to wait and see if the temporary drug tariff increase will be applied that month and whether it will actually cover the cost of the drugs dispensed. In my opinion, the Department of Health needs to recognise and value how important our community pharmacies are. They are effectively the very front line of primary care in Northern Ireland. I would therefore urge the Health Minister to firstly provide relatively modest investment to stabilise the sector, and secondly provide the platform for development to enable our pharmacies to do more. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker.
On International Day of Older Persons, I rise to make a statement on the importance of tackling ageism, particularly arising from an excellent event run at Stormont last week by AgeNI, when they talked about the results from their lived experience survey. The World Health Organization notes that ageism can have harmful effects on the well-being of old people, and it can lead outright to social exclusion. Too many assumptions are being made about how to plan for an ageing demographic without involving older people in this planning process. Across the UK, older people report feeling sidelined, forgotten about and dismissed by the health service itself, despite the fact that we are supposed to be transforming the service so that it better meets the needs of this ever-growing share of the population. Most notably, perhaps, older people report that they are not given the time they need to make decisions, and that assumptions are made about their capacity to make these decisions around their care and treatment without adequate consultation. Members will know that the Committee for the Executive Office is currently carrying out an inquiry into gaps in equality legislation, particularly versus neighbouring jurisdictions, and there is a specific issue here regarding ageism. In Northern Ireland, age discrimination law is outdated, as it only applies to employment, training and vocation education. It is already over a decade since the Equality Commission advised that this law must be extended to cover goods, facilities and services. Indeed, 34 people over the last year alone have contacted the Equality Commission about age discrimination in the provision of goods and services, and they were told that there was nothing that can be done as there are no relevant laws here. We may note that the Equality Commission's functions include not only overseeing equality duties and promoting good relations, but specifically keeping equality legislation under review. And the Commission has clearly stated for many years that our current equality legislation is inadequate. Therefore, these gaps in the law are not just technicalities. The failure to modernise equality law creates a significant and particular disadvantage, which is directly and specifically felt by older people in Northern Ireland. When we tie this specific disadvantage to the experience that older people are feeling, we see that there is action needed urgently to update our equality laws so that our older people are not placed at a disadvantage versus their peers elsewhere in the UK and Ireland. Thank you.
Steve Egan.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members will be aware, first from the media last week and now from the Northern Ireland office yesterday, that our government has confirmed its decision to not proceed with the introduction of UK-wide not for EU labelling from October 2024. Today, indeed. Members may or may not be reassured that our own government remains committed to safeguarding the supply of goods within our own country and its intention to protect consumer choice. Obviously, in light of the commitment made and then broken to city deals, this is something that we should all be monitoring closely. Again, the commitment made by the NIO to monitor the UK internal market to track and, if necessary, intervene to protect the availability of goods in Northern Ireland is something we should also be monitoring. But quite frankly, we do not have any details to work to or to assess the level of trade disruption this might engender. The NIO has also stated it will be publishing statutory guidance to stop public authorities from overzealously operationalising the implementation of the Windsor Framework to the detriment of the UK's internal market. Again, we have no idea what is in this guidance, where it applies, who it applies to, or any degree of legal compliance. Something that you would expect our Northern Ireland Executive and Assembly to be monitoring. Mr. Speaker, I have regrettably remarked on far too many occasions how remarkably incurious the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee is here. And on everything from obligatory motions to any desire to rise and scan the Windsor Framework and how it would have any significant impact on life here in Northern Ireland. That we should be proactive is something that our constituents, our business community, farmers and consumers expect us to be. After several weeks of no notification and examining our travel plans to Brussels, this week the Democratic Scrutiny Committee and our Northern Ireland public can watch us examining cats and dogs traceability and further details on our visit to the EU Commission. I will be writing to the chair of our committee today to ask under AOB for us again to stop being incurious and examine all elements of significance of the Windsor Framework and how it affects Northern Ireland. But I strongly expect, yet again, our Sinn Féin and Alliance members will decide, yet again, this is outside our remit. Mr. Speaker, as an Assembly that should be dedicated to doing what's best for Northern Ireland, this lack of curiosity should be a matter of concern for us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to discuss today the lack of activity to manage the causes of flooding that occurred in Downpatrick last year and that local people feel could happen again. And why do we feel that this might happen again? Well, put simply, it's because nothing much has been done since to address the issues. Our Department for Infrastructure and Sinn Féin Minister have spent massive amounts of public money to produce a comprehensive report which essentially told us that the county town flooded last year because there was lots of rain. Well, that won't cut it with local businesses, and they faced a difficult time last year, some of whom still have not received the promised financial assistance nearly 10 months on. I think of the effort that was made last year when we had no executive to raise the issues with the Northern Ireland office and how some local political representatives brought NIO officials into the town to seek help and then complained because that help wasn't forthcoming. But now that their colleagues are in charge of the ministry, we hear nothing from them, we see nothing of them, and there is no roadmap to facilitate the necessary help. Downpatrick is often referred by local people as a forgotten town. The council doesn't appear too interested. The executive isn't knocking the door down to help and support either. With traffic congestion, empty premises and businesses not being properly supported, one can't help but agree with them. And given the Infrastructure Minister's remarks yesterday, there apparently is plenty of activity happening in Newry. But what about Downpatrick? There are numerous small things that could be done to try and help. We could have had emergency access set aside for the bales of hay that were used to create the barrier for the water. We could have emergency access to sandbags. We could cut the dense and sprawling overgrowth along the River Coil's edge, and the plank drain could be desilted. These small measures could give people peace of mind, a sense of security, and a belief that the executive parties actually care about them. But do we see this? No. We have a minister that insists that only his officials can provide him with the advice that he will take, and that Downpatrick people's views don't count. This doesn't inspire much confidence or instill us with much hope. And to keep the minister happy, let's hope that it doesn't rain much this winter.
Colm Gildernew.
Thank you, Speaker.
The
Council of Europe Committee of Experts published its sixth monitoring report on compliance with the European Charter for Regional Languages last week. Parts 2 and 3 of the Charter of the Irish language are ratified by the British Government in 2001 as a result of the commitments given in the Good Friday Agreement to take resolute action to promote the Irish language. We welcome the report and thank the Committee of Experts. The report is a useful resource for us to address the major issues facing the Irish language. Unfortunately, There is criticism in the report that makes it clear that not enough has been done to develop the development of the language. The report makes 12 recommendations that we should work on. Three of the 12 recommendations have been identified as requiring immediate action: the introduction of an Irish language strategy and the provision of appropriate resources to enable it to be funded. Number 2, the Identity and Language Act 2022 be fully implemented without further delay. Number 3, that a strategy for the recruitment of teachers be developed and implemented with the consultation of the public, particularly in relation to the supply of teachers to children with special educational needs in the Irish medium education sector. And last, number 4, to appoint an Irish Language Commissioner. Sinn Féin is committed to permanently securing the status of the Irish language in our society, and we are committed to using the report as a tool for language development and to fulfilling our commitment to the language. Thank you.
Michelle McAlpine.
I rise to offer my congratulations to the Belfast Battalion of the Boys Brigade as it celebrates 100 years of Ganaway Training and Activity Centre, located on the picturesque Ards Peninsula in my constituency of Strangford. On Sunday, I was privileged to attend a Thanksgiving service to mark this significant milestone. Camping has been a key part of the BB since its formation in Glasgow in 1881, and after the first company was formed in Belfast in 1892, with its first camp in Ballywalter in 1904, there was a desire to have a battalion campsite. In 1923, 12 acres of land at Ganaway were placed on the market, and the property was purchased by the battalion for £1,250, or about $75,000 in today's money. The first camp then took place in 1924. The land had been purchased from battalion funds, anonymous donors, a £500 interest-free loan from the Reverend Cooper, who was the battalion president, and a house-to-house collection which raised a further £200. The campsite proved incredibly popular, with more than 1,000 boys and officers attending one camp in the 1930s, with the boys arriving by train at Donaghadee and parading through the town towards Malile, and from Malile they would march on to Ganaway. From 1977 until the early 1990s, the BB and Belfast Education and Library Board operated a joint usage scheme. Over the years, there's been continual investment in Ganaway from the bare fields that were initially purchased back in 1923. It is, of course, more than just a campsite. The site includes 2 modern log cabins, a sports hall, an indoor and outdoor climbing tower, abseiling, a zip line, an artificial caving complex, low-level and high-level rope course, an anchor buoy trail, golf, crazy golf, games facilities, and so much more. Importantly, it also celebrates the history and heritage of the BB with a museum and education centre. Of course, it still contains a large campsite even today for those who still love to sleep under canvas, as well as 3 camping pods for those who still need some level of comfort. Ganaway has also developed in the range of people who come to use the facilities. It's not just BB members who come, but young people from a vast variety of organisations and communities. During 2023, around 18,000 young people and adults attended the centre, from school groups, Scouts, Girl Guides, church groups to statutory youth groups. All this from a vision of a BB camp started 100 years ago, a place which offers so much opportunity, a fantastic achievement and a fantastic facility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dan Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the past year in Northern Ireland, prisoners here have received £1,445,283 of tuck money. That is pocket money for privileges, or sweetie money. And to be clear, the Department of Justice, on top of providing meals and facilities, gives prisoners in Northern Ireland some £1.5 million of pocket money for privileges every year. I find this shocking. Do you know who does not get £1.5 million for a year for privileges? The children in our schools, with parents regularly asked to contribute towards basic school supplies, PTAs under pressure to fundraise, teachers themselves paying for stationery, supplies, tissues and other things. £1.5 million would go a long way in enhancing our children's schools budgets. In health, £1.5 million would employ some 40 nurses a year. In policing, just recently the Chief Constable of the PSNI was so exasperated over the lack of policing budget, he appealed to our UK Government and was criticised by the Department of Justice for doing so. I'm sure that the £1.5 million pocket money for prisoners would be welcomed in the policing budget by the Chief Constable. Just a couple of weeks ago, it was established that the Department of Justice was spending more than £13 million on a new prison kitchen and cafe for criminals. Whilst up and down the country, schools are struggling with their substandard canteen facilities. Outdated, no counters, children waiting outdoors in all weather. Yet the Justice Department have prisoners in brand new canteen facilities. Criminals are in prison for a reason. I don't believe many people would appreciate prisoners being treated better than children in our schools. The Justice Minister was quick to criticise a mobile phone pilot scheme brought in by the Education Minister to schools at a cost of £250,000, despite it being a proven issue with need. Yet here we are exposing the fact that she spends some 6 times as much every single year on pocket money for prisoners' privileges. It is shocking. I didn't quite believe the scale of this myself until I uncovered the details. The people of Northern Ireland deserve to know where public funds are being spent, especially in times like these of extreme budget pressure, and to challenge the priority of others. The Alliance Party need to clarify their priorities. Do they prioritise prisoners over the children in our schools, our health workers, and even our police? It is outrageous. It needs to be answered.
Timothy Gallison.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise this morning to highlight His Majesty's Government decision to drop plans for the UK-wide not for EU labelling. This issue has become a very live one, specifically today, because 1st of October is the day when the new aspect of the protocol becomes very real in Northern Ireland. 1st of October last year was the first time not for EU labelling appeared on the shelves in this part of the UK, and today sees the beginning of a new phase of that labelling rollout. A key aspect of the Safeguarding the Union command paper, which I remind the Unionists sitting to my right, was the basis upon which they attempted to sell to the Unionist people their return to this place, was the assurance that the labelling would be introduced on a UK-wide basis. The last government could have introduced the legislation, giving force to that following the end of the consultation in March, but they, like the successive Labour administration, were never serious about it. Consequently, not for EU labelling is being imposed in Northern Ireland by our colonial masters in Brussels, while it is not appearing anywhere else in the UK. The DUP promise of legislation on a UK-wide basis has proven worthless. The practical consequences of this is that many manufacturers will simply cease to service Northern Ireland, meaning reduced choice for consumers, and results in Northern Ireland being even more isolated within the UK. Significantly, the 1st of October was also due to see the imposition of a partial border in the Irish Sea. That was delayed 2 weeks ago until the end of March. Why? Because the government was concerned about the impact it would have upon people in the run-up to Christmas, and it wouldn't exactly be helpful to the protocol fanatics in this House to have headlines about that when they will be tripping through the lobbies to give a veneer of democratic legitimacy to Brussels dictating to us in 300 areas of law. Additionally, the Green Lane, what some in this House sought to dress up as internal market lane to justify the return to ministerial limos, was due to come in today, but has also been postponed until the end of March. Why? Because it would cause such devastation to our links with Great Britain that doing so soon would simply be unworkable. Mr. Speaker, you need a single market for goods within a country. It is one of the basic features of a nation state. The dropping of not for EU labelling on a UK-wide basis severs yet more links between here and the rest of our nation. It also helps build the all-Ireland economy, something I remind the Chamber the DUP claimed they had removed only for the current Secretary of State to hail its benefits just a few days ago. I would appeal to the Unionist colleagues in this Chamber, if you believed any of your own words about the Safeguarding the Union deal, you now know you were sold a false bill of goods by your former leader,
time is up.
the Tories, and now the Labour government.
Call Johnny Buckley.
On the early hours of Sunday morning, Portadown lost one of its national assets. Not a celebrity sports star, celebrity businessman, but a unique, warm and lovable character in Tony Canoy. Tony came to Portadown many years ago through the care system. He brought a smile and a laugh that very few people can bring to a community. Following his passing, there has been an outpouring of love and grief regarding the impact that that special man had on so many people. Protestant, Catholic, neither, young, old, Tony loved them all. Mr. Speaker, it's times like this that I'm very, very proud to be a Portadown man. Because whilst Tony was a vulnerable adult, the manner in which the people of Portadown took him in as their family, fed him, looked after him, kept him safe, is truly quite incredible. And as we lay him to rest later on this week, I, on behalf of the Portadown people, pay thanks for his life. And it is true that some people do shine too brightly to ever be forgotten. Thank you, Tony Canoy.
Jerry Carroll. Speaker, 1,000 killed, 1 million displaced over the last few days. Not talking about Palestine this morning, but Lebanon once again is being targeted and bombed by Israel. And once again, the biggest proponent of terror in the Middle East, Israel, is blowing up infrastructure, killing civilians on a mass scale. It's worth thinking about and posing the question, if any other state in the Middle East, if any other state engaged in this kind of slaughter, what would happen? It's kind of nauseating, Mr. Speaker, to think about any other state would be met by condemnation by the US, Britain and other Western states, sanctions even perhaps. But because it's Israel, because Israel plays a pivotal role for imperialism, particularly America in the region, it's hands off, work away lads, and whatever bombs, whatever weapons you want, we'll find them. And when it comes to discussion about the war, the latest war, it's always Iran-backed Hezbollah, but never US-backed and supported Israel. Funny that. And whatever people's views about Hamas or Hezbollah, these groups, Mr. Speaker, didn't exist for a lifetime. Israel's actions, particularly its occupation of Lebanon, brought about the formation of Hezbollah. The massacres of the PLO, of Palestinians and others in the Shabra and Shatila refugee camps, backed by Israel, gave an impetus to the rise of Hezbollah. In other words, it's Israel's actions, its provocation and a stirring up of hatred, occupation and launching of war that's causing more instability, death and destruction in the region. Mr. Speaker, after a year of genocide, coming up the year of genocide in Palestine, Israel, rather than listening to the peace and anti-war movement across the world and on this island to stop the slaughter and stop the killing, it actually wants to expand the wars, if you think about it, in Lebanon, in Yemen, Iran, and who knows where else. So it's up to us in this country to continue to isolate and condemn Israel and its actions, and condemn the ideology, the political ideology that drives and funds the apartheid state. And whilst Israel's actions are of course barbaric and devastating, Israel may have bitten off more than it could chew, and it could indeed provoke a region-wide uprising against it and also America's interest in the Middle East.
I receive notice from the Minister for Economy that he wishes to make a statement. Minister.
Concordia, today I am announcing a new strategic approach to economic development. It's an approach that is locally led and that places regional balance at its heart. The need for greater regional balance is clear. Employment rates ranged from a high of 79.5% in Mid and East Antrim to a low of 65.4% in Derry City and Strabane. Productivity, a fundamental driver of overall living standards, is 31% higher in Belfast than it is in Derry City and Strabane. To date, the Department of Economy has not had a coherent strategy for delivering regional balance. The Department did not set regional targets for its economic development agency, InvestNI. As confirmed by the independent review, InvestNI's decision-making was centralised in Belfast. It also observed that regional offices were underutilised, not integrated into the organisation, and too modestly resourced. An important shift took place in 2015 when councils assumed greater economic responsibilities. This acknowledged the value of local areas leading their own economic development. However, councils cannot be expected to transform economies on their own. In order to turn the dial on regional economic performance, we need everyone pulling together as part of a coherent ecosystem, and I intend to establish that ecosystem. The new approach to economic development starts with local communities identifying their own priorities. Councils will be asked to establish local economic partnerships, bringing together central government, the business community, universities, colleges, local enterprise agencies and civil society. In order to minimise bureaucracy, existing partnerships could be modified to fulfil this new remit. And councils are free to come together to tackle common concerns and to pool resources and expertise. Partnerships will identify the main barriers to economic development and the priority interventions that will build the region's value proposition. These priorities will continue to be updated as circumstances change over time. Interventions could involve, for example, support for local clusters, skills programmes tailored to local businesses, preparing more land for business expansion, the development of new start-up and follow-on units, the regeneration of empty buildings for business use and key infrastructure projects. My department will recalibrate its programmes and budget to help meet these priorities. For example, my department is in the process of taking responsibility for the funding provided by the local council to the City of Derry Airport. In addition to recalibrating mainstream funding, I intend to support local economic partnerships with a dedicated funding of £45 million over the next 3 years. InvestNI will put a new focus on regional balance and will be a driving force within local economic partnerships. Staff numbers in regional offices will be increased by an initial 40%. Regional offices will assume responsibility for managing local clusters and businesses with a turnover up to £2 million. A lack of available land for commercial and industrial use is a major barrier to development in a number of council areas. InvestNI will therefore deliver and finance a new regional property strategy, which will be delivered through regional offices. Property specialists will be recruited to develop land and property for business use. Invest headquarters will support regional offices, providing specialist advice and expertise and coordinating with key public bodies such as NIE networks and NI Water to ensure local needs are articulated and met. Consequently, the whole of InvestNI, not just regional offices, will be reorientated towards developing local economies. Crucially, I am setting clear and ambitious bottom-line target for InvestNI to promote regional balance. 58% of the population is outside the Greater Belfast area. Yet this area outside of Greater Belfast makes up 48% of the economy as measured by gross value added. In order to help redress this imbalance, within 3 years, 65% of the agency's investments should be outside the Belfast metropolitan area. Delivering this target will require changes in organisational structure, decision-making processes, policy, practice and culture. The Chief Executive of InvestNI has informed me that reaching this target will be challenging, but he, his staff and his board are committed to serving the entire region and they will do everything in their power to deliver this target. Concordia, the approach I have outlined today involves a profound change in how we deliver economic development. It starts with local communities working in partnership to define their own priorities. It then builds an ecosystem to deliver those priorities. The new structure will be operational from the start of the next financial year. This is a challenging timeline given the extent of change involved, so I would ask everyone to get behind this approach in a spirit of collaboration, because it is only by working together that we can reverse historical imbalances and deliver prosperity for all.
Mark Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, agus buíochas leis an éire fáthonne
Thank the Minister for his statement.
The direction of travel outlined, and particularly the setting of targets for InvestNI to promote regional balance. It's something that my party and people in my city have been calling for many years. What's not mentioned in the statement, but is certainly in the document, is the recognition of the role of further and higher education. The McGee Task Force has done sterling work, and we do need to grow numbers at McGee, not just to 10,000 or up to 10,000 students, but at least 10,000 students. There should be no ceiling to our ambition. Could the Minister expand on the process he alluded to in his statement, but it's not in the document, around his department taking responsibility for the funding provided to City of Derry Airport currently by Derry City and Strabane District Council? Will the executive be taking the burden for the funding of the airport from the ratepayers of that council area?
Can I say we haven't been overly prescriptive in terms of the make-up of local partnerships, because we think that is a matter best worked out locally. So, of course, in many areas that will include not just the university at Magee, but other regional colleges across different council areas. So, as I say, we are not being prescriptive. The one prerequisite is these are genuine partnerships. That this will only work if people are genuinely coming together to articulate economic priorities within an area and working to deliver those. In relation to Derry Airport, yes, we have been in dialogue and working through arrangements with the Department of Infrastructure for some time now, and talking to the airport and Derry City Council. There has been, as he will know, a bit of ping-pong with this issue for too many years, and I suppose particularly came to light during COVID when it ended up the Department of Finance supporting the airport itself. So it is our intention, in terms of the airport's strategic regional economic presence and what that means for the North West generally, that the Department of Economy assumes responsibility, that we need to work through the arrangements for that. That would lift that burden that the ratepayers of Derry City and Strabane Council have been carrying on their own, even though the airport serves other council areas and other geographic areas as well. So it is, and of course that will in turn allow the council to use that money for other purposes, hopefully developing economic prosperity within the Derry City Council region.
Philip Brett.
Speaker, and as Chair of the Committee, can I thank the Minister for meeting myself and the Deputy Chair at 10:30 to give us somewhat advance notice of the statement that he was making today. Clearly this is a significant policy announcement made by the Minister, so the Committee will take some time to look at the details of what is included. In the Minister's statement, he is clear that he wants everyone to get behind this approach in spirit of collaboration, so in that regard I would encourage the Minister to bring this to the Executive so that all parties can work together on this important issue of regional balance. Just turning to the BMAP, has been the issue in which the Minister will judge regional balance upon, and members will be aware, Mr Speaker, that includes Belfast City Council, Antrim and Newton Abbey Council, Ards in North Down and Lisburn in Castlereagh. Within the Minister's own figures, labour productivity is the second lowest in Ards and North Down, median wages is the second lowest, and sub-regional economic employment rates within Belfast are the second lowest. Clearly work needs to be done on those also. Can the Minister explain to the House then why BMAP has been chosen as to how he will judge regional balance within the economy?
Well, can I welcome the Chair's statement? Can I also thank him and his Deputy Chair for the discussion we had earlier? Of course, the programme for government that we have released in its draft form out for consultation, the Executive have agreed to go out for consultation, does commit us all to working in terms of addressing regional imbalance, and I would expect then that would follow through in terms of other departments' engagement with this. The BMAP that he mentions, I think, was a 2004 construct, but obviously we have talked about the four council areas, including Belfast, in proximity to it. This is for the purpose of measurement. There are clearly issues of deprivation within that. I've had an engagement with Belfast City Council and the group leaders there to talk to them about how they would use some resource that might come from this to tackle issues of deprivation in some of those urban areas. But in terms of measurement of Invest's activity, which was clearly criticised in the Lyons report for being too Belfast-centric and not outside, this is about the measurement of Invest's actual activity outside of that area and increasing their level of activity and supporting businesses to grow. We want to see businesses and economic prosperity to grow right across the region, but we have a direct responsibility to try and tackle imbalance. And if we do that by measuring it in the way we have said, we can get a sense of how that dial is shifting outside of that, the greater Belfast area.
Alan Gilrenew. I'm good, John Collier, and thank the Minister for the statement, and particularly thank his commitment to delivering a coherent strategy to address regional balance. Minister, given that this is a commitment within the draft programme for government, do you expect other departments to also contribute to greater regional balance? Thank you.
Well, as you say, it is. I mean, the programme for government says, just to quote, that to create an economy that works for everyone, we'll address four key challenges: productivity, good jobs, decarbonisation and regional balances. Prioritising these areas will transform our economy and spread economic prosperity across all areas. So that's a clear commitment from the Executive as a whole. It's obviously in draft form. I would expect that to be held to, because I know it's something that Executive colleagues do support. So yes, in the outworking of all of this, because what we have identified in terms of resource is really about supporting local economic voices to come together and to articulate their needs, and perhaps to pump prime some specific interventions they want made. But all of the departments are spending monies in all of the areas, and if there's a very strong voice coming to say these are the key issues in our area, these are the issues that need addressed, then I would expect departments to respond to that. It would make sense in terms of having the most efficient use of their own limited resources to spend them, which will have most impact on the areas that they're spending the money in.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister. I love the ambition, and I welcome the statement today. The plan, and you've just mentioned about talking there about working with other and across other departments, and the plan talks about net zero, green energy, inward investment, business growth development zones, and all of that. I welcome all of that. Yet the fundamental problem to all of that, to our entrepreneurs, to our business owners, to our job creation, is delays in our current planning system, and that's not referenced at all in the document. How can the plan not recognise that planning reform is critical to the delivery of this?
Well, I think the point's well made. Planning reform is critical. We did a meeting yesterday with ministers for a round table, communities, Minister, your own party colleague, Minister for Agriculture and Environment, and also the Minister for Infrastructure. And we've had this conversation with infrastructure. The reform of planning is going to be critical, because councils themselves, if they want to develop projects, need to be able to get them through their own planning systems. And currently the bottleneck, is, particularly in relation to the consultee process, is not just places in jeopardy some of the ideas in this, but all of the Executive's propositions in terms of infrastructure would potentially be placed in jeopardy if we don't get the planning system. So I suppose in some ways that's a given. I know that the Infrastructure Minister has sought transformation funds to try and bring some level of reform to that. I think all of the other Executive colleagues will support that, because we recognise, just as we recognise investment in water and sewage infrastructure, but also investment in planning reform is going to be essential to deliver on any of the projects that any department wants to do.
Padraig Larger.
And I thank the Minister for his statement as well. It's very comprehensive, and it definitely allows us to move on the road towards regional balance. Minister, do you agree that local enterprise agencies have a significant contribution to make to the local economic partnerships?
Minister. Yes, an enterprise agency have been doing sterling work, often on a shoestring budget, in relation to start-ups and supporting local entrepreneurs, and we have a very strong entrepreneurial flair right across the region. InvestNI will now have targets not just in terms of FDI, but targets in terms of start-up and business growth, which I think will make more collaboration in this space where the enterprise agencies work possible, and trying to ensure that what they do gains more priority in that space. So I would imagine that in areas where they're located, and they have a very strong presence in a lot of areas, they would want to be part of these discussions, because they have a significant contribution to make. They have a significant knowledge of local businesses, and also the potential of local start-ups, which will be one of the targets.
For his statement today. How can we ensure that investment in such areas will be long-term and not be a white elephant, as this will require better infrastructure that has been mentioned today to attract businesses, not just incentives? And has he evidence of elsewhere where regional balance has been a policy undertaken by a government in terms of overall economic growth?
Minister. Well, there has been significant regional balance undertaken in the south to good effect, and that involved things like a land strategy to make sure that if people did want to start businesses, did want to grow businesses, they could do so in their own areas rather than having to relocate to larger urban areas. So there are good examples from other parts of the world and close at hand south of the border. Of course, our intention is to put this sum of money that we will identify over the next 3 years to allow this to get started and to work. it's a commitment in the programme for government. Therefore, I would assume that whoever takes over the economy department after I have left it will continue on with the same programme, because it is an executive priority to grow the economy, but to grow it in a regionally balanced way. That's the commitment of the entire executive in the draft programme for government. Therefore, I would expect that to be followed through, as we will want to follow through all the commitments that we make in the programme for government.
Kate Nicholl.
Minister, really welcome the work on this, and looking forward to seeing more detail. We hope that the local economic partnerships will complement and not duplicate the work of the labour market partnerships. But my real question is really, will all councils have access to the local economic partnership funding, and what criteria do you envisage being used to allocate that funding?
Yes, I could say, firstly, we are conscious that there are other structures in councils, and that's why we haven't been prescriptive. Councils may look to merge those structures to have labour market plus economic development. So that's really a matter for dialogue between over the next period, when we do some intense workshops with council as to how to work through. And yes, all councils are included. The amount of funding that may be delivered, I think, will be measured on level of need. But all councils, and that formula will be worked through as well in the time ahead, but all councils are included in this.
Deirdre Hargett.
So far as part of the overarching economic strategy, and it was just to ask if the Minister agrees that in Belfast there is a need to continue to support areas as part of addressing regional imbalance, particularly those of social disadvantage, and connecting that economic development focus into inclusive growth and building community wealth.
Sure.
Yes, and aside from this plan, I am engaged in the community wealth plan with the Department for Communities and the Department for Finance as well. We're doing joint work in that area, and a couple of pilot schemes which I would hope will demonstrate real value and can be spread out into other areas. I did have a meeting with Belfast Chief Executive and the group leaders. I mean, it's not my job to dictate what to do with this, but I did suggest to them that Belfast may want to look, if there's additional support in this area that we have developed, may want to look at areas of deprivation and trying to bring up some, she will know well from being a citizen of the city, some areas are doing very well and other areas are very much feel left behind. So, I mean, I would think that elected councillors and other partners in the Belfast area, from my perspective, this is an opportunity to try and do some work in those areas, to look at the levels of economic inactivity, skills, educational opportunities, and that general approach which leads to a stronger community and more prosperity in those communities.
Guy Middleton.
I thank the Minister for his statement. If we want Northern Ireland to work, that should mean that all areas of Northern Ireland feel supported. So I very much welcome the move to address the regional imbalance. In terms of the £45 million for obviously the local partnerships, is that £45 million new money, or you find that within your department? And will that have a consequence for other areas of work that you may want to undertake? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, it will be financed from within our department. We obviously have to find that, and we're in a situation where money is tight, but this is about prioritising what we do. And if the priority, not just for the department, but the priority for the programme for government is about growing our economy in a regionally balanced way, then we have to allocate our money according to the priorities. So we will find this. I would hope that over time we may be able to develop more money and put more support into this particular approach, because I think it will yield the benefits that has been a stubbornly persistent problem for us for decades, that we haven't got that sense of balanced economic growth. So yes, we will find the money in the first instance, but if there are others prepared to contribute, we very much welcome that as well.
Philip McGuigan.
Welcome the new direction of locally led, working together, collaborative approach, tackling regional imbalance. Can I ask the Minister if the Department will provide oversight just to ensure that the local economic partnerships are operating effectively?
Sure. Yes, in the first instance, part of this is recalibrating what the Department do. So the Department haven't been persistently engaged at local level. Invest NI have been engaged, but not to the level or extent that it should have been, and that's why it was criticised in the report in relation to that. But the Department also needs to be more on the ground in terms of dealing with local councils. So we will, of course, work very closely, and we're talking about a number of workshops in the next while to work with them as to how the partnerships would operate. It's not just a matter of keeping an eye on things. There are some councils that need need capacity building in terms of their economic development. Other councils are very good at it, some just lag further behind. So it will be about supporting them in terms of capacity building so that they have a strong economic voice in the area, but also ensuring that the structure as we have outlined it works according to that plan, and that the funding that we would like to allocate into that is being delivered according to that plan as well.
Jonathan Buckley.
FDI is crucial to any local economy, and on that point I would like to pay tribute to the dedicated members of staff at Invest NI who have delivered thousands of jobs and £1 million of investment into Northern Ireland over their many years of existence. But the aspiration of regional balance, it's a noble principle, but with FDI even harder now to attract to local economies as things have shifted in terms of labour markets and indeed ways of production. How can the Minister ensure the House that the drive towards regional balance and target approach will not stifle the overall ability to attain FDI?
Minister.
Well, I concur with this view in relation to some sterling work that has been done over many years by Invest NI and people who have worked in it. Nonetheless, there were criticisms of that overall approach which we needed to address, and I think we're on a very clear and good pathway now with the new team heading up Invest NI and the staff who are turning themselves to that particular project and that particular direction of travel. It's not all about FDI. FDI is important, as he says, but it's all this is Invest NI, and in many ways, perhaps one of all of our failings over years was we measured it on how many jobs were brought in, and that's not the space that we're now in. FDI will continue to be important, but so will business startups, and so will growth of our businesses, those who have come to invest here, but perhaps more importantly, those who are Indigenous businesses. So the measurement of success will now be broader. In order to grow that prosperity, we also have to tackle the issue of economic inactivity and of skills, and that's where a significant focus of the Department of Invest and I would hope of some of the partnerships that are set up will be in the future to try and get opportunities for young people and other people to upskill while they're in jobs to make sure we're more prosperous jobs, better jobs, and more regional balance in relation to our economic prosperity. So Invest will be recalibrated in that sense, in that it is not just going to be about FDI, although that will retain to be some importance. And it's not about preventing anybody setting up here. There are an ability to incentivise, to encourage people to go to other areas. It's not about preventing people setting up if that's what they choose.
Jan Mulholland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you so much, Minister. It's really exciting to hear your plans, I suppose, for the attempt at balancing the imbalance. Your plan references the importance of the city and growth deals in terms of that sub-regional economic development. Can the Minister detail what conversations you've had with the UK Government on plans to lift the pause on the Causeway Coast and Glens and the Mid-South West growth deals?
Minister.
Well, the Minister for Finance is leading the charge in this, and obviously also First and Deputy First Ministers. It's completely unacceptable. The decision was not only badly taken, but very badly communicated as well. I'm glad, at least in terms of Belfast and Derry city deals, that was reversed quite quickly. But what we need to see is a very quick reversal of the decision to pause in relation to Causeway Coast and Glens and the South West. It's not just a matter of the public money from the executive and from the government in London that's going into this. It's also business partners and the confidence that they will have to stay with the deals ahead. So the sooner that decision is taken to reverse that and continue the momentum that we have begun to create since the executive came back in office in February, we've injected new momentum into the city and growth deals, and we want to see that continue and deliver the really good projects that they have in prospect.
Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, we do welcome the direction of travel. As the opposition, we've always been constructive, and my colleague said, I think this is particularly for the North West, but also for other regions, the right direction to go. It is also, however, true to say, as Deirdre Hargey alluded to, that not every street in Belfast is paved with gold, and also this will continue to be the regional economic driver of the entire region. Sometimes it's worth saying that people commute from Newry and Ballymena to Belfast, so they benefit from jobs created in Belfast too. Can I ask, will the local economic partnerships also have a focus on improving connections to Belfast, whether that's through public transport or educational, so that those regions can also get a sense of how their citizens and their residents can also benefit from growth in Belfast, which we also want to see?
Minister.
I think the members are out of Downpatrick too long. he's forgotten his roots. But no, Belfast will continue to be the economic driver for the region. There's no doubt in relation to that. It will really be a matter for partnerships to decide themselves. We're not imposing an economic plan in an area. You know, for too often there have been policies developed in departments in Stormont and elsewhere they're headquartered and delivered down to people. This is about reversing that. This is about local areas having some resource, having capacity built in order to decide what they think their own economic priorities. If people think the priority for an area is a transport connection to Belfast, then we're very glad to hear that. And obviously we, on their behalf, and I'm sure DFI would be prepared to engage with them in relation to that. So I'm not being prescriptive in relation to that. It is a matter for each area to decide its priorities. And of course, as I say, Belfast will be involved in this. My suggestion to them is that they do focus on areas of greatest economic need within the Belfast and those urban areas surrounding Belfast. That will be a matter for themselves, but I would sincerely hope that's what they do.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you for your statement, Minister, and just picking up on my South Belfast colleague's point there. But we know that the Belfast Met and the universities play a really pivotal role in terms of being economic drivers for Belfast City. Could you speak to the role of these universities and further education institutions in terms of delivering the sub-regional balance? Thank you.
Sure.
Well, clearly the UU has its regional presence in terms of obviously McGee, Coleraine campus as well. And we have a very strong network then of regional colleges which have linked very close links with our universities as well. So in terms of skill and education and opportunities, we want to see community providers, regional colleges, universities and Open University, who had an opportunity to meet yesterday as well, all working very seamlessly together. So that's going to be key, because the big challenge we have in growing the economy, whether that's through regional balance approach or in general terms, the big challenge we have are people and skills. And while we have priorities here, that's the overarching challenge for all of us. So we need to make sure that our skills, our educational facilities, our further and higher education facilities, our Open University are all working in tandem with each other to deliver that support right across the entire region. And so whether they have a physical presence outside of Belfast, they have in terms of their support and their engagement with the regional colleges and with other skills providers, and we need to see that working seamlessly.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much. The review of public administration wasn't universally popular, with some areas losing out to others in the new super council model. And given that this policy suggests developing sub-regional partnership, will the Minister insist on guidelines that ensure that the new partnerships provide sub-regional balance within the council areas so that no area is left behind?
Well, I mean, the council areas are made up with elected councillors, and obviously that dictates the balance of power across that council area. I'm not sure that we're going to get too prescriptive in terms of deciding that. What we want to see are genuine partnerships which tackle the issues of what the economic priorities of those areas are. There's a danger between trying to decide everything and being micromanaging this and trying to give a steer in terms of genuine partnership and approach across the priorities we have set. So that's going to be one of the measurements in terms of how we would allocate resource to this. So one of the priorities we have is regional balance, and I would assume that means within councils themselves. So we have set priorities, and in that framework I would anticipate that we will get the best outcome, which is first to all of the people who live in whatever area the partnership is responsible for.
Timothy Gostin.
Deputy Speaker, I attended the sub-regional workshop in Ballymena back in May, where I highlighted the vast swathes of grounds currently in Stormont ownership for the various departments that could be used to regenerate and re-kick our local economies. Minister, can you confirm if the sub-regional action plan will identify all these lands across the various departments, and if the local council identifies a need for regeneration, will these lands be transferred to them to take that idea forward?
Minister.
Well, this isn't simply about local councils, and local councils have an economic development responsibility. One of the difficulties is that some councils have been much more active in that space than others. So we want to invest and our department to go and make sure we support people to build that capacity for them. But it's going to be about partnerships, and it's going to be what people decide what their economic priorities are. If that's acquisition of land for further business development, then we work with them and see ways we can support and do that. Invest itself will have a land strategy to try and make sure that it is more land available right across the region for economic growth as well, because that hasn't been the case to date. So it is really about the partnership deciding what the priorities are, and then we would invite certainly ourselves in terms of supporting that, but other departments in terms of our broad commitment in the programme for government to see what support we can give in order to make those things happen that people have identified as the key issues in their area.
Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. What work will be commenced or has already commenced to ensure any jobs created, say, Belfast will be unionised jobs, and that jobs with any zero-hour contract? Because I know you've stated your opposition to that before, so what work has commenced or will commence to ensure that any jobs created won't be?
Mr.
Yeah, well, we have, firstly, in terms of supporting good jobs, we will be bringing legislation in terms of employment rights, which we've already been working through. The consultation closed yesterday, to make sure that what jobs we have are actually working well for the people who are in them, and we end unfortunate practices of exploitation in relation to jobs. But we want to see the economic growth right across the region, but we also have to recognise a persistent problem in that growth to date has been imbalanced. And that's a whole range of historical factors and infrastructure factors and investment decisions. So we have to take measures to try and address that. We also recognise that in urban areas there is imbalance as well, and that there are areas of deprivation which need support, and they should continue to be supported. This isn't the single answer to all of those issues, but this is about strengthening the local economic voice, allowing them to articulate their own needs, and trying to ensure that whatever money executive departments are spent in that area, they're doing so with the sure knowledge of what the local community are saying to them are the priorities in that area. And so in that way, I think we get a much more efficient spend, a much more spend with much more consequence in terms of lifting areas, particularly those areas which have been deprived for far too long.
Diana Armstrong.
I welcome the Minister's statement this morning, the Sub-Regional Action Plan, and that's one which I do support, coming from an area that requires further regeneration and growth. I wanted to ask the Minister about the increase in staff for the Invest NI offices. I welcome an increase of staff by 40%. Will that mean deployment of staff from Belfast to those regional offices, or will that be a further opportunity for job increase within those regional areas? Thank you.
Sure. It will more likely to be redeployment of people, but it's not just simply putting people into offices, because that won't in itself achieve anything. This will be about changing the mindset in terms of regional presence. So it's not simply that the people who go there, the focus will be working with the area to try and articulate the local economy, not representing Invest NI's views to the area. But it's also the organisation itself from its own headquarters will recalibrate what it's doing and how it's doing. So teams in Invest, in headquarters, will be working on this issue of regional balance. It won't just simply be farmed out to a local office and let them carry the responsibility in that regard. So it will be more staff, it will be a different approach, and it will be a different approach from the organisation itself.
Thank you, Minister. And that concludes questions on the statement for the Minister the Minister for the Economy. Members, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Health that he wishes to make a statement before I call the Minister. I also remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions and that long introductions will not be allowed. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I wish to make a statement on the launch of the public consultation on the Hospital Reconfiguration Framework document entitled Hospitals, Creating a Network for Better Outcomes. Now, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to share this framework document with members today in advance of the imminent launch of a 16-week consultation period that will commence tomorrow and will run until the 21st of January of next year. I'm aware, Deputy Speaker, some people would tend to promote the belief that there's been no clinical involvement or engagement with health service frontline staff on the development of this framework, and that simply is not the case, and I want to set the record straight. This isn't something that civil servants have simply cooked up with no outside input. Hospitals Creating a Network for Better Outcomes has been co-produced with the Trusts and the Public Health Agency, and have involved a wide range of clinicians in the process, as well as senior managers and chief executives. Furthermore, during July and August of this year, my officials carried out an extensive pre-consultation exercise involving engagements with all of the Royal Colleges, as well as trade unions and with service users. Feedback from this very useful pre-engagement exercise has been incorporated into the final draft document, which is presented to you today. At its heart, this work is about how we can improve the sustainability of hospital services and ultimately provide an assurance that none of our acute hospitals will close. This draft framework aims to describe our acute hospital system, and the principle that underlines it is of local provision where possible and central where necessary, and that is key to this document. A fundamental concept is that of an integrated Northern Ireland hospital network, and within this network, each hospital has been identified as part of a particular tier, combining to form an interdependent network. And the types of hospital described in the framework are local, general, area, and regional. I believe, Deputy Speaker, this network approach will ensure a brighter and more secure future for all our hospitals. And I want to be clear in the message that this is not about cutting costs. It's not about closing hospitals. It's about managing change in a controlled way, demonstrating the benefits, and the benefits have to be better outcomes. We will continue to need every square inch of our hospital estate, so this is about showing everyone how each hospital fits into that network, what is the most valuable role for each one to play, and deliver the best outcomes for patients. To embed sustainability and resilience, taking account of our workforce, safety considerations, and advances in modern medicine, it's simply not possible to deliver all services in every hospital. And it's already the case that different hospitals have different services available, so the network approach will ensure that people can still get the right treatment in the right place by the right person, even if it's not necessarily in the hospital closest to their home. I recognise there are difficult judgment calls to make around this. My view is that patient safety must always come first. In key specialties, when hospitals have lower patient numbers, this can create significant issues for professionals working in these areas. These include rota and on-call pressures inherent in smaller clinical teams, as well as an insufficient case mix to support specialisation, training and skills development. These issues inevitably have consequences for recruitment and for retention, adding to the challenges of maintaining services. This then potentially compromises patient safety and often leads to poorer patient outcomes. We've seen in recent years a number of examples where changes have been made as a direct result of service collapse rather than planned improvement. Deputy Speaker, research shows that the vast majority of people, in fact in the region of 80%, say they're willing to travel for elective care in order to receive treatment from the best, the most skilled experts as quickly as possible. However, I recognise, of course, there are some for whom any additional travel will be a cause for concern, and that is why a section on patient travel is included in this draft framework, setting out the supports available for the public. It's important to note that hospitals creating a network for better outcomes will not itself reconfigure any specific services. Instead, it provides a strategic context and structure for future reconfiguration decisions. It's underpinned by a number of existing service reviews and strategies, which were clinician-led and developed in partnership with those who use the services. Future reconfiguration decisions will continue to come either from regional service reviews or will be trust-led. And I am committed to ensuring that such future decisions include appropriate engagement with, for example, staff, service users and the local community. Deputy Speaker, in closing, I would encourage members to take the time to respond to the consultation and make their views known. As I'm encouraging members to look on our hospitals as a network. In the same way, I would also encourage them to regard this statement as one of a series about reform of healthcare delivery, which will come in the coming weeks. Deputy Speaker, I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. And for the first question, I call Colin McGrath.
Speaker, Minister, I acknowledge your statement today. We've had Bengoa delivering better services, transforming your care, and today it's hospitals creating a better network for better outcomes. The document in its summary details the why, how, what, where and when. Well, we already know the why and the what. There's scant details on the how, and given that the where is controversial, I can understand why you've omitted that. But when will you publish a concrete timescale that will detail these changes and when they will be implemented that is measurable and accountable? Because failing to provide this just gives the impression that this will be yet another document that will lie on a shelf and gather dust without delivering any real change.
Minister.
I thank the member of the opposition for his comments and his question. What I can say to him is that this will not lie on the shelf and gather dust. And indeed, some members have suggested that the Bengoa report from 2016 has, over the last 8 years, sat on the shelf gathering dust, and that is not the case. There have been some movements on foot of that Bengoa report, and I think of day procedures and elective care and how we're trying to separate out elective care from emergency operations. I think that's a very sensible way forward. In my closing remark, I asked members to think about this as one of a series of statements that are coming. Professor Bengoa will be back next week, as I put it, to reboot that report, not to write a new one, because I think the challenges remain as they were in 2016. I also intend in the forthcoming weeks to publish the 3-year plan, which will cover the rest of my time as Health Minister, if I'm spared to work through to May of 2027. I've also made clear that I want to see a regional attitude towards breast screening services, and that is something that we will continue to deliver at pace. I've talked about my initiative, which I'm calling Live Better, to tackle health inequalities. That is due to be launched in the forthcoming weeks. In association with that, I'll be looking at some of the social determinants of health inequalities, and I'm thinking, for example, of tobacco and vaping, and we will be hand in glove with the UK legislation on that front. I'm also considering minimum unit pricing for alcohol, because it is clear that if you go into the most deprived areas, you see the worst impacts of alcohol abuse. So I would just say to the member that a lot is happening. I can't give you a step-by-step time frame on that, but I am moving at pace to deliver better outcomes for patients, service users, and the staff who deliver health care.
Ms. Kimmins.
And I welcome the Minister's statement today. As he will know, we've been waiting for this coming for some time. It is a positive step forward, and I welcome that he has said that this will be in engagement with a range of people. In the document, the draft document, it states that this will require a 5-year strategic delivery plan. Will the Minister therefore commit that the key performance targets will be based on patient, clinician and, I think very importantly, nursing and healthcare staff experience, as well as focusing on secure and better outcomes, because I think we need that breadth of knowledge to enable us to deliver this properly and ensure that we're achieving what it sets out to do. Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the Chair of the committee for her welcome and her comments. And in response, what I would say is, of course, I am not a clinician. I have no medical or clinical qualifications. What I see myself being as Minister is an enabler of change. So, for example, recently I was in both the Causeway and the Antrim Area Hospital, and as the member knows, the Northern Trust is consulting at the moment with regard to the future of general emergency surgery and the potential that may move from Causeway down to Antrim. Now, they have made clear in their consultation document they have a preferred option, which is the one I've just articulated. But in meeting the clinicians, which I did at Antrim General Hospital or Area Hospital, the clinicians made clear that this was an imperative in terms of patient safety and delivering better outcomes. So yes, I will be guided by clinicians, by surgeons, by allied health professionals, by the nurses, but there's also a need, I think, to consult with the local community, because I think all healthcare is not just personal, it's local. So, for example, most of my adult life, my nearest hospital has been the Ulster. And of course I feel an affinity for the Ulster more than I would do for the South West Acute or Altnagelvin or Daisy Hill. But what I have to get over is that affinity and wishing every service that I need to be delivered at Dundonald, and recognise that it is actually in my best interests, once we have these areas of specialty, maybe to travel a little bit further for that procedure. But having said that, once you've had the procedure, I know that people who are prepared to travel for that want the aftercare as close to home as possible, and that's the principle underlying my thinking.
Erskine.
For his statement. The Minister will be well aware that as we go out of this chamber there will be some misinformation about what goes on underneath the hospital roofs, and I welcome that he's committed that no acute hospital will close. Therefore, can he commit, and I'm sure he will, that this plan will stabilise the services and attract workforce to rural hospitals such as the SWA, where it can be difficult to attract a workforce? And can he reassure the public that, as I have raised with him before, the transport links will be developed as part of this programme of work, because missed appointments does cost the health service as well?
Mr.
I thank the member for her comments. No acute hospital is in any way in danger. In fact, some of the proposals that we have actually will secure their future. For example, separating out emergency from elective surgery. On the first point of attracting workforce, interestingly, well, you'll be the judge of that. I found it interesting to go up to Altnagelvin a few weeks ago and visit some of our international colleagues who are coming here. And they go into the centre at Altnagelvin to learn about the processes and the procedures that we use in our hospitals, which may be different from what they're used to in India or Afghanistan or wherever their country of origin is. And the interesting thing for me was asking them whether they preferred to be at Altnagelvin in Enniskillen or the South West Acute. Altnagelvin in Derrystroke, Londonderry, or the South West Acute in Enniskillen. And there was a variety of answers. Those who came from big cities in India tended to say they preferred Altnagelvin because it was in a city of Derrystroke, Londonderry, whereas others who were perhaps from more rural-based in their origins preferred Enniskillen. So it is actually possible, I think, to think about imaginative ways to tackle those workforce challenges and not to simply buy into a narrative that says if you are rural-based, you are not going to attract a workforce. It may be more challenging, but I accept and rise to that challenge. The member makes a very important point about transport. It's all very well for me to say I'm prepared to travel to Antrim or Londonderry or Enniskillen for my procedure. I have many family members who have cars who would be more than willing to take me there and bring me back again. So I have been working already with other executive ministers, the Minister for Infrastructure and the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, talking about community transport arrangements, how we provide transport for those who do not have ready access to it. I'm thinking also about the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, who have a voluntary driver scheme. That took a very bad hit in terms of numbers because of COVID. I know they're now working hard to try and get that pool of drivers back up again, and I think again we need to be imaginative. So, for example, I'm thinking about church networks. People who go regularly to church strike me as maybe the sort of people with that kind of community interest who might be willing to think about becoming community drivers. So the issues that you raise are very much on my radar. They're very valid and they need to be addressed.
Mr. McAllister.
The Minister for his answer so far and bringing a statement to the House. It is long awaited, and I recognise in the third paragraph that you want to put to rest about the belief that there had been no engagement, clinical involvement and that engagement. I'm glad that engagement took place after our committee session, in which we did press the Health Department regarding that lack of engagement. But look, I do welcome this reconfiguration framework, and I want to specifically ask that now that we have this overall strategic framework, that all the decisions from that will flow from this. So when can we see more decisions and actions taking place that evolve out of the actual framework?
Mr.
I thank the member. Well, I think the sequence in headline terms is we have this announcement today. Professor Bengoa then will be at a half-day conference in Belfast next Wednesday afternoon, and I would be interested to hear the detail of his remarks about how he feels that his report from 2016, whether it's still valid. I believe it is. I know he's going to reference some developments that have taken place globally over the last 8 years, and perhaps encourage us in terms of the next steps. And then after that, as I said, I will be publishing the 3-year plan, which will cover the rest of this mandate. And out of that, then, we've got to get down into the weeds of what we mean by which hospitals deliver which services. And I just want to assure members that on each and every one of those potential moves, we will go to public consultation, because that is the right thing to do. And that's why, it's not going to be able to be done in a year or in the remainder of this mandate. That's why I'm talking about a 5-year plan, because you have to bring people with you, and I don't just mean the clinicians and everybody who works in healthcare, but important as they are, but you also want the community coming with you. Because sometimes I think what happens is, when we say we're going to change services, people think, well, I'm losing a service from my local facility without being reassured, but in its place comes something better. So, for example, you might separate emergency and elective surgery in one hospital, but what you're doing maybe is making that hospital a centre for elective excellence, which actually secures its future a bit better. I'm sorry, I'm wandering a bit off topic here, but there is going to be a series of announcements which I think will, well, they may not please the member, but they will certainly give the member the opportunity to respond.
Colin Crawford.
And can I thank the Minister for his statement to the House today? The Minister acknowledged that through a better structured network, some patients may have to travel further for their procedure. And just following on from Deborah Erskine's question, can the Minister give a commitment that both he and his department will do all they can to make the case for adequate provision of accessible and reliable public transport for those patients who require it?
I thank the member, and indeed with an increased focus on centres of excellence in terms of elective care, it does mean some patients will be asked to travel further for non-emergency procedures. I want to refer to the 2023-24 Health Survey for Northern Ireland, in which approximately 80% of respondents indicated if they needed a routine procedure or operation, that they would indeed be prepared to travel within Northern Ireland if it meant that the waiting time would be reduced. And similar questions, Deputy Speaker, were asked from the age sector platform, and over 80% said they'd be willing to travel further if there were benefits such as reduced waiting or procedure times and a lower risk of cancellation. But as the member suggests, and as Mrs Erskine made clear, there needs to be accessible and reliable public transport for those patients who don't have access to private vehicles, particularly, I would suggest, the elderly and the vulnerable. And in that regard, maybe flexible appointments, especially for those travelling a greater distance, would also be very important.
Dillon.
Minister, for your statement. Minister, Action 7 states that consideration will be given to moving suitable activity out of regional hospitals into the area hospitals, and I'm just wondering if you can give us some sense of what those activities might be, and also is there an estates plan around this, because as I have outlined before, Craigavon Area Hospital is bursting at the seams, and people died during COVID because they did not have the space to keep them separated.
Mr.
Well, I thank the member, and I don't want to be prescriptive at this point in the process, or overly prescriptive. I will stick with what I've already said. I think there's a huge logic in trying to separate out emergency surgery from elective surgery, because if you are on a waiting list for planned or elective surgery, it doesn't really matter how long the list is. If you've been given the appointment, how frustrating is it to get a phone call early that morning to say, I'm sorry, The theatre is in use for an emergency procedure. The anaesthetist, the surgeon, the warden, the theatre nurses are all taken up, and you're cancelled. So those are the sort of things that I'm talking about, a kind of logical redistribution that means we are more productive and more efficient in what we are doing. In terms of that specific of Craigavon area, my goodness, I was there a couple of weeks ago, and the last area I visited was the emergency department, and it was not edifying to see so many people in the corridors outside of the emergency department being fed. I do think when you want to access healthcare, dignity is really, really important. And far too many patients, I think, feel they lose their dignity because of an overcrowding, particularly in emergency departments. And this was late August, by the way. And one of the emergency department consultants said, I think this is the start of the winter pressures. So, yeah, we have to box clever in terms of using the whole of the estate. And I am not the expert, again, I'm not a clinician, I'm not a medical professional in terms of saying how we do that, but I think we look at this network, and it's important to get people out there thinking of networks. As I say, they do tend to think of the local hospital as it. And once we can do that, then we can have a mature debate about who does what.
Helen Dodds.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister. We've waited a long time for this particular paper, and on reading it last night, and I am grateful for the paper, and I take your word that it is a start of a process. But on reading it last night, I found that it was a series of high-level principles rather than any detail on how we would proceed. So I suppose a number of questions arise for me in relation to that. You've said this morning that there will be further papers, and I think that is really important, but I think we need further papers that focus on the principles that you've outlined in this one. You also said that service reviews would be trust-led. And I do worry about that, because my experience of trusts at the moment is that they won't and can't cooperate with each other. How do you expect them to cooperate in terms of service reviews and the sharing of resources? And will you ensure that each of those is led by a consultation?
Minister.
I thank the member. And first of all, I get it. You've waited a long time for this document, and to a certain extent, perhaps it's a little frustrating that it is only high-end principles, but that is the logical sequence from which to roll out the actual nitty-gritty of the reform. And it's not just of hospitals, it's of how we deliver health and social care more generally. I did say that there will be consultations, I can guarantee the member that, on all the changes, but I said they would either be trust-led or they would be regionally led by the department. So I'm noting that the member says that the trusts are struggling to cooperate. That, I have to say, Deputy Speaker, is not my sense of things. I know they were set up under a sort of Thatcherite idea of if you have competition, then you drive down price and you get a better bang for your buck, to use that expression. I suppose there was a temptation going into the role to say, why do we need 5 geographic trusts? Why can't we just have one all Northern Ireland wide? I don't think that is worth the effort, but what I said to the trust chairs and the chief execs and the financial directors is, I expect you to cooperate. In here, in my mind, you are one trust. And I do think they have been increasingly showing an ability to cooperate and collaborate rather than compete. But that's a work in progress, and I will certainly be trying to keep the pressure on in terms of further collaboration and cooperation. And the big issue for me across those trusts is productivity, and I can assure the member there have been some frosty enough conversations on that issue.
Danny Donnelly.
I welcome the Minister's statement today. We all know that reform of the health service is long overdue. and has been stalled due to political instability in this place. The Bangor report was in 2016 and it described a burning platform. We should have been 8 years into a 10-year programme of reform, but instead we've let it burn and burn. The Minister has mentioned that there has been clinical involvement in this document, in this consultation, and I believe there was a pre-consultation over the summer involving stakeholders. So I'd like to ask the Minister just to outline some of the feedback that was received from that and how that is fed into the document that will be given to the general public.
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question. All the Royal Colleges were involved, all the chief executives and the trusts were involved. Indeed, a couple of weeks ago, I was at the headquarters of the South Eastern Trust. I met all the chairs of all the arm's length bodies who were involved in delivering healthcare. So there has been extensive consideration given to this plan, and I think the big challenge that has been faced by, for example, people who represent the 5 geographic trusts is, what does it mean for me, what does it mean for my service? And I think one of the most important exchanges in terms of the feedback has been my sense that they need to collaborate and cooperate more deeply, and that they have to address the issue of productivity. So if you talk to the clinicians, they will tell you about the barriers that prevent them being more efficient and more productive. And then when you speak to the management, you maybe get a better sense from them of what they perceive to be the barriers to delivering that efficiency and productivity. And the one thing about healthcare that I discovered very early in my tenure was there are so many moving parts. So you can see one moving part and say, well, if we do something here, that's going to be really productive and positive. But then there'll be 3 or 4 other moving parts who say, well, if you do that there, you're going to have a negative impact on me. So those are the sort of conversations we have been having. Ultimately, I think I said this in my very first remarks in this chamber as Health Minister. Everybody wants reform, but everybody has a different idea of what reform should look like. And so as we go forward, I know people will object to this proposal or that proposal, but that is the value of the consultation. And I'm certainly happy to discuss offline with the member some more detail if he's interested in the feedback in specifics.
Members, I'm just going to remind all of you about long introductions and that long conclusions should not be used to replace long introductions. And can I call Cathy Mason?
Yes, Concordia. Thank the Minister for his statement. Can the Minister provide the details of what factors are going to be considered in the assessment of local hospital sustainability in meeting the future needs of our population?
Minister.
I thank the member for a question. If I understand you correctly, if you're talking about the local hospitals, as I'm saying, I think people are willing, by and large, 80% at least, are willing to travel for a procedure if they feel that they're going to somewhere that is a centre of excellence. I've said before, if your local hospital does the procedure you need once a week, but travelling a bit further, you can get to somewhere that does it 10 times a day, 5 days a week. You're more likely to want to go to that centre of excellence. But where the local hospitals come in would be the delivery of the aftercare, because I want aftercare wherever possible delivered as close to the home as possible. So that primarily would be where I would see a role. But it's delivering kind of day-to-day services, non-acute services. There's so much local hospitals can do. They should be in no doubt about their short-term future, their medium-term future.
Colin Buchanan.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the statement here today as well, and it is reassuring that none of the acute services are going to be closed during this and after this process. But can the Minister give us the assurance that each hospital will be utilised to their full potential? Not only the acute hospitals but also the local hospitals, as has been mentioned. Far too often when we see a change coming, we can see then gaps that are left, and that leaves the hospital not being utilised to its full potential, and that then creates problems for retention and recruitment of staff, even as we've seen in the South West Acute Hospital.
Minister.
Yes, I thank the member, and I can offer that guarantee. We need every square inch of our hospital estate. The next challenge is, having put hospitals into 4 tiers, is determining exactly what services are offered by which hospital. And I mean, that is a fairly significant piece of work, but I think if it's approached with logic, it shouldn't take that long to get to where we want to do. And I just assure the member, I want every hospital to do whatever it is doing to the best of its ability, and to be recognised as such by the community that use that facility.
Armstrong.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement today, and I look forward to working with him for the benefit of patients and staff from right across Fermanagh and South Tyrone. As he'll recall, I recently joined him on a visit to South West Acute Hospital, and I'm glad he was able to see at first hand the potential that it has. Therefore, and following on from the member's last comments, can the Minister give a commitment that today's framework would help in better utilising the capacity that exists within the hospital at SWA? Thank you.
Minister.
And I thank the member, and yes, I think SWA is a very good example of separating out emergency and elective care. I mean, it has become an elective care centre of excellence in Enniskillen, and I think that works really well, and I think it gives an assurance, particularly to the staff, to the healthcare workers who are based in the SWA, that they have a really sustainable future and a worthwhile role to play in delivering as part of this network of our Northern Ireland hospitals.
Flynn.
Collier, and thank the Minister for the statement. Just to go back to some of the questions from Colin and Nuala earlier, I know it's really hard to set specific definitive timelines at this stage, because obviously it's an early phase of the process. But when do you foresee, when we're actually getting down to proposals for reconfiguration going out to the public? The consultation closes in January 25. Do you foresee that happening in 2025? Are we talking 2026 or later than that?
I thank the member, and I understand the nature of the question. I think it's going to be a rolling programme. So, for example, as I indicated, officials in my department have been liaising with officials in the Department of Health and Social Care in London over the tobacco and vapes bill, and it is our intention that whatever legislation is brought in for England will apply here in Northern Ireland. I, for one, would love to see a smoke-free generation as soon as possible, and I think smoking is one of the social determinants of health inequalities, and I'm sure the member will join me in hoping we can tackle that. I've talked about minimum unit pricing. Now, we as a department have already consulted on that, so I am at the early stages of discussing with officials how we take that forward, and it's something actually I'm hoping to bring to the Health Committee, and I apologise I missed my slot last week due to illness. But I think that's something the committee and the department can work together on. So that's not going to have to wait until January and the end of this consultation. I want to go ahead with trying to see if we can get agreement on minimum unit pricing for alcohol. The breast cancer screening is something that officials have been told to press on urgently with. And I want as soon as possible to get to the point where every woman can go online and have control over her own appointment. If she wants the earliest available appointment, wherever that might be in Northern Ireland, she should be able to click a button and book herself in for that. If she would rather go local, and that means waiting a bit longer, that's her choice, and I want her to have that choice. So these things are part of a continuum. It's not like end of January and a whole series of initiatives come. I'm doing every one as quickly as I can.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Through the Alliance Party engagement with the sector, they're clear to us that the Royal Children's Hospital needs to be a regional hub and funded as such with proper commissioning of services. Can the Minister confirm that this is his intention going forward, so that it can be a centre of excellence for children across Northern Ireland, and if you've engaged with clinicians in the hospital, and if not, if you will do so? Thank you.
Minister.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, which hospital?
Children's Hospital.
The Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Whether it can be a centre of are you talking about the Royal Hospital for Sick Children?
Yeah.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't quite catch it.
is that okay? Thank you. The Royal Children's Hospital, and the clinicians are telling us that it needs to be a regional hub and funded as such, so it can be a centre of excellence for children across Northern Ireland. So just trying to ascertain if that's your intention, that it becomes that, if it will be funded accordingly and services commissioned.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry I missed you the first time. It's my understanding that in many ways it already is a regional hub, but certainly it would be my intention that would be the case going forward. There's certain services like PEG treatment, which I believe are only available to be conducted at the Royal.
Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, this is largely principles. There are lots of principles to commend, but one thing that isn't mentioned in this statement is cross-border context. Hospitals such as the South West Area Hospital are in a theoretical network. They're in a real-life network, which could include Sligo Hospital and Leitrim and Cavan. There is already a cross-border healthcare context. There is also an aspiration and a vision to maximise that. So what will you be doing to properly maximise the cross-border potential, for example, for services at Daisy Hill or Altnagelvin or SWA, to ensure that those services are best used by people on both sides of the border, but also that we maximise the possibilities of cross-border healthcare provision?
Sure.
The Leader of the Opposition, I think I've said in this House, I've certainly said the North-South Ministerial Council, and also in the North-South Ministerial Council sectoral forum, I have no political or ideological objection to cooperation with the Government of Ireland in terms of healthcare delivery. In fact, I think it makes an awful lot of sense. And indeed, if we go back, we can go back 15 years. The development of the breast cancer unit at Altnagelvin was based on a cross-border business model, and I think the SWA again was built on the basis of cooperation across the border. I've had two, to my mind, very useful meetings with my counterpart Stephen Donnelly, the Minister for Health in the Government of Ireland. We've talked about certain issues, including the need for a mother and baby unit. We've discussed pathology, paediatric pathology, and I think we're making great advances in those terms, because I know a lot of members have made clear in this House that it is far from ideal to ask parents to fly or transport themselves over to Alderhay in Liverpool. So I'm hoping that we will be able to offer an all-island solution on that. And there's another initiative which I won't mention at the moment, Deputy Speaker, which I'm very excited about, and Mr Donnelly, I think, equally sees the benefit of an all-Ireland approach in this area.
Sian Mulholland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. As someone who lives in and represents a rural constituency, I was glad to hear about the rural transport notion being picked up. But what other engagement will the Minister have with rural communities to make sure that their issues are heard fully and understood by the Department in this transformation?
Sure.
Well, as I said, the consultation I've had so far has been with the Ministers of Agriculture and of Infrastructure, and officials have gone away to look at community transport and how we might provide transport for people who do not have ready access for it. I mean, if she's asking me, do I have plans to go out personally and consult in rural areas at the moment, that is not actually the case. But I do encourage members to encourage people, particularly in rural communities, to respond to this consultation, because I want to know what their concerns are. Because it's all very well saying 80% of people have said they're willing to travel for a procedure, but that means 20% haven't responded that positively. I think actually in that survey it was 16% said they weren't particularly keen on that sort of concept. So if we're going to deliver a health service for all, which is our obligation, we need to understand why that 16% are not buying into the concept. And I'm more than willing to engage with the member in terms of how we might consult in the way that she might intend.
Paula Bradshaw.
And thank you, Minister, for your statement, and I would very much concur with some of the frustration in this chamber today. I think that we would have appreciated a wee bit more substance, and it was my understanding that the co-chaired work streams looking at the 4 types of hospitals were trying to look at defining what was going where. But my question picks up on my colleague Sian Mulholland there. You talked about the 80% of people who are willing to travel for elective care. We do know that there will still be reservations for people with suspected stroke or heart failure, and I'm just wondering, are you going to take forward a communication strategy to look at where there are serious concerns around the time for travel? Thank you.
Mr.
Well, I thank the member. I'll acknowledge her frustration, but I would suggest gently you might be more frustrated if I hadn't brought the statement to the House today. In terms of people having to travel, particularly for emergency, the concept that I'm working to is that no Type 1 emergency department is going away. They're still going to be there, and I think the principle is stabilising a patient as soon as possible, and then getting them to the best place for the procedure is the way to go, with the aftercare, as I've said, delivered as close to home as possible.
Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement. There's a section on patient travel included in the draft framework setting out supports available for the public. Now, the Minister's predecessor had committed to a review of the hospital travel cost scheme, a review that seems to have ended up on the shelf in the absence of ministers. I'd raised the particular problem that it makes no provision for the parents or families of sick children making long and frequent journeys whose suffering and stress is compounded by financial hardship. Can the Minister update us on the review of the hospital travel cost scheme?
I thank the member. I can only tell the member that it is under review, and I would encourage the member to respond to this consultation by making that very important and valid point.
Gaston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House today. Minister, over the years, the Causeway Hospital has seen a gradual running down of its services. It lost its maternity unit to Antrim and is currently in the midst of a consultation of future general surgery at the site. There are lots of fine words in your statement today, but what my constituents in the north end of Northampton really want to know is, will your proposals result in the removal of any of these cuts to date, and can you take this opportunity to spell out what your future plans are for the Causeway Hospital?
Minister.
I thank the member. The Causeway will remain a key element in the hospital network in Northern Ireland. Separating out emergency surgery from elective or planned surgery, as I have said on a number of occasions, makes great sense for the people who access hospitals. So I think the member should have no fear about the future of the Causeway Hospital. I find a huge positive energy when I visited it a few weeks ago, huge positive energy amongst the staff and a great appetite for going forward together. If you're going to reform health service delivery, you're going to have to make changes. And I understand, as I've said, that for many people, the National Health Service, health and social care here, is not just personal, it's deeply, deeply local. It's your local GP surgery, it's your local hospital. I'm as guilty as that as anybody, but we have to think a bit more broadly if we're going to be more productive, more efficient, and deliver those better outcomes.
Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for a statement in the House today. Can he give an assurance that Action Point 5 is not a case of his department putting a proverbial gun to the head of the population of the Causeway region, that unless they accept the removal of emergency general surgery at Causeway Hospital, that only then it will be designated as an elective hub?
I thank the member for the question. I would encourage him to speak to the clinicians I spoke to, both in Causeway and Antrim Area Hospital, about the future.
Okay, members, that concludes the questions on the statement. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Justice Bill. I call the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to bring my Justice Bill before the Assembly today. Upon my reappointment as Minister of Justice in February 2024...
Minister, to move the bill.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. Members, second stage of the Justice Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister of Justice to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm pleased to do this a second time. I'm pleased to bring the Justice Bill to the Assembly today. On my reappointment as Justice Minister in February 2024, I agreed my legislative programme to continue reform of our justice system into a better system for everyone concerned. That includes this General Justice Bill, a Sentencing Bill and a Victims Bill. This mixed content Justice Bill before the Assembly today is another step forward in that reform programme, and I'm committed to improving the operation and effectiveness of the justice system through this wide-ranging piece of legislation. The bill itself consists of 34 clauses over 5 parts and has 4 key principles. The first is to amend the retention periods for biometric material. The second, to make changes to bail and custody arrangements for children and young people. And the third is to improve services for victims and witnesses. And then finally, the fourth is to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of aspects of the justice system. Part 1 of the bill creates a new framework for the retention and destruction of DNA and fingerprints in Northern Ireland. Article 64 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Northern Ireland Order 1989, known as PACE, is the current legislation in Northern Ireland governing this. It provides that the PSNI may retain the DNA and fingerprints of an individual who has been arrested for a recordable offence indefinitely, irrespective of whether they were convicted or not. The current legislation has been found in 2 separate judgments of the European Court of Human Rights to be in contravention of Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights. The first judgment dates back to December 2008, Marper v UK, whilst the latest judgment was delivered in February 2020, Cochrane v UK. The Criminal Justice Act Northern Ireland 2013 was passed by this House on the 25th of April 2013 in response to the Marper judgment. However, it was not possible to commence those provisions due to the need to preserve biometric material that may be required for future legacy investigations. The Cochrane judgment has since resulted in elements of the 2013 Act being assessed as not being compliant with the European Convention on Human Rights. Therefore, it is necessary to revisit the legislation and bring forward amended proposals for consideration by this Assembly. Part 1 of the Justice Bill will amend the current law by removing indefinite retention and introducing maximum retention periods for biometric material taken in Northern Ireland. The retention period will be dependent on a number of different factors, including the seriousness of the offence, the age of an individual's criminal history and the disposal given. In general, if the individual is not convicted, their material will not be retained. The bill will also introduce a regulation-making power that will require the Chief Constable to carry out a meaningful review of long-term retained biometric material. The review process will include an independent complaints process. The bill also contains provision for the appointment of a new Northern Ireland Commissioner for the retention of biometric material. This will provide important independent oversight of the operation of the new retention framework and review process. The Commissioner will also have responsibility for keeping under review emerging biometric technologies that are being used or may be used by the PSNI. I believe that this is a balanced and proportionate approach. It responds to the European Court's rulings and protects the individual's right to privacy. It also recognises the public interest in enabling the police to make effective use of biometric data in protecting the public and the prevention and detection of crime. Members will appreciate that this is a complex area. During the recent drafting process, my officials identified some amendments and additions that are needed to improve greater clarity and ensure the effective operation of the provisions that I intend to then bring forward at consideration stage. Members will of course be aware that this was originally drafted some time ago because it was for inclusion in a mixed content bill in the last mandate, and therefore it is through the revision of those particular items of legislation that we have found further room for improvement. Part 2 of the bill contains provisions to amend existing legislation covering bail, remand and custody for children in order to enhance compliance with Article 37 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. The provisions ensure compliance by strengthening the existing presumption of bail for children, introducing unconditional bail as standard, and a requirement that any conditions applied should be proportionate and necessary. It introduces specific conditions which must be met before a child can be remanded into custody, and underpins the current administrative arrangements which exist around separation of children and adults in custodial settings. Underpinning those current administrative arrangements will be achieved through the replacing of 2 existing youth-specific custodial orders, which are also location-specific, with a new youth custody and supervision order. The provisions also set out in statute that, where a court remands or commits a child to custody, the child must be detained in a child-appropriate location, that is a juvenile justice centre. The amendments to PACE in clauses 20 and 21 of this bill will enable video conferencing technology, referred to as live links, to be used for a number of custody functions. These functions include the extension of detention by both police and the courts and police interviews with the suspect. Additionally, the provisions make some minor amendments within PACE to replace any references to video conferencing with live link, thus ensuring the continuity of terminology throughout PACE legislation. The provisions are part of the Department's digital strategy, and we're keen to facilitate the use of live links in as wide a range of circumstances as is appropriate. Live links are already being used in courts for a wide range of functions, including preliminary hearings, certain sentencing and appeal hearings, and for the giving of evidence by vulnerable witnesses, defendants and appellants. The prisons and court also regularly use live links for remand hearings. Operationally, the introduction of live links for police detention and interviews will mean that they can be dealt with more swiftly. This will result in a more efficient use of police resources. The use of live links could also potentially result in efficiencies in travel and escort costs. All of the proposed functions in relation to the use of live links are already available to police forces in England and Wales by virtue of the Policing and Crime Act 2017. I am keen to facilitate similar arrangements in Northern Ireland, not only for the reasons I have already outlined, but also to avoid putting the PSNI at any disadvantage compared with their UK counterparts. Part 4 of the bill has 5 components that share a common focus on the administration of justice. The first of these provisions, at Clause 22, seeks to amend the Police Northern Ireland Act 2000 to provide the Northern Ireland Policing Board with the power to delegate certain matters to board officials in response to the judgment in the case of McKee and others versus the Charity Commission of Northern Ireland. These include a number of decision-making roles on matters such as pensions forfeiture, ill health retirement, injury on duty and other miscellaneous benefits. This arrangement is necessary for practical reasons, given the volume of casework involved and the number of decisions required to be made in a timely manner. Clause 23 then seeks to remove Section 29 of the Police Northern Ireland Act 2000, which currently requires the Comptroller and Auditor General to audit the Policing Board's performance plan and performance review. The amendment is being made following a recommendation by the former Comptroller and Auditor General, and would bring the position in Northern Ireland into line with that in England and Wales. However, the provisions of Section 30 of the Act would remain in place should an examination of the Board's compliance with Section 28 ever be required. The next 3 clauses of the bill all deal with criminal proceedings, and the first of these provisions, at Clause 24, makes an amendment to existing legislation relating to conspiracy to commit offences outside Northern Ireland. The amendment corrects an error in the previous provisions to provide that the consent of the Advocate General for Northern Ireland is required when instituting criminal proceedings in Northern Ireland as intended. Clause 25 then amends Section 7 of the Domestic Violence, Crime and Victims Act 2004 to provide that a judge can enter a no bill on a charge such as murder or manslaughter only if the judge also enters a no bill on the related charge under Section 5 of the same Act, which relates to causing or allowing a child or vulnerable adult to die. This provision closes a gap in the law that, if not addressed, could see defendants not have to face criminal proceedings in relation to that charge, even where the judge is not satisfied that the related Section 5 offence, i.e. the lesser offence, should also be no-billed. The final provision in this section of the bill is Clause 25, which deals with registered intermediaries. Registered intermediaries are communication specialists who assist vulnerable persons with communication difficulties to give evidence during the police investigation and at court. The extension of powers relating to the use of registered intermediaries will ensure there is provision not only for the giving of evidence at Magistrates' Court and Crown Court, which is currently provided for in the Criminal Evidence Northern Ireland Order 1999, but also where there is an appeal from these court tiers to the County Court or the Court of Appeal. This will provide vulnerable defendants with communication difficulties with the assistance they need to participate effectively in appeal proceedings as witnesses giving oral evidence in court. Clauses 28 and 27 of the bill deal with legal aid matters. Clause 27 is a technical amendment to Schedule 11 of the Land Registration Act Northern Ireland 1970 to include legal aid legislation. Schedule 11 allows for the registration of statutory charges in the Statutory Charge Register, and also the proposed amendment would allow the Legal Services Agency, which administers legal aid in Northern Ireland, to register such charges created by the legal aid legislation in the Statutory Charges Register. The purpose of the statutory charge is to ensure that legally aided persons contribute towards the cost of funding their cases insofar as they are able. It provides the Legal Services Agency with revenue which the agency is allowed to keep and use for the funding of future cases. The person who receives legal aid, known as the assisted person, can become liable for the statutory charge should they gain money or property that they did not own before, or they keep money or property that someone had tried to take from them. Clause 28 is an amendment to the Judicature Northern Ireland Act 1978 to reinforce that where a basis for determination of payment for legal aid work has been set out in a remuneration order made under the Access to Justice Northern Ireland Order 2003, the taxation process is not available as an alternative basis for that determination. This amendment will allow for the reform of taxation of legal aid costs, the basic principle being that if the department is paying, then the department determines the amount. The penultimate provision of the bill at Clause 29 are concerned with criminal record certificates and the disclosure of spent convictions or other disposal information of a person aged under 18. The provisions at Clause 29 extend the powers of the independent reviewer of criminal record certificates under Schedule 8A of the Police Act 1997, to extend the scope of automatic review by the independent reviewer, to review criminal record information to be disclosed on all criminal record certificates or enhanced criminal record certificates issued under the 1997 Act, where that information relates to any other disposal awarded to a person when they were under 18 years of age. The provisions are required to comply with a ruling made by the UK Supreme Court in January 2019, which determined that blanket disclosure of such offences was a category error and as such an error of principle. Clause 29 therefore ensures the Department continues to operate lawfully in that regard. Finally, in terms of provision of the bill as drafted for introduction, Clause 30 ensures that the exercise of court security officer powers may be extended to other buildings to be specified in regulations. These must be buildings owned or occupied by the Department, where a judicial officer or person exercising judicial or quasi-judicial functions sits, and the provisions of this clause will ensure that these premises are afforded the same security as those premises that make up the main courts and tribunals' estates. Mr Speaker, that concludes my remarks covering the substantive policy content of the bill at introduction. However, with your indulgence, I want to take this opportunity to provide members with a short overview of a discrete number of policy areas where I intend to bring forward legislative provisions for inclusion in the bill where drafting was not able to be completed before introduction. They include the following. Firstly, provisions to transfer the powers and functions contained in Section 43 of the Justice and Security Northern Ireland Act 2007 from the Secretary of State to the Department of Justice in order to restart the accreditation process for organisations wishing to deliver restorative justice. Second is provisions to amend rehabilitation periods in the Rehabilitation of Offenders Northern Ireland Order 1978 to both shorten existing rehabilitation periods for convictions that are already capable of becoming spent and to allow more convictions to be able to become spent. It had been hoped that this would be able to be taken forward via regulation. However, that has not been possible, which is why the drafting is underway for primary legislation in that regard. Provisions to facilitate the wider use of live links provisions within courts and tribunals, thereby allowing the cessation of reliance upon similar provisions in the Coronavirus Act 2020, which I think all members would welcome. Next, the provisions to repeal old and outdated vagrancy legislation under the Vagrancy Act 1824 and the Vagrancy Ireland Act 1847. Next are provisions to streamline arrangements for the maintenance and ease of understanding of the existing list of over 1,200 sexual and violent offences that cannot be filtered from disclosure certificates by Access NI. They are currently housed in a number of different pieces of legislation. It is incredibly complex and we believe open to particular error, and therefore we are keen to streamline those arrangements for clarity and transparency reasons. And finally, we hope to bring forward provisions to tackle those who participate in or direct serious organised crime a long overdue provision recommended by the Independent Reporting Commission to assist the PSNI and the criminal justice system in responding to organised crime. With respect to the amendments, it is my commitment to the committee that we will share the draft amendments with the committee at the earliest possible juncture and not wait until a consideration stage. However, given the shortened mandate and the discrete nature of the provisions of this bill in terms of the different sections, I feel that proceeding with introduction at this time, as described, affords the committee and this House the maximum opportunity for scrutiny without jeopardising progress and the rest of the legislative programme for this mandate. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, this is a bill that, though very technical and dry in nature, will strengthen and improve the operation of our justice system. I'm conscious that this, my first bill of the Assembly mandate, is significant in scope and will cover a broad range of policy areas, some of which are complex and technical in nature, but all of which make an important contribution to the modernisation of justice. In practice, there is a degree of interaction between the aims and provisions of the bill that will often advance more than one of its core aims, and so I look forward to working with the Justice Committee and with Assembly colleagues to ensure the provisions of this bill are enacted within this mandate. Mr Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Minister, thank you for opening the debate on the second stage of the bill. I now call on the chairperson of the Justice Committee, Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As Chairman of the Justice Committee, I welcome the opportunity to speak in this second stage debate and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. From the outset, I wish to state that the Committee and I look forward to scrutinising the bill and working with key stakeholders and departmental officials in so doing, should it pass second stage today. There is little point in my repeating what the Minister has just said and outlining the content of the bill. Obviously, it will be referred to the committee should it pass its second stage, and that is when the committee's scrutiny will begin in earnest. However, we have already been proactive in preparing for that scrutiny to take place. At our meeting on the 19th of September, we received an excellent and comprehensive briefing from the Assembly's Research and Information Service, which covered all the main parts of the bill. That paper has now been published on the committee's web pages, and I would encourage anyone with an interest in the bill to read that document. On Part 1, biometric data, retention, etc., we were informed about the existing legal framework in Northern Ireland in this area. We were also told about how the public interest in collecting and retaining biometric materials needs to be balanced alongside individual citizens' rights, with particular reference to Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights regarding the right to respect private and family life. The number of different databases across the United Kingdom that hold biometric data and the different retention regimes currently in operation were also outlined to us. There is no doubt whatsoever that this is a highly complex area, especially given the rapid changes in biometric technology, and it was highlighted to us how important it will be to ensure that the bill is future-proofed in that regard. On Part 2, which relates to bail and custody for children, we were directed to the Department's Strategic Framework for Youth Justice 2022 to 2027, and the importance of ensuring that the proposed legislative changes align with that framework. The need to consider how aspects of this part of the bill will be supported by statutory partners, particularly with regard to appropriate accommodation for children upon being granted bail, was highlighted to us. This is a key consideration and reflects a wider need for cross-departmental working. For Part 3, which relates to the use of live links in police interviews and detention, we were given some useful suggestions for areas to consider. For example, how important it is to achieve the appropriate balance between the efficient use of resources on the one hand and the rights of detained persons on the other, as well as the potential need for new arrangements to be monitored, which may well take the form of a review. Part 4 of the bill covers a range of areas from functions relating to the police, to criminal proceedings, legal aid, criminal record certificates and court security. Many of the provisions in this part aim to amend other legislation, something I will return to later in my speech. And again, it is clear, even from an initial reading of these provisions, just how complex a lot of these issues are. I want to put on record the Committee's gratitude for the work produced by the Assembly Research so far on this bill. It has certainly provided committee members with a solid foundation on which to build when conducting our scrutiny. Mr Deputy Speaker, my remarks thus far have reflected the positive approach the Committee has already demonstrated in conducting its scrutiny role, and I reassure the House that it will continue to do so. However, I do now need to draw attention to some less than positive aspects of this process which the Committee has been considering. Back in March, we considered a proposal for a statutory rule, the purpose of which was to allow courts and statutory tribunals to continue to receive evidence wholly or in part through the use of audio or video links using the powers in the Coronavirus Act 2020. The Committee asked for more detail, particularly regarding the appropriateness of the continued use of the powers in the Coronavirus Act and whether there were any plans to place such measures on a permanent statutory footing. Departmental officials advised the Committee that it was indeed the Minister's intention to include permanent provision for the use of live links in the first Justice Bill of this mandate. However, they also said that the intention was to add those provisions by way of amendment at consideration stage, as opposed to them being included in the bill as introduced. To say that Committee members were shocked at this revelation would be something of an understatement. Members immediately expressed their concern at this suggestion, noting its potential implications for effective scrutiny. At its meeting of the 14th of March, the Committee considered correspondence from the Department stating that 4 substantive new areas were to be added to the bill by way of amendment at consideration stage. In addition to provisions regarding live links, as just mentioned, the amending provisions would include proposals to repeal vagrancy legislation and new offences of directing and participating in serious organised crime. Mr Deputy Speaker, the substantive nature of these provisions is evident without further explanation. Departmental officials have since advised the Committee that they will provide the text of the provisions as and when they are ready. However, as I'm sure the House will agree, this way of scrutinising legislation is far from ideal. At its meeting on the 11th of April, the Committee agreed to write to the Department to raise, and I quote, its grave concerns, to ask the Department to note the Committee's view that the bill should contain all the clauses at introduction, and yet still emphasise that the Committee wished to work collaboratively with the Minister and the Department to support the effective development and scrutiny of the legislation. I would reiterate, our desire to do so as a Committee has not changed. Unfortunately, that was not the end of the matter. Not only was the bill introduced without the inclusion of the aforementioned provisions, but the Committee has since been made aware that there are in fact 6 areas which the Minister plans to introduce by way of amendments at consideration stage. These also include amending rehabilitation periods to shorten existing periods and to allow more convictions to be able to become spent. Again, I emphasise that these are not insignificant provisions. It is the Committee's view that this is, to say the least, far from ideal, especially so in the context of the recent High Court judgment regarding the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Act Northern Ireland 2022, details with which the House will be familiar. This approach is deeply concerning. The Committee received a briefing from I will give way.
I thank the Committee Chair for giving way. Would she accept that actually the reference that she makes to the Sexual Offences and Human Trafficking Act, that those provisions were actually on the face of the bill as introduced, so the relationship between that and an amendment is actually irrelevant?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I hear what the Minister is saying, but I'll address her point as I come to them in my remarks, and I will address the point because my very next paragraph indicates that evidence that was brought to the court was not brought before the Committee, and I'll come to that now. The Committee received a briefing from departmental officials on the content and principles of the bill at its meeting last Thursday. At this point, I want to put on record the Committee's gratitude to the officials for their candour, patience and explanations. They were clearly experts in their respective areas of responsibility and gave us considerable time to ask questions. During this meeting, however, we were informed that a mere 9 calendar days after the introduction of the bill, the need for an amendment to the biometric part of the bill has already been identified. Although we were assured that the said amendment is not a change to the policy, it did not fill the Committee with confidence that the bill was actually ready to be introduced when it was. I will give way.
Chairperson for giving way. Would she agree with me that, sort of slightly contradictory to the intervention that we just heard from the Minister, the previous experience with the legislation and what has happened subsequently in the court, and indeed another instance which I've been made aware of for the Sexual Offences Bill, Act does prove that this really needs to be scrutinised, because there really were clear unintended consequences, and the department really needs to take those seriously, and there has to be complete confidence that this bill is being scrutinised properly. I'm sure her committee will do that.
I thank the Leader for the Opposition for his intervention. I have no doubt that at the time of the provisions being brought, the Minister, the committee and all concerned were genuine in their intent. However, there were outworkings, and we must take account of the learning and proceed in accordance with the learning, and try to ensure that what emerges from our stages and our scrutiny is the best that can be done. And that is our endeavour, and I will commit to that, and I trust that the Minister understands that when we're coming at this from this perspective, it is from a positive and constructive intent. If you just bear with me a second, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to make sure that I don't miss any points that need to be made on behalf of the committee. As I said, the committee questioned the officials on a number of issues around the bill during this meeting. This was the meeting of last week. We asked about how the provisions will be delivered primarily within existing resources, as stated in the explanatory and financial memorandum, given the extremely challenging budget settlement the Department has received. We raised some concerns about the level of consultation that has taken place on some of the provisions, especially the consultation on DNA and biometric data that lasted for only 8 weeks and was conducted during the initial summer months of the pandemic. We covered human rights compliance. We raised a concern regarding the Henry VIII powers in Clause 31, and we covered a significant number of other issues. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I referred earlier in my speech to the recent High Court judgment regarding the Justice Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Act Northern Ireland 2022, and this is the key point to which the Minister spoke earlier. One aspect of that judgment that I do wish to draw to the attention of the House was that Justice Humphreys noted that the rationale given in evidence for certain decisions regarding the provisions in question, while given to the Court, did not feature in any of the materials presented to the Committee or the Assembly. And that is significant. I mention that now because at last Thursday's committee meeting, the committee requested that officials provide further information and papers on a number of matters. These included a delegated powers memorandum and a Keeling schedule, given the considerable number of provisions in this bill which are contextualised via or amending other legislation. It is felt that the latter document in particular will be necessary in enabling the committee to conduct its scrutiny effectively, particularly given the extensive amending provisions in this bill, and I trust that the Minister will be supportive of the committee's request for such information. I want to finish this part of my speech on a positive note. As I stated at the beginning, the committee has been proactive in preparing to scrutinise this bill. In addition to the actions that I outlined, the committee has commissioned RAISE's Public Finance Scrutiny Unit to conduct research into the financial aspects of the bill, the Examiner of Statutory Rules to scrutinise the bill's delegated powers, and Assembly Legal Services to provide legal advice to support the committee's scrutiny, particularly in relation to compliance with convention rights. The committee wants to work collaboratively with the Minister and the Department throughout the passage of this bill to ensure that it emerges from the process as an effective, clear and coherent addition to the statute book that improves the administration of justice for all, and so we would urge the Department to produce the proposed amendments at the earliest opportunity. Now speaking in my capacity as an individual MLA. My party shares the committee's concerns around the extensive provisions to be brought at the amending stage. In practice, it makes the committee's work extremely difficult, particularly in the area of calling for evidence and hearing from witnesses. As you will appreciate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an outline of a policy is one thing, but the text can be quite another, and scrutiny of the actual wording is realistically the only proper, conscientious and effective way to proceed. To bring such amendments at consideration stage is an unusual practice at best, and moreover a risky one, on the basis that there is no guarantee such amendments will be selected for debate. The fact is, it's bad procedurally, it's bad for scrutiny, and it's unnecessary. And were other ministers to do likewise, I have no doubt the ministers' MLAs would be howling about it, and they'd be right. As a committee, we had implored the Minister to hold the bill until the amendments were ready, and to include them as a full bill at introduction. At that time, She had indicated they'd be ready by the autumn, but now we're told it'll be the end of the calendar year, as I've stated earlier. And officials are even now, 2 weeks later, already amending the original provisions on top of all the additions. Doubtless, because we've had these conversations, the Minister will argue that predecessor committees have accepted such processes. She will state that this is not unusual and has been custom and practice with the Justice Committee. And that may well be so, but that was not this committee, and it was pre-judgment. I need not remind the House of the scathing judgment which impacted the Minister, her department, the committee itself and this House. We are determined, as I have said, to learn those lessons. Just because it has been done doesn't mean it should be done. Of course, we understand that things arise urgently and the departments need to address them. But no matter what way you cut this, 6 policy areas don't arise and shouldn't arise like this. We're not unreasonable. I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way. I just want to highlight again that we would have been in a different position had we not had 2 years of political impasse in this place, and that the Minister and her departmental officials would have been able to progress this in slower time. And so I think it should be welcome today that she's bringing this forward, having had 2 years of sitting around waiting for other parties to get their act together. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I understand exactly why the member makes the point. However, what she mistakes is that in the interim period of the hiatus, officials were still working up the proposals and had additional time because they didn't have other duties to consider. I will give way.
It's incorrect to say that officials, in the absence of an assembly, were able to continue to work on proposals. They could work on some proposals, but as with all bills, they require ministerial direction on those matters that are politically sensitive, and therefore it was not possible to draft the legislation directions without a minister present. And the myth that the 2 years wasted has no impact on this mandate needs to be debunked.
Deputy Speaker, nobody indicated the 2 years lost didn't have an impact. Nobody indicated that. That's not the point. The member raised an issue and I addressed it, and frankly, there is still no valid reason why those amendments could not have been brought and why the bill couldn't have been held. Now, we will do our due diligence, but I wish to continue with my remarks. I'm really eager to proceed, but carry on.
Thank you. Does the member not accept with me that this isn't particularly a novel or new approach to how we deal with these type of bills, and we have dealt with this before? I certainly have had that experience in the Justice Committee before and have dealt with it in this way before. There are members who might be new to the committee and maybe feel that they can't just cope with all of that's been brought in front of them, but I hope that they will do. We've got excellent officials both in the committee and in the department who will bring forward these issues for us as we progress our way through it. When it comes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to how we will call for evidence in all of this, we know the policy areas that are to be covered, and much of it is specialist areas where those that are coming forward to bring evidence know fully the background to the issues that are being dealt with, even those areas that are not fully fleshed out at this point in time. I think the committee is perhaps over-egging the pudding today in terms of just exactly...
I'm going to can we proceed with the debate then and remind people that interventions should be brief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think the member has been somewhat pejorative there when he cites that members who haven't considered bills before are perhaps overwhelmed. That is not the case. We look forward to scrutinising this bill. Our concern is that it's done in the right way and in the best way. And we know that it has happened in predecessor committees, and I've already pointed that out had the member been listening. But that's not to say because it's been done before, it's the right way. 6 significant areas of policy being brought at this consideration stage is not a good way to proceed. And nobody can deny that. And likewise, if it were a different minister, I do not consider that the member would be taking the stance that he is now, although I appreciate he has a duty to do on the committee in that sense. Moreover, the member also cited in his intervention the issue around we have policy direction. Yes, we do. But again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the course of my remarks, I mentioned the fact that text and direction are very different things. And we raise this issue because it's a matter for the House. The member may consider it's being over-egged, but one of those issues I was raising for the committee. Now I'm speaking in the context of the lead on this, in this policy area for the Democratic Unionist Party. I would like to proceed if that's okay. Thank you. Again, as I said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, or as I was trying to say, of course we understand that things arise urgently and the Department needs to address them. But no matter which way you cut this, 6 policy areas don't arise and shouldn't arise like this. And the point that I was coming to was this. We're not unreasonable. We know that there are issues which must be legislated for as an emergency at consideration stage. We're well aware that sometimes the departments may involuntarily find themselves in breach, and so loopholes and lacunas must be addressed urgently. However, that's a far cry from bringing an additional 6 policy areas by way of amendment, when actually some of these could have formed standalone bills in and of themselves, and where numerous of said policy areas are technical, in the Minister's own words, complex, and some involve taking people's liberty for a lengthy period. I do not intend to comment further or in any detail on the policy areas which are yet to come, as the wording will be key, and to do so at this stage would be mere speculation. We welcome the commitment from the Minister and officials to bring the amendments as soon as they each become ready, and they have given us an approximate timeline, but stated we should not expect to have everything until the end of the year. We will await the text with anticipation. Regarding the financial aspects of the explanatory and financial memorandum, they are notably scant, offering little detail, and when we probed at this juncture, we were repeatedly advised that as work was ongoing, it would be imprudent to outline further details, and in some cases we were advised that business cases would follow subsequently. Importantly, the EMF indicates that the provisions will be paid for from existing resources. However, given the existing pressures within the Department, and noting that the Department has advised the Minister of Finance that it may have to consider cuts in provision of service, then the ability to absorb further cuts as these issues are implemented remains to be seen, and we will wish to examine this area further as the bill progresses. It would also be helpful to know whether the Minister envisages that the additional provisions due to follow can be paid for from existing resources, or indeed if she will commit to publishing a revised EMF going forward. Again, all of the issues around costs must be probed further. In previous bills, finance did not necessarily follow function, and the relevant bodies had to absorb the cost of implementation. Given their financial state at present, it is possible, if not likely, that those organisations are at saturation point and can absorb nothing further. Notable additional costs are likely to include the proposed Commissioner for Biometrics and police software systems for same, and likely some of these will form bids in the future. I do note, however, that officials indicated they have submitted a more detailed financial paper to raise for the committee's perusal, but we have not had sight of that yet. We will give due consideration to the financials as we explore the relevant policy areas. In some areas of the bill, the proposals are extremely broad, with us being asked to legislate with regulations to follow or provisions that will not immediately be commenced. There are references to case-by-case bases, which leave questions around consistency. I confess to being slightly ill at ease with some of this until it's explored further. There's also a Henry VIII clause. Departmental officials indicated that was included for housekeeping purposes going forward, and while that might be the intent now, once it's in statute, the reassurances will potentially matter little should the powers be invoked in the years down the line. On this, we will await comment from the Examiner's statutory rules. Let me turn briefly to each of the constituent parts. In terms of the biometric aspects of the bill, these are somewhat technical, certainly complex, and have significant bearing on law enforcement's ability to detect and convict. They are a motive for many and will require extensive consideration and careful handling. We in the Democratic Unionist Party are extremely conscious of both sides of this coin: fundamental personal freedoms and rights, including the right to privacy, and the need to balance these with public protection, the public interest, and the right of victims to seek and secure justice. We are strong advocates of innocence until guilt is proven and of a fair and impartial justice system for defendants. Nevertheless, we also know the lasting impact and damage of crime, and so we also view proposals through the prism of victims, complainants and their needs. Hence, the timelines involved here, along with the rights and practical outworkings of all these proposals, including the role of the Commissioner, will need to be considered further and in great detail. We certainly do not want to get to a situation where unidentified biometric data is deleted, only for it to be later proven that emerging technology was capable of connecting that data and persons to serious crimes against persons and property. That would be an abdication of the state's obligations to innocent victims. We'll want to scope these matters out and ensure we have a comprehensive understanding, as well as being certain that the proposed way forward is indeed the best way forward. In Part 2, Children's Bail and Custody, we note the move from the presumption of bail for children to a statutory right. Our criminal justice system already treats children and young people differently from adults in a range of respects, and many of the proposals included in Part 2 of the bill flow naturally from that. In general, we are conscious that all efforts must be made to afford children the opportunity to change direction and not become trapped in a revolving door to the justice system and custody for the rest of their lives. We welcome the introduction of new youth custody and supervision orders. These are preferable to multiple orders, which can be difficult and arduous to manage for all concerned, and we want to probe further the alternative options for 10 to 13-year-olds to gain a holistic picture. Do you need to interrupt me, Mr. Deputy Speaker?
Yeah, I do. Perhaps the member could indicate if she's about to wind or whether she needs a couple of moments after suspension also. Happy to finish. Continue after suspension, yeah. Okay. Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The debate will continue following question time, when the first member to be called will be Joanne Bunting. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. We'll start with listed questions. I call Mark Durkin.
Question 1.
Minister.
The River Foyle, as part of the wider Foyle catchment, is subject to the same routine monitoring and assessment of water quality as all other water bodies in Northern Ireland. Reports of pollution are investigated by both the NEA and the Lochs Agency, with enforcement action undertaken in line with existing policy. The recently approved Environmental Improvement Plan lays out my commitment to improving water quality in Northern Ireland. This draft plan contains a requirement to publish a third cycle river basin management plan for the period 2021 to 2027, take an integrated approach to the protection, improvement and sustainable use of the water environment. The River Basin Management Plan will contain a programme of measures setting out the actions required to protect and improve all water bodies, and will require collective action across government, the public and private sectors and wider society. Although I have had a number of conversations between myself and Infrastructure Minister John O'Dowd, I have not yet met the Minister on this specific issue. As the member will appreciate, there are many areas of concerns in Northern Ireland with regards to water quality and sewage pollution.
Mr Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Also welcome progress of the Minister's Environmental Improvement Plan. Is the Minister aware of how many occasions, or if there are any occasions, where Northern Ireland Water have been prosecuted or fined for the discharge of untreated sewage into the River Foyle, or any watercourse for that matter?
Minister.
Thank the member for his questions. First of all, in terms of the Environmental Improvement Plan, I'm glad that we've got that agreed and it's been published. I run marathons, so sometimes getting things through the executive is a bit more difficult than completing the marathon, but what you do is you train harder and you succeed, and I'm glad that we got it approved. In terms of prosecutions of Northern Ireland Water, as you know that they do occur, but we also have the SORPI regime associated with that, and I'm on the record in relation to the fact that that is not fit for purpose. If the member wants statistics in terms of previous prosecutions by Northern Ireland Environment Agency against Northern Ireland Water, I'm happy to address that in writing or through Assembly questions.
And thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, there's obviously a huge amount of damage in sewage which has been put under the stretch of the River Foyle in particular. So I'm really concerned about the biodiversity impacts of that, but particularly the health risks that potentially poses as well. Has your department done any inquiries as to what the risk of that is and the scale of that risk as well?
Minister.
I'm very aware of the impact of sewage pollution upon our rivers, lakes and lochs in Northern Ireland. I don't think it's acceptable for us to be pumping sewage into those water bodies. It needs to be addressed because it has an impact upon our environment. That's why I continue to support John O'Dowd in terms of his call for investment in wastewater infrastructure. But we can't continue this situation because it's damaging our environment. It's also holding back economic development and house building. In terms of the Lough Foyle and the impact upon that, I'm very aware of the concerns around this. I am assured from public health in terms of the safety of drinking water around this, but let's be clear, the impact upon our environment is severe, not just in the area that you represent, but across Northern Ireland.
Gosson.
Minister, there has been a lot of focus on the farming community when it comes to water pollution in our system. But isn't it the truth that whether it's Lough Foyle, Lough Neagh or any other waterways in Northern Ireland, the executive needs to get its own house in order before pointing the blame at farmers, particularly the Department of Infrastructure and Northern Ireland Water?
Minister.
So I've been consistently on the record that I'm not into blame game because I don't think that gets us absolutely anywhere. I'm also on the record in terms of the statistics around the causations of poor water quality, and about a quarter of that is due to wastewater infrastructure, and we need to do a lot more in relation to that because whilst farmers are playing the part, Northern Ireland Water needs to step up to the game.
Colin Gilbert.
Question 2, please, Minister.
Minister.
I would like to reassure you that my department continues to invest in and support our rural communities through a range of initiatives, including the Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation programme. Through TRIPSI, my department has invested £54.58 million across a range of initiatives aimed at tackling these issues in rural areas since 2016. This includes the Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme, which launched recently. Grants of £1.5 million have been made to over 900 voluntary and community organisations. In addition, I was pleased to renew our support for rural support. The charity has recently been awarded a 3-year funding contract. Looking ahead, as the TRIPSI framework has been in place for over 8 years, my department commissioned an independent review which is examining how effectively it has been implemented. The review is engaging with a range of stakeholders, including public authorities and rural community organisations, in relation to addressing poverty and social isolation in rural areas. This review is due to report back in early 2025. The review will help inform DAERA's future policy direction, building on the collaboration and partnership working which underpins TRIPSI. It will reflect that all departments have responsibility for exercising their functions in both rural and urban areas, and I plan to develop consultation on a new evidence-based rural policy next year.
And thank you, Minister, for your answer. And just, Minister, to advise, and I'm sure you're aware, I am hosting some of the Rural Support Network groups here on the 11th of November, and I'd very much like to invite you along to that. And Minister, what steps will you be taking then to engage local communities and stakeholders in ensuring that future financial support for tackling rural poverty and social isolation is targeted effectively at those most in need? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I think it's absolutely key we do that consultation and engagement, so whatever we're doing going forward is actually fit for purpose. With regards to the future rural affairs policy, I'm meeting with officials again on that next Monday, and what I'm doing the next day is engaging in a process of co-design with practitioners from community development in rural areas. I think it's absolutely key that we do that and we target this to those most in need, but we also shape the policy direction going forward in conjunction with local communities. And I'm very happy to consider the invite that you've outlined, but also engage with communities around this, because we need to ensure that policy works for people in rural areas.
Justin McNulty.
Carla, thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Can the Minister clarify if he plans to impose cuts to the level of funding for individual tackling rural poverty and social isolation schemes, or to reduce the number of TRIPSI schemes available?
Minister.
What I'm doing is I'm working with the Finance Minister to roll out funding support to people, and I've made a bid in recent funding support for further support through TRIPSI. So I'm not for the want of wanting to try to roll out funding to people. We're in the financial situation we're in, but I'm lobbying hard on behalf of rural communities and support that they need.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, question 3.
Minister.
I've written to the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs on a number of occasions, expressing my deep concerns about the future for the earmarked agricultural budget, with the current funding package coming to a conclusion at the end of March next year. I have stressed to him that any future settlement should, as an absolute minimum, maintain the current budget allocation uplifted for inflation to allow for delivery of my department's policy objectives and ambitions. Most recently, we discussed this in person at the Interministerial Group for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs in London on the 16th of September, and following that meeting I wrote again to stress the importance of receiving early clarity on future earmarked agricultural support funding for next year and beyond. In my letter, I also highlighted the significant contribution that the agriculture sector in Northern Ireland makes to UK food security. I have also stressed to the Secretaries of State for Northern Ireland and also Environment, Food and Rural Affairs the need for funding decisions to reflect the importance of a just transition, and also made the case that there should be separate, specific and additional capital fund to support this just transition in agriculture. My department is engaged with the Department of Finance on raising this with Treasury as part of broader budgetary processes.
Mr. Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Minister, for his response. Can I ask how the current funding will be used to support farmers through a just transition towards a more sustainable agricultural sector?
Thank the member for his question, and it's absolutely key. I'm committed to setting up a just transition fund for agriculture in the months ahead, but at first I need clarity from the UK Government on the level of funding being made available in the years ahead. We need to ensure that the work that we need to carry out to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reach net zero will be fair, and if we support people on that journey. That is why we need to provide those incentives and support. I will be considering, in conjunction with executive colleagues, the best approach to take on this and other requirements placed upon us as a result of the Climate Change Act 2022, learning where appropriate from the experience of others. I have already stressed to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and Environment, Food and Rural Affairs the need for funding decisions to reflect the importance of a just transition. I support the EU's approach outlined in the report on the strategic dialogue on the future of EU agriculture, that a temporary just transition fund should be established outside the common agricultural policy. The rest of Europe is moving on this. The UK Government needs to support us to do likewise.
I'm going
to thank the Minister for his response, and I'm glad to note that he is continuing to lobby the British Government in relation to the budget. Minister, can I also suggest, if you haven't already, including what was the Pillar 2, the Rural Development Programme, which was also funded out of the EU budget as well, which is no longer available. That also included in conversation as well, to take the pressure off the agricultural budget.
I thank the member for his question. He touches upon a really key issue, and it's something that I think has been forgotten by far too many people in Northern Ireland, which is the loss of that rural development funding to Northern Ireland. A lot of promises were made during Brexit, and very few were fulfilled. And one of the issues is in terms of rural support in our communities. And it's something I'll lobby hard to the UK Government around support around this, because we shouldn't lose sight of the benefits that give to our communities and the need for that funding to come back to Northern Ireland and to come back into the communities.
William Irwin.
And can I thank the Minister for his answer so far? And the Minister will be aware that farm incomes fell by 46% in 2023-24 year, and indeed basic farm payments are vital for the viability of many farms. And can I indeed congratulate his department on getting basic farm payments out on the 1st of September. one of the only regions in the UK to do that, and that has to commend it.
Please.
Will the Minister undertake to raise the issue with the Government at Westminster for an inflationary increase to direct payments to farmers, given that the inflation in recent years to direct payments has reduced in real terms the amount of money that the farmers receive?
Minister.
I agree with the member. An analysis undertaken by my department finds that in real terms, using the Consumer Prices Index, £330 million in 2020 when the UK left the EU would be approximately £390 million at the end of 2023. So we need to ensure that future payments are indexed in line with inflation. I'm glad to see that the basic farm payments went out last month. That follows progress in previous year around this. It's important we get the support out to people so we can support the agri-food business in Northern Ireland.
I call Zugbidi.
So 4, please. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to answer questions 4 and 14 together. My department created the Pause for Thought multi-agency group in 2020 to coordinate the actions of relevant statutory agencies here in order to disrupt the trafficking of low-welfare pups. The group comprises of representatives from the police, HMRC, local councils, Belfast Harbour Police, ferry companies and officials from my department. Through this group, it has been possible to target individuals who are known to be moving consignments of low-welfare pups to Great Britain through ferry terminals. This joined-up working has resulted in a significant number of seizures of pups and criminal convictions of those involved. In addition to the targeted checks, follow-up activity is carried out to identify potential illegal breeding sites. As well as pups that have been legally bred in Northern Ireland, my department and its partner agencies remain aware that pups are also being moved illegally from unlicensed breeding establishments in the Republic of Ireland into domestic premises in Northern Ireland. There is therefore regular liaison between DERA officials and DAFM, which is the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine, counterparts to consider the detection of illegal trading of pups in both jurisdictions. A Pause for Thought public-facing awareness campaign is ongoing to highlight the role everyone has to play in tackling puppy smuggling. Increased communications are planned in the lead-up to Christmas, a time when there is unusually an increased demand in a bid to raise awareness of the abhorrent illegal trade and ensure that potential owners source pups responsibly.
Mr. Biddy.
Thank you, Minister. And it's good that you've recognised the fact that there is a trade coming from the Irish Republic into Northern Ireland and then onwards to Great Britain. Lucy's Law, which is already in parts of the United Kingdom and England, is having a real dent on puppy and kitten trafficking. And I know the Minister said he was going to look into Lucy's Law. Could you give us an update on whether or not that's something we're going to look at in the future?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. This is really an abhorrent trade. I was up in Larne a few weeks ago seeing the work that this multi-agency approach is doing, and some of the stuff that I heard is really shocking. A story of pups attempted to be smuggled through the port, hidden under garden waste. Like, this is wrong, and the public need to be aware of this occurring and ensure that we have awareness that no one ever participates in this or facilitates it, because it's absolutely despicable. In terms of Lucy's Law, I've given a commitment to bring forward that legislation, so I will be doing it. I think it's really, really key that we bring forward this legislation. But what more, I'm engaging with animal welfare stakeholders in the short time ahead, just to discuss the wider issue of animal welfare and what else we can do around this. And one of the key issues that will affect what I can do to tackle animal cruelty is the budget settlement I get for next year, because I need resources in terms of staff to bring forward legislation, whether it's secondary legislation or primary legislation, to deal with this issue, because this is a stain on our society that this is occurring.
Danny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister so far for his answers. Always very happy to hear the Minister going to Larne. Could the Minister give any further details about the impact of these actions and what that is having on this cruel trade?
Minister.
It was good to be in Larne, and it was a very warm welcome. And I must say I really commend the work that's been done in terms of multi-agency around this. And it's an example of what we can and should do when we're dealing with issues around this. It's absolutely critical. What I've seen around this is that there's a real deterrent effect as a result of the work that's been undertaken, and also has given us the information for HMRC, especially to follow up and be able to take the actions around this, and that has proven extremely effective. So I would encourage more people, if people want more information about this or want publicity materials to share, to contact me and I can provide that.
Nicola Brogan.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far. Can the Minister outline the role that the Pause for Thought multi-agency group will play in coordinating efforts between stakeholders to address different animal welfare issues?
Minister.
So this is absolutely key, because what's doing it sharing intelligence, but it's also sharing the ways to promote the efforts that they're making around this. And this is where I want to engage with animal welfare stakeholders to see how much more we can bring them on board to what we're doing around this, because together we need to be able to work to tackle these issues. And it's not just this issue in terms of puppy smuggling, there's a number of other issues we need to work together on. So, and as I said, the key issue is what funding I can get to be able to support this over the time ahead.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 5, please.
Minister.
My intention to introduce a dilapidation bill to the Assembly in the autumn term of this current sitting, subject, of course, to the agreement of my executive colleagues. The proposed bill will provide councils with a modern and fit-for-purpose regime, including a clear toolkit of powers to tackle dilapidated buildings and neglected sites, including a series of notices, offences, penalties and appeals. Powers would be similar to those available to local authorities in other parts of the UK, where low-level dilapidation can be dealt with at a much early stage. In conclusion, and before your supplementary, I'm very keen to see this happening. It's nearly ready to go, and this is something I called for before I took up ministerial office, so you can be assured that I want to see it happen.
Mr. Matheson.
And thank the Minister for his answer, and that is a very welcome update. It's an issue that is causing a lot of difficulties for constituents in Strangford that I am dealing with, and one such scenario is when the owner of the dilapidated property can't be identified. Will the proposed legislation do anything to tackle that scenario?
The intended powers will enable councils to act in the absence of an identified owner by extending the range of persons on whom notice could be served to include any person with an interest in any neglected site, such as an owner, occupier, a person with a charge over the land or other financial interest in it, or a person who has had responsibility for the management or the maintenance of the land. In such a scenario where an owner could not be established, a council will still be able to take action by serving a notice on an interested person. And I think this is what's key about this legislation, because often it's hard to get hold of whoever's responsible for it, and the impact that even just one dilapidated building can have in a neighbourhood can be quite significant, and it's something that was really key that we can get this legislation through, so it's nearly ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, there are a number of gradually dilapidating buildings in the middle of Belfast that have historic and very significant economic impact. One of them is Crumlin Road Courthouse, but there's a particular issue in the Cathedral Quarter with what is known as the Tribeca Quarter. Now, some of the provisions of this bill don't sound like they would directly relate to that, but will you work with your colleagues, particularly the Communities Minister, to see what can be done to tackle the scourge of dereliction, including right in the heart of the city of Belfast?
Minister.
I will work with anyone to deal with any issues in society around this, and I'm meeting with Belfast City Council later this week, and it's obviously something that's on their agenda as well. And the strength of the executive is how we work together on these issues. This is particularly in relation to dilapidation powers. Council have significant responsibilities around this, and I think it's important that they step up around this, but I'm prepared to work with them, and if you want to meet around this, I'm happy to discuss around these issues as well.
Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your responses so far. In your response, my question is, I suppose, given all of those things in terms of identifying owners, and I think we all agree that some of these buildings are a scourge in our communities, but is there any respect given to those who own them in terms of the financial difficulties they may have in terms of bringing those back into use? Or are you going to bring any finances to those individuals to actually bring those buildings back into use?
Minister.
So I understand that issue is probably extends a wee bit beyond this bill. Largely we sit within the Department of Communities and your colleague Gordon Lyons. I'm happy to work with Gordon on this, see what we can help, but also district councils, because together, often it's the case that smaller amounts of money can help towards the regeneration of local communities. We already do work together in relation to regeneration, and obviously there's opportunities to go forward on this, and I'm happy to speak to the member if there's any particular areas in his local constituency that together with communities and local councils we can help regenerate those local areas and deal with that dilapidation.
Kate Nigel.
Question 6, please.
Minister.
Increasing the area of forests and woodlands is a key challenge and focus for my department. More woodlands provide greater opportunity to capture carbon, improve water quality, enhance our environment and important habitats, extend outdoor access for health and well-being benefits for our people, as well as providing rural employment and contributing to the local economy. The Climate Action Plan will take forward DAERA's afforestation commitments in line with its legislative obligations, for a balanced pathway to net zero emissions by 2050. Given the cross-cutting nature of the Climate Action Plan, the draft will need to be approved by the Executive prior to its publication for consultation. However, I am determined that the draft will be published for consultation as soon as possible, and have met other ministers to expedite the Climate Action Plan development. My department is continuing to support woodland creation under its Forest for Our Future programme to establish 9,000 hectares of new woodland by 2030. To date, almost 2,000 hectares of new woodland have been planted since the launch of the programme in 2020. However, there needs to be a significant increase in annual planting rates to meet this challenging target. I am pleased to have opened the 2024 Forest Expansion Scheme application period in September, and I intend to open a small woodland grant scheme for applications in the forthcoming weeks.
Ms Nicholl.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his detailed response. I know he shares the same passion for this as I do. In his assessment, is he able to say how critical the plans are for afforestation in meeting the challenges of the climate and biodiversity crises?
Minister.
The issue of tree planting is absolutely critical. Northern Ireland's woodland cover is low. It's 8.6 of land area compared to other UK countries, and the Republic of Ireland is extremely low. In many cases, we are one of the lowest areas of afforestation in Western Europe. So we need to take action on this, and I see a lot of thirst and ambition to do that. One of the challenges is in terms of land use, and that's something I'm exploring within my department, how we can tackle that issue. All woodlands are important for biodiversity, but many are small and fragmented across the landscape. Tree planting to extend forest areas and to join up woodlands at landscape scale to create habitat networks will contribute to environmental resilience, provide new and more diverse habitat, and support wildlife. And that's hopefully something that everyone can get on board with.
John Stewart.
My department is currently working to compile results and work through the process to release the 2024 annual bathing water classification. As the results are in official statistics and subject to pre-release to the Official Statistics Order Northern Ireland 2009, I cannot comment further at this point. I hope to be able to release the results during the autumn period, and I will ensure that these are published promptly and all members are made aware of them.
Mr. Stewart.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, you'll be aware that sea swimming in general and the use of our beaches is a growing pastime for many people. Sadly, in Ballygally, in my constituency, recently the beach was closed due to 2 E. coli spikes. What more can you as Minister do to address the issues that are arising in our waters and make them safer for all users there?
Minister.
So I'm very aware that the issue of open water swimming and bathing is extremely popular. It has done in recent years, really had an upsurge around this, but the situation in terms of water quality isn't acceptable, and we need to take action in regards to that. We need to invest in wastewater infrastructure. We need to look at the regulatory regime that exists between myself and NI Water around this. We also need to look at agricultural runoff, and members will know that I'm taking all the actions I can in relation to that, and I'm looking forward to receiving the support from members in terms of those interventions which will improve and address the issues around water quality within everyone's constituency around Northern Ireland. The other issue we need to do is improve reporting, and that's where funding is absolutely critical, because the more funding my department can get, the more we can do more sampling and more reporting around these issues.
Annie Egan.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Can I ask, please, what your department is doing to improve water quality at Ballyholme Beach in North Down after it was classified as poor the last 2 years?
Minister.
So the issue of bathing water quality at Ballyholme is something that I know personally, and it's something that's been going on for far too long, and it needs to be addressed. Ballyholme bathing water had an overall sufficient status from 2018 to 2021, but was poor in 2022 and 2023. To address this drop in annual classification, Northern Ireland Water has instigated a thorough investigative programme for the whole catchment, working alongside my own department, Northern Ireland Environment Agency and AFBI. The purpose of this Ballyholme study is to further identify key sources of pollution that are adversely impacting water quality, so that remediation plans can be appropriately targeted. I think this is important, and this is an example of what we need to be seeing, identifying the problem but also then funding the solution.
Patsy Midlone.
Minister, I was listening very carefully to your response there, and that you were hoping to take actions which would ameliorate or improve the water quality. What actions have been taken by the department or through any of its agencies to identify the culprits who have been the polluters, and if any criminal actions or prosecutions have been taken against any of those?
Minister.
So there is an enforcement policy in place in terms of NEA around investigations in terms of water pollution, and I think it's important that I encourage everyone to report these incidents through promptly. There is incidents members of this House, reporting through to me incidents of pollution far too late in the day. We need these reports to come through immediately. We have a pollution hotline which operates 24/7 for people to report that through, because the earlier we can get this, the easier it is for us to investigate it and hopefully bring a prosecution. Bringing prosecutions which meet an evidential threshold around water pollution can be difficult, so the earlier we get it and the more information we have, then that enables us to bring forward prosecutions around this issue.
Just to ask the Minister in relation to that hotline over the weekends that operates from Wales, I have had mixed results with it. Are there any plans to bring that closer or more reactive to local need?
Yeah, so I'm happy to speak to the member afterwards, and if there's concerns around the hotline and its responsiveness, then we're happy to address that.
Trevor Clark.
Number 8.
Minister.
My department does not have a statutory duty to undertake dredging in Lough Neagh at the mouth of the 6 Mile River. This rests with the Department of Infrastructure, which is responsible for the navigation channels and carrying out necessary maintenance work on certain quays in Lough Neagh to provide navigable access. However, as Lough Neagh has been designated as an area of special scientific interest under the Environment Order Northern Ireland 2002 as amended, public bodies and private individuals are required to give the Department notice and receive permission from NEA if they wish to dredge within the boundary of the ASSI. As Lough Neagh is also designated as a special protection area and protected under the Ramsar Convention, a habitats regulations assessment must be undertaken to ensure any dredging within the SPA or Ramsar is not likely to have significant effect on site selection features or the achievement of conservation objectives. This responsibility lies with the competent authority responsible for issuing permission for the proposed activity. NEA officials have had initial discussions with DFI officials on this matter.
Mr. Clark.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer, and I'm sure the Minister will also appreciate, beyond all the ecological stuff, that there's businesses that need to survive on accessing Lough Neagh, whether it be from sand dredging, whether it be fishing, or indeed whether it even be leisure from 6 Mile itself. Can the Minister update the House in relation to your role, your department's role, in terms of the assent for dredging, which expired earlier this year, and at what stage your department is with DFI on permitting an assent for them to carry out dredging in these areas?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question and recognise the issues he's outlining in relation to this. I will write back to the member with specific information on this because it's quite detailed. I think it's important we recognise the importance to protect our environment, but also recognising the issues you're outlining in terms of, for example, leisure activities and how that's being inhibited. So if it's happy, I'll write back to the member, and if the member wants to meet with me around it, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for the answer so far. I'm grateful for his interest in the rivers that flow into Lough Neagh and their tributaries, and these, of course, include the 6 Mile River. Can I ask him if his engagement with stakeholders in this regard is continuing and will continue?
Briefly, Minister.
I've had significant engagement with stakeholders, and most recently with the Antrim and District anglers.
Thank you. We move to topical questions, and I call Patsy McGlone.
Can I ask the Minister, the 2020 report on the review of the implementation of the Rural Needs Act 2016, can the Minister update on progress by his department on that report, please?
So that has been undertaken. It has came across my desk. We're also been writing out to departments to see if there's any other bodies that want to designate under this. I'm also taking on a review of rural affairs policy, and I would ideally like to be able to review the Act to give it more teeth, but I also need the resources to do that, and that's something I'll consider within this mandate.
Mr. McGlone.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you'll be aware from the report itself in 2020 that there were 25 recommendations. 18 of those applied specifically to DERA and one of those to AFBI. Can the Minister give us any flavour of actions taken either at DERA or AFBI in line with the recommendations of that report, please?
So what I will be doing is meeting with stakeholders next Tuesday in terms of future rural affairs policy. The issue you outlined will form part of that consideration, and what we'll be able to do in terms of the consultation on future rural affairs policy is incorporate the findings and recommendations from the review that you outlined to ensure that what we've got going forward reflects both policy and also potential legislation and how we can use that.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister for an update on his actions to tackle climate change?
So the issue of climate change is something for which I have lead responsibility for within the executive, but it is a cross-departmental responsibility also, and across society we also need to step together, because the only way we're going to be able to address the issues arising from climate change is by doing it together. I take this issue very seriously and I have prioritised it. So one of the actions arising from the climate change legislation was public body reporting, and I took forward and made those regulations earlier on this year. I have tabled proposals in terms of setting of carbon budgets to the executive, and I'm engaging with my ministerial colleagues on that. I'm also preparing to table the climate action plan, the first climate action plan, to the executive for approval. This month I will commence consultation on establishing a Just Transition Commission. I'm also looking towards setting up a citizens' assembly for young people around the issue of climate change. And lastly, I also am glad to see that within the Environmental Improvement Plan and also the Programme for Government, that the issues and commitments around climate change are reflected within that. There's lots we need to do. Time's not on our side in relation to this. We lost 2 years of the Assembly where we weren't able to progress these issues, but I'm working hard on that pace with my ministerial colleagues and the rest of society to take forward the necessary actions to address climate change and also to take advantage of the opportunities that arise.
Mr. Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his response, his answer, and his commitment to look at these and actions on this issue. Can I then ask him for an update then on the green growth strategy within his own department?
So the green growth strategy is something that has been developed by officials. There was a draft consulted upon in relation to that, and hopefully we'll bring in the final document to the executive very, very soon, because this makes it very clear there's opportunities ahead for us as a result of decarbonisation and taking the road to net zero, and I'm very, very keen to do that. I met with the Green Growth Forum very recently, and there was a lot of positivity within the room. We also met up with members of Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce around the road to net zero, and there was real aspiration for us to move on this journey. There's a real risk that Northern Ireland could be left behind if we do not get on board with the road to net zero. There's real risks that we can lose investments to other parts of the UK, Ireland and Europe if we do not grasp the opportunities that exist for us as a result of green growth and green jobs. I met with my counterparts in terms of Scotland and Wales recently, and there was a real zeal to work with the UK Government on this issue. There is real benefits going forward, and there's an opportunity for a Green New Deal, not just for Northern Ireland but for the rest of the UK, and I think it's important we grasp that.
Jill Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answers. Could I ask the Minister to outline the significance of the Executive's agreement of the Environmental Improvement Plan?
It is absolutely fantastic that we got the Environmental Improvement Plan agreed. A long time coming, but we got it agreed, and it's a key framework for us going forward in terms of actions that we need to take to protect our environment, but also to address environmental degradation. It is not the ceiling of my ambitions. It is a key framework for us going forward. Funding is absolutely critical to allow us to be able to take forward many of the actions and strategies within it. It's also really important in terms of governance and environmental governance in Northern Ireland, because the Office of Environmental Protection, arising from the Environment Act, use this as a tool to be able to measure performance. There's many objectives within the Environmental Improvement Plan. There are 6. The first one is excellent air, water and land quality. The second is a healthy and accessible environment and landscapes everyone can connect with and enjoy. The third is thriving, resilient and connected nature and wildlife. Fourth, sustainable production and consumption on land and at sea. Fifth is zero waste with a highly developed circular economy. And the sixth is net zero greenhouse gas emissions and improved climate resilience and adaptability. This is good that it's been agreed, and I look forward to working with everyone across Northern Ireland within this place and also within the Executive as we deliver the ambition set out within the Environmental Improvement Plan, which is our first environment strategy in Northern Ireland.
This guy.
Thank you, Minister, and I commend him on this significant step of getting this plan over the line. I think it will be a great benefit to us all. Could I ask the Minister what actions contained within the Environmental Improvement Plan will help to protect pollinators, and would the Minister be open to a meeting in my own constituency with some of our own beekeepers in Lagan Valley?
I would be delighted to take up that invite. I'm very busy, but it's important to be able to get along to it. Within it, there is a strategic outcome, which is thriving, resilient, connecting nature and wildlife, and also within it is a commitment to nature recovery strategy. So a lot of this is absolutely key to the actions that need to be taken forward. So hopefully you're buzzing after that answer.
Dan Prasad.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Could I ask the Minister to detail what was the cost of bovine TB to the Executive in the last financial year?
Is quite significant to my department, but also more particularly to farmers in Northern Ireland. And I recognise, whilst there's a cost of compensation, it also does not reflect the full cost to farmers in terms of the loss that is felt on the farm, and also, to be honest, the mental health impacts around this. And I've spoken to a number of farmers, and it's devastating. The costs aren't sustainable, but I've made it clear that I have a desire to continue the level of compensation at 100% as long as I can for the budget to be able to cover that. So I will do as much as I can. And I think, to be fair to the Finance Minister, there's been support given around that, and it's also been recognised that this is something which is a pressure which arises that we can't sometimes forecast around it. But I am doing action around this because we need to get it down, not just for the cost of the department, but also to farmers across Northern Ireland. The Chief Veterinary Officer for Northern Ireland was tasked upon taking up office in April to take forward actions in relation to this, which was a review of where we're at. I'm hoping to announce over the next number of weeks the way forward in relation to this. So I consider it to be a key issue, not just to the cost of this department, but also to farmers in Northern Ireland.
Ms. Forsyth.
Thank you, Minister, for that, and I welcome your commitment to reducing the current TB outbreaks in Northern Ireland. Could I ask, given the worry and blue tongue developments on a Welsh farm, can the Minister provide an update to the House on Northern Ireland's preparations in this?
Minister.
I am very concerned in relation to the situation with regards to blue tongue, and I had a meeting with the President and officers from the Ulster Farmers Union and NIAPA yesterday alongside the Chief Veterinary Officer and officials around this. And I want to emphasise to this House, and we all have a role to play here as MLAs, the importance of vigilance and early reporting of any concerns in relation to this, because if it does arrive on our shores, we need to be able to take whatever efforts we can very, very quickly to stamp it out. The fact that it's arrived in North Wales is a concern. Previously this has been isolated towards the eastern end of England, so it's really important that we have the vigilance around this. I know that there will be further efforts being made to put out messaging around this issue. I am also engaging with my southern counterpart later this week around the issue, because we need to work north-south on this matter. The Chief Veterinary Officer of my department is meeting very regularly, a number of times each week, with his counterparts across the rest of the UK, so we can keep an eye on this. But this situation is extremely concerning, and this would have a significant impact upon our agri-food economy in Northern Ireland. So we need to take this extremely seriously, and something that needs to go much further up the agenda of everyone. This is something that people may feel it may not arrive at our shores. Let's hope it doesn't. But if it does, we need to make sure we're taking actions as quick as possible. We are putting in place plans for response to this, and our response will be very swift in relation to this. But let's make sure it doesn't happen in the first place, and we have that vigilance across Northern Ireland on this issue.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister, if I can, what actions are being taken by his department to improve recycling rates.
Sure.
My department is taking forward a number of actions to improve recycling. We recently closed a consultation in relation to a number of proposals around recycling, and we're evaluating the responses to that. Within the climate change legislation, there is an ambition that we reach 70% by 2030. I think that is a good target to have, and my desire would be that we exceed that. And why do I have that desire? Because others can. So if you look at Wales, it's the second highest levels of recycling in the world. So let's not have Wales outshining us in relation to this. There's benefits not just for our environment, but also for district councils in terms of the costs of waste management in Northern Ireland. So I've got real ambition around this. I hope to get over to Wales to see what they're doing that has allowed them to get to the situation in terms of high levels of recycling. And we should not have a situation where we just consider it inevitable that we're sending the same volumes of waste, whether to landfill or incineration. We need to drive that down and need to drive up recycling levels in Northern Ireland.
Mr. Blair.
Grateful to the Minister, Mr. Speaker, for the detail in that answer. Can I ask further to the answer if any further information can be given on the conclusion to the timeline to the conclusion of the consultation that he referenced?
Minister.
So officials are working through the responses to that consultation and hopefully be able to set out a way forward in the next number of months. I am engaged with stakeholders around this. I'm meeting a number of chief executives from district councils tomorrow, so I am attuned to some of the concerns around that, and I'm happy to engage and listen around this. Alongside this, we will bring forward a waste management strategy, and I think it's really important that we embrace this issue and we look towards a future where we reduce, reuse and recycle.
Question 6 withdrawn. I call Philip McGuigan.
A couple of farmers have contacted me in recent weeks just in relation to their herd being shut down as a result of TB, and I accept that the Minister has responded already on the subject. Can I just ask the Minister to confirm, he said he was bringing forward proposals in the next 3 weeks. Is that going to be a strategy on TB eradication?
Minister.
There is already a strategy in place, as the Speaker will be aware, and so we're not here about creating new documents around this. We're just undertaking a very short, sharp review, which the Chief Veterinary Officer has been doing in terms of what's working, what's not working, and what more we can do in relation to that, and that will be announced in the next number of weeks. Fair to say there's been a lot of stakeholder engagement around this. There's been a lot of review of the science and evidence around this issue, and we do need to take forward actions. I would say there's more that we can do. It's very clear that is the case, particularly in terms of biosecurity. That's something that we need to be paying much more attention to, and we need to take action to drive this down. The situation we've got at the moment is not sustainable, and I'll be outlining a path ahead in the next number of weeks.
Mr. McGuigan.
I thank the Minister for his response, and given that 10% of herds here have TB compared to half of that in the south, I completely agree it's unacceptable. Can I ask the Minister maybe for an update on the status of the TB Strategic Partnership Group's report, and if the strategy that he's talking about or the tweaking he's talking about will be based on expert and scientific advice?
Minister.
The answer is yes. The SIB did a review of the partnership. That's came back. The outcome of that's been shared with the members of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee. I think there is a role for TBEP. We also have to decide what the format of that is, but it's important whatever we do going forward is based upon science and evidence.
Speaker, Minister, there have been concerns raised in relation to the draft programme for government and the fact that the Maboy illegal dump has not been mentioned in that. It's estimated it could cost up to £700 million to remediate that site. Can the Minister give a view as to why that wouldn't be included in the draft programme for government?
So the programme for government is necessarily focused upon strategic priorities for the Executive. There is many areas within my department I would like to see within the programme for government, and but I also have to be honest that there's only things we can put within one document that remain strategic. The Maboy site is a concern for me. It would be an example of a cost that could be very significant to the Executive. It wouldn't be capital, it would be resource as well. No final option in terms of Maboy has been finalised because we haven't undertaken the consultation yet and considered the way forward, and that's what will dictate what the potential cost will be around that. But I do recognise the issues around waste management and for the need for us to be able to address those, and that's something that is contained within the Environmental Improvement Plan, which is reflected within the programme for government.
Thank the Minister for his response. Can the Minister outline then a time frame as to what are the next steps in terms of that remediation? A lot of concern among local constituents in that respect.
Minister.
So I met with the Chief Executive of the Northern Ireland Environment Agency this morning and we discussed this issue, and I'm seeking to get definitive timelines so we're able to take forward that consultation, because I think we need to get started in relation to that so we can actually engage with the public and then move forward towards finalisation of what our preferred option is going forward. I would say in terms of the programme for government, and there's another minister in the chamber here today, the financial challenges facing our Executive are very, very substantial. And I think that we need to be very honest with the public that we need to work with the UK government so they can support us going forward. These areas such as Maboy and the potential costs there of about £700 million are examples that the Executive just cannot bear, and we would need support from the UK government to take it forward, and that's absolutely critical in terms of the negotiations that were underway with the UK government led by the Finance Minister, that we all as an Executive work as one to support her in those negotiations.
Members, take their ease for a moment and we will move to the questions to Minister for Health.
go. Okay, members, it is time for questions to the Minister of Health. Questions 7 and 11 have been withdrawn, and I call Keith Buchanan.
Question 1, please.
Sir.
I thank Mr Buchanan for his question. He may be aware I've campaigned on mental health since I was first elected in 21 and celebrate some of the achievements, the mental health champion, the mental health strategy, the enhanced awareness, but when it comes to waiting lists, not so good. I am keenly aware all trusts are experiencing significant pressures as a consequence of increased demands upon mental health services. And that includes the increased numbers of new referrals, but not just numbers, also the increased complexity and the acuity of people who are presenting. Of course, there are also the well-publicised financial constraints. There are also significant workforce pressures as a result of increased vacancy levels. So trusts are reporting they're dealing with more complex presentations, and as a result, people are needing longer treatments before discharge, and that itself is impacting on throughput and on waiting times. There have been some improvements in waiting times in relation to the Children's and Adolescents Mental Health Service, CAMS. However, the overall picture is one where, although activity levels are increasing, the levels of demand are increasing more quickly than that. In addition, I know trusts are currently involved in a number of innovative and modernisation projects, which it's hoped will deliver greater capacity for new patient appointments and swifter responses to referrals. It's of note these projects are in the absence of additional funding. In respect of adult mental health services more generally, initiatives introduced across the region include the South Eastern Trust recently implementing a mental health liaison service at the Ulster Hospital that provides rapid assessment and early intervention to people who present at the hospital with mental health problems. And the Southern Trust, where referrals deemed to be of mild to moderate complexity are triaged through to the Steps to Wellness service established in October of 2022.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for answers so far. Minister, the statement you delivered this morning on reconfiguration framework for better outcomes, will this have any impact on the current waiting times? Do you see any advantage in that to reduce waiting times?
Well, I would hope that would be a product of the reconfiguration of hospitals, because what I'm talking about is a network for better outcomes, and part of that network will be recognising that while not every hospital will deliver every service, some hospitals will become centres of excellence for certain specialties. So that should apply to mental health and well-being as much as it applies to physical health.
Honourable Flynn.
I know that the Minister is due to speak at an event on Thursday morning around the mental health and well-being of our babies and infant mental health, and I wanted to ask if he could give any consideration to invest in child and adolescent psychotherapy services, because at the minute we don't have any fully commissioned service for child and adolescent psychotherapy. Minister.
Well, I thank the member for the comment and the question, and gently I have to say that the irony klaxon is going to have to sound on that one, because the nature of the budget for this year for the Department of Health means that what we are trying to do is consolidate and preserve existing services. There are many additional services that are brought to me pretty much on a daily basis that I know would help deliver better outcomes, would take us into areas where we are not but where we should be. That sounds like one of them. I can afraid on current budget I can make no promises, but I'm very happy to listen to the member offline about the advantages and the benefits of that service.
Danny Donnelly.
Following debates yesterday, we know that mental health service provision across Northern Ireland is very inconsistent. Will the Minister commit to ensuring consistency across all trusts, or enable patients to access trusts no matter where they live?
Sure.
I thank the member, and I think the comment strikes a chord with what I'm trying to achieve in terms of delivering better outcomes. So I've said previously, there was a temptation perhaps to look at the 5 geographic trusts and say, should we not have one single trust for the whole of Northern Ireland? But I think that would be almost like the equivalent of a cosmic black hole absorbing all the kind of resource and focus of staff, not just in the department but in the trust. So, as I've said, within my own mind, as I've said to the Trust, you are one trust. And I suppose the outworking of that and the definition of success in terms of that is to have regional services where we look at which trust is delivering best practice and then turn that into common practice across the other 4 trusts.
Call Cheryl Brownlee. Minister.
Thank you. I thank Ms Brownlee for the question. My department's ambitions for the development of our workforce are outlined in the Health and Social Care Workforce Strategy 2026. That was published in May of 2018 and it covers the period 2018 to 2026. It's an ambitious programme of work. It reflects the multifaceted approach required to develop our workforce with the aim of ensuring the right numbers of staff with the right skills are in place to deliver effective treatment and care. Since publication of the strategy, the Department and HSE employers have invested significant time and resource in stabilising and in growing our workforce. This has involved delivery of a comprehensive programme of strategic workforce planning, increasing the number of commissioned training places across healthcare professions, introducing more effective processes for recruitment, complementing our locally trained workforce with our highly valued international recruits, and developing initiatives to support staff retention. This strategic approach to workforce development has supported a 16% increase in whole-time equivalent staff employed directly by the HSE since 2018. And while this increase is welcome, my department's strategic workforce planning has identified a requirement to further expand the number of training places we commission in order to secure the continued local supply of staff we know are needed to meet fully our workforce needs going forward. Unfortunately, my department is currently not in a position to do this, and that's because current levels of funding are wholly inadequate. And the one-year departmental funding cycle seriously constrains assessment of affordability and frustrates the long-term investment in education and training which we need to deliver the right numbers and skills of staff required to meet current and future demands for our services.
Cheryl Brownlee for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answer so far. As you know, the number of children with SEN has risen sharply in recent years, which has obviously exceeded the capacity of the health and social care workforce. So could I ask you, Minister, from your department, what action will you take to ensure that you're taking into account all the relevant data from the various departments to ensure every child with special educational needs is receiving the care that they need from the person, the most appropriate person at the most appropriate time? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the member for her supplementary question, and I think it's very important that we recognise that this is a cross-departmental issue, which is not to shirk the role that the Department of Health and the various trusts and arm's-length bodies have to play in this. I know from personal experience of a young man who has special educational needs, and I have to say I don't think his needs and the needs of his family have been particularly well met across a number of government departments. So I would just like to assure the member that in terms of special educational needs for our young people, I very much do wish to see improvement and will play my part as Minister of Health.
Ms Kimmins.
For his answers so far. Minister, you will be aware of a very serious situation that occurred on the weekend of the 21st of September, where Daisy Hill Maternity Unit was forced to divert all admissions to Craigavon until the Monday morning. And that was cited as staff shortages by the Southern Trust. Can the Minister therefore outline what urgent steps his department will be taken to ensure that the workforce for maternity services, both Daisy Hill Hospital and Craigavon, are both stabilised and secured to ensure that this situation doesn't arise again in the long-term future?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for the question. I am aware of what happened, and you did have staff being transferred from Daisy Hill to Craigavon area and from Craigavon area to Daisy Hill, and this was because of workforce pressures due in the large part, as I understand it, to absences through ill health and other reasons. And these things, of course, do happen, and to try and have a workforce robust enough to withstand every emergency is probably a challenge beyond the capacity of the health and social care system in Northern Ireland, given the current constraints on resources, workforce and and budgets. So I would struggle to give an absolute assurance that this would never, ever, ever happen again. But I will give an assurance that it is my expectation that trusts will try and manage these unforeseen issues as they arise to the best benefit of patients and of service users.
Mr. McNulty.
Minister, we are hearing more and more about reports of healthcare staff moving south due to the benefits of Sláinte care, and why wouldn't they? What steps is your department undertaking to better retain our staff so we do not have repeats of what happened last weekend in relation to a divert from Daisy Hill Maternity Unit to Craigavon? And Minister, your previous answer doesn't really stack up when there was a bank of midwives actually asked to retire and return. So there are adequate numbers, there are enough midwives to sustain services.
I think you've asked your question.
There are enough midwives to sustain services. How on earth can it be justifiable to close Daisy Hill's maternity suite for emergencies on a particular
question,
weekend?
please.
Well, I'll choose to answer, I think, two of the multiple questions the member put towards me. In terms of trying to retain staff who are being attracted by Sláinte care, the fact is we can't compete, not on salary. We simply cannot compete on salary. So we have to compete on terms and conditions. We have to try and make sure that this is such an attractive health and social care system to work in, that the money does not become the deciding factor in terms of where staff decide to ply their wares. And part of that is about improving the outcomes, because I've always said better outcomes are not just for patients and service users. I'm talking about better outcomes for the tens of thousands who deliver health care in Northern Ireland. And, you know, creating, for example, a network of hospitals where some are centres of excellence and specialism may help to retain staff, because increasingly it seems to me that doctors and nurses want to specialise in particular areas, so we'll give them those opportunities in centres of excellence. That may help in terms of retaining staff. Just in terms of staff shortages and the workforce, I would say this to the member, because he brings up nursing and midwifery. In terms of vacancies in the HSC, at the 30th of June this year, in terms of registered nursing and midwifery places, there were 1,211 vacancies, 5.8% of that workforce. And in terms of nurse and midwifery support, while there were 464 vacancies less than the previous figure, that represents 8.4% of that particular workforce. So the issues actually do exist.
McAllister.
The Minister for his answer so far. I want to go back to the original question and just ask regarding the safe staffing legislation in terms of the difference that legislation will actually make without the staff that is required to fulfil it.
Well, I think the legislation gives us the framework, it gives us a set of principles, it gives us the matrix at which to judge how well we are doing. But of course, if the physical, actual numbers do not exist, all that does is say that we have a problem. The question is, what is the solution? And it goes back, I think, to making working in our health and social care system as attractive as possible. And of course, to an extent, that is about salary. But that is not the be-all and end-all, it seems to me, in terms of a profession which many people look on not just as a career, but as a vocation.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, question 3.
I thank Mr Dunn. As was made clear in the elective care framework published in June of 2021, and again in the update from June of this year, the demand for first consultant-led outpatient appointments in the South Eastern Trust continues to exceed capacity. So regrettably, patients are experiencing excessive waits for appointments and treatment, which is not the service the Trust would wish to be providing. The member will be aware that both I and my predecessor submitted an ambitious ask to the Executive earlier this year to reduce our waiting lists, and there was a particular focus on those outpatients waiting the longest length of time. Unfortunately, the budget that was agreed by the Executive and by a majority of MLAs in this chamber provided zero targeted funding, and as a result,
of the continuing budget position, we are losing opportunities to see and treat more people each and every day. Nevertheless, the Trust is continuing to seek alternative ways to provide outpatient consultations to help reduce waiting times through initiatives such as virtual or telephone appointments that provide advice and guidance. The Trust is also seeking to implement a patient-initiated follow-up and enhanced triage clinics to further reform the outpatient service. Last year, over 22,000 patients did not attend their allocated appointment. Without timely prior notice, these appointments cannot be offered to other patients on waiting lists, and each of these missed appointments not only wastes a consultation slot, but it can cost between £250 and £2,500. And to address this matter, the Trust has already implemented text reminders for all its consultant-led clinics.
Stephen Dunn for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer, and I very much appreciate the challenges within outpatient waiting lists, but it also goes beyond outpatient appointments as well. Last week, one of my constituents attended the Ulster Hospital's emergency department at 11 p.m. on Wednesday evening. It was some 9 hours later at 8 a.m. before they were seen by a doctor. Would the Minister agree that something is not right in a brand new emergency department, given these waiting times, particularly alongside the demands on our GPs, pharmacies, and also in light of the Trust decision to close the Ards and Bangor MIUs in recent years?
Sure.
Well, I thank the member for his follow-up. I have to say, in terms of moving the minor injuries from Newton Ards to the Ulster Hospital, that is something I supported on the basis of the clinical evidence that the Trust presented when I went to a meeting as a constituency MLA. And part of the reasoning was that you're putting the MIU, the minor injuries, right beside the emergency department, also the MRI scanners, the X-ray machines, and all the facilities of an acute hospital. So it seemed to me that on clinical need, that was the right decision. And let us remember, we're talking moving a distance of 4.6 miles along a dual carriageway. In terms of pressures on the emergency department, I would say that the member are well aware. A family member of mine was admitted to the ED at the Ulster Hospital on a Monday evening, which is the worst in terms of the pressures, and it was remarkable to watch the nursing and the clinical staff delivering unrelenting professionalism in the face of endless pressure. I think what the Trust are now trying to do in terms of relieving pressure on the ED is not only to have that minor injuries unit, but then to have a third unit alongside the minor injuries and the emergency department, and that's a kind of critical care unit, so that I think the plan in the long term would be that GPs would be able to refer patients directly into the urgent care unit, the critical care unit, bypassing the emergency department, and thus relieving a lot of the pressure on the ED. And I've seen that in hospitals elsewhere across Northern Ireland, and it seems to be working well, and I would say that is part of the future of reform of health service delivery.
Alan Chambers.
Minister, one of the specialities that unfortunately are experiencing lengthy outpatient appointments are dermatology assessments. What particular efforts have you as a Minister taken to help these patients, especially those who have been waiting the longest lengths of time?
Well, I thank the member. I think the disappointment and the frustration with regard to dermatology outpatients is the same for many patients who are on long waiting lists, and that is the failure to secure the bid that we made for £135 million to be ring-fenced to tackle waiting lists. So, for example, in terms of new outpatient assessments for dermatology patients, we could have seen 6,000 patients, 6,000 who have been waiting over 4 years for an appointment, and the cost of that would have been £2.8 million. And the member may be interested that in other categories, for example, cataract, we could have seen 2,800 patients for £5 million. In terms of mega clinics, and we have the evidence not just locally but internationally, mega clinics work, we bid for £10 million, and had we got that, we could have seen 20,000 patients across a whole range
of specialities. And I know many members are interested in cross-border work and the reimbursement scheme, and many have asked if it's ever coming back, and the answer is currently no. But had we got our 135 million for waiting lists, we would have spent 31 million on that reimbursement scheme, and that would have meant 4,000 patients who've been waiting over 1 year, largely for orthopaedics, would have been seen.
Connie Egan.
Minister, I'm glad to hear you recognise the clinical evidence that was presented to all elected representatives when it came to the Bangor and Ards minor injuries units. Is that something that's supported by your party colleagues?
Sorry, I missed it. Did you say you supported the move?
Yes.
Right. Sorry, I acknowledge that. I felt there was... let me correct myself then. I think the majority of elected representatives were against the move. I do apologise if I have misrepresented you.
I call on you, Murphy.
Please.
Mr.
Earlier this year, my department increased funding to community pharmacy, bringing the opening position for community pharmacy to £147 million this year. That's an increase of 19 million from financial year 23-24. And it's also the highest level of funding to date in Northern Ireland. And I would also say it compares favourably to the rest of the United Kingdom, representing a 40% increase in funding over the last 6 years. My department has repeatedly acknowledged the concerns raised by Community Pharmacy NI and by individual contractors themselves in respect of drug pricing increases and differences due to inflationary and cost of living increases generally. There are significant difficulties in terms of financial planning across the HSC, and my officials are continuing to work closely to review the position as we move forward. However, whilst we have the aim of keeping that under review, containing costs as much as possible is a priority, and you'll appreciate significant changes may give rise to further pressures having to be managed in the year. My department recognises the valuable role community pharmacy has within health and social care, and I'm happy to report that a strategic plan for community pharmacy 2030 was launched in May of this year. The strategic plan for community pharmacy aims to fully realise the potential of community pharmacy services to support better health outcomes from medicines and in preventing illness. Implementation of the strategy will not only support the elderly and vulnerable, but the whole population. And my department will continue to work with CPNI and the pharmacy profession in order to progress a phased approach to implementation of that strategic plan over the coming years, subject, of course, to appropriate funding.
Murphy for supplementary.
As Council Union, I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. I've spoken to a lot of community pharmacies over recent months in my own local community, and one thing that they constantly raise is drug tariffs. Has there been any progress made on developing a tailored drug tariff for the North, given the difficulties that many pharmacies are experiencing?
Minister.
I thank the member. Now, Northern Ireland does have its own drug tariff. Following the 2010 judicial review and subsequent consultation on improving arrangements, the then Health Minister decided that the English drug tariff should be used as a basis for reimbursement of medicines supplied, with modifications for local Northern Ireland circumstances, such as the services we provide here. Now, this policy position was reaffirmed by Minister Swan in May of 2024, and I have to say at this stage I have not received a robust argument for moving on that position.
McLoone.
Just following on from that, I would support that observation about drug tariffs and the pressures that's on pharmacies. Particularly in rural areas. But can I ask the Minister, is he considering expansion of the Pharmacy First service across the pharmacy network to help address access difficulties that many people are experiencing in the primary care sector this winter?
Sure.
I thank the member for his question. I am certainly open to looking at that. I think my entire ambition as Health Minister is what is being called the shift left. In other words, getting away from hospital care and as close to community and primary care as possible, and that is not just about GP services. I think pharmacies have a critical role to play. I know that I would tend to go to a pharmacy first, if at all possible, certainly to the GP next, and the last resort is to go to the hospital. And I've said on many occasions when I've been out and about as Health Minister, in an ideal world I would want everybody to get their health care at home, if not at home, as close to home as possible. The second worst outcome is to have to go to an acute hospital, and the worst outcome is to have to go to an acute hospital and stay overnight. So pharmacy first is certainly very much on the left side of the field where I want to be playing healthcare.
Steve Aiken.
Yes, and Mayor, thank the Minister for his remarks so far. Minister, there's been some public references in the media in recent weeks about a number of community pharmacies closing. Does the Minister have confidence that there still remains very good access to community pharmacies across Northern Ireland?
I thank the member for the question, and I do believe, and the evidence supports this, that Northern Ireland is well provided for in respect of access to community pharmacy services. The facts are there were 511 community pharmacies in Northern Ireland as of the 31st of March this year. That was a reduction of 14, or 2.7%, compared with the 12 months previously. But I should also note 2 further pharmacies have closed since then. So we're now at 509 on the pharmaceutical list. That's 1st of September of this year. Now, we don't always know the reason for closures, as contractors don't have to give the SPPG a reason for closing, but we are aware that some of the branch closures of Boots UK were a result of a consolidation exercise by Boots here in Northern Ireland. And the number of community pharmacies per head of population in Northern Ireland is 30% higher than in England, 16% higher than Scotland, and the same in Wales. So yes, there remains good access to community pharmacies across Northern Ireland. 99% of the population live within 5 miles of a community pharmacy. And adjusting for the higher rate of prescribing in Northern Ireland, it still results in a higher rate of provision compared with the rest of the UK. 6% more pharmacies per item dispensed than in England.
Call Philip Brett. Minister.
The GP out-of-hours service is a core element of health and social care provision in primary care. The service is available Monday to Friday from 6 p.m. to 8 o'clock the next morning, as well as 24 hours at weekends and during public holidays. The majority of patients who contact out-of-hours services across the region do not require to be seen face-to-face. The percentage of patients who contact the out-of-hours service and who need to be seen in an out-of-hours centre, known as base visits, has changed quite dramatically over the years. In 25-16, for example, base visits accounted for 40% of Dalriada's urgent care patient contacts. In 2019-20, base visits had reduced to 30% of contacts. In 2023-24, 76% of Dalriada's patient contacts were managed by telephone or by video call with a clinician, home visits accounting for 5% of their contacts, and patients seen face-to-face accounted for 19% of contacts. Due to workforce challenges, Dalriada do not currently have the capacity to provide a service across 4 centres, with the service being delivered from their main hub in Ballymena and the new out-of-hours centre at Antrim Area Hospital. This, though, is constantly under review. These workforce challenges are common to all GP out-of-hours services across the region. Consolidating services to a smaller number of larger centres has improved the recruitment and retention of staff due to the benefits associated with collaboration, peer support, and equitable workload distribution. All GP out-of-hours providers are expected to review activity levels and capacity challenges in order to ensure the efficient use of resources and provision of an effective service within the budget allocated.
Okay, as we started a minute late, I'm going to allow a quick supplementary question, Mr. Brett, and a quick reply, please, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'm not quite sure, Minister, that you answered the listed question as to when White Abbey Dalriada Care would reopen, but I just want to put on the record that serves some of the most deprived communities in Northern Ireland who have no access to public transport to either Antrim Area Hospital or to Ballymena. So will the Minister commit in his reconfiguration plans that it's an executive-wide strategy and that public transport and ensuring that those who are least well off in society also have access to much-needed community support?
Minister.
I draw a distinction between access to service and face-to-face access.
Members, that ends the period for listed questions. We will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Colin McGrath.
Minister, as a Minister responsible for child safeguarding, can I ask the Health Minister what safeguarding obligations rest on organisations, including political parties, when concerns about child sexual exploitation are raised with them, and do they have a duty to disclose this to external organisations?
Sir.
Well, I thank the member for his question, which I take it he intends to be rather topical indeed. I think to a certain extent part of this is about legislation, and I'm trying to get myself to the correct part of the law, but also about common sense, about what is the right thing to do. But Section 5 of the Criminal Law Act Northern Ireland of 1967 outlines penalties for concealing offences. These provisions could be applied in the case of an individual who has knowledge of an offence and fails to report it. Of course, health and social care trusts have a duty to safeguard and promote the welfare of children. And although there's currently no mandatory duty to ensure employees in the public, private or voluntary sectors report safeguarding concerns, I think all employees should comply with their employer's safeguarding policies. And they should have policies, of course, including reporting processes in relation to safeguarding and protection concerns. So there is a legal duty, but there's also a moral duty on everybody to ensure children and vulnerable adults are safeguarded and to report any concerns to the relevant authorities. Now, my department intends to introduce the Adult Protection Bill during this current mandate. Drafting is largely complete, and the business case is currently being considered in the department. The draft bill will place a statutory duty on the Health and Social Care Trusts, on the PSNI, on Public Health Agency and the RQIA and independent providers to provide health and social care services, to report to the relevant trust any cases where they believe there's a reasonable cause to suspect a person is an adult at risk and in need of protection.
Time's up. Mr McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I hope that that same protection can be provided for children if we're going to provide it for adults. But can I ask the Minister, as a Minister responsible, are you concerned by reports today that the British Heart Foundation was not informed by a political party that a member of staff was being investigated by the police for child exploitation?
I am aware of that report, and I am concerned by it. And frankly, I would say to the member, it takes me back, I'm sure, over 20 years to my time at Ulster Television. We produced a documentary for the Counterpoint series one night about a man who had spent time in prison for child sex abuse offences. And we discovered that he had got a job with a charity. The charity owned an activity centre in the Mourns, which was a residential centre. And children were going and staying weekends under his supervision. And the point was the charity didn't know about the man's record. And it became very messy. And here we are over 20 years later. And I do think common sense needs to prevail. And people need to recognise that there are occasions when these things need to be reported and put up front. And I'm not even sure the extent to which the Safeguarding Board, which kind of comes under my department, has a critical role to play in this, because they're more about giving a voice to children rather than ensuring that adults are reporting on people they know who perhaps should not be going into roles, certainly not without those employing them understanding the full nature of their background. And it takes me to the idea that we're calling for a duty of candour in health and social care. And as I've said before, you've got to strike a balance between avoiding the chill factor, which puts people off coming forward to say certain things have happened, and ensuring you've got an atmosphere where people feel that they can come forward and say, you need to know about this. But yes, I am very disturbed by this news.
Colin Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister outline what role his department or the trusts play in terms of funding or providing nurses for special schools in Northern Ireland?
So did the member say nurses or nurseries? Nurses. I am not aware of that detail, and I would be more than happy to write to the member, and maybe in his supplementary you want to define exactly the areas that he would like me to address.
Matheson, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, and yes, I'm happy to provide more detail. I met today with a group of special school principals from the South Eastern Trust area, along with the Education Minister and officials from the Education Department, and they informed us about very difficult situation they're facing where nursing provision is being withdrawn from their schools, and indeed other schools across Northern Ireland where there is no nursing provision in special schools. Would the Minister commit to meeting with those principals to hear their concerns and the impact that that is having on their schools, dealing with some of the most complex medical needs of children in the education system, and to work with the Education Minister to address this issue?
Minister.
I thank the member. I very much do commit to such a meeting. I think, as in many of the issues that we face as a devolved executive and assembly, the answers do not lie with a single department, and in this case, cooperation between health and education would be critical. And I have enjoyed working with officials from the Department of Education, as I've enjoyed working with officials and the Minister for Justice. A lot of these things are cross-departmental, and I think if we are going to be a mature, devolved set of institutions that really delivers for people, then that's the sort of road we have to go down. I apologise, I have no detail on this, but I look forward to learning.
Colin Crawford.
Deputy Speaker, will the Minister join in welcoming me with the recent appointment of new contractors to the Ballymoney Health Centre and Portstewart Family Practice?
Well, I thank Mr Crawford, and I very much welcome the appointments, which in the case of Ballymoney Health Centre takes effect this very day. The positive outcome for both practices followed extensive work to identify new GP contractors to take over both, and that followed the handback of the contracts by the previous contractors. So I would like to take this opportunity to wish the new contract holders the very best with their new responsibilities. I look forward to working with them in the time ahead. In fact, I would also very much welcome the opportunity to visit. On my mother's side, I have family from Ballymoney and from Portstewart, so it wouldn't be a chore, it would be a pleasure.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers, and I also agree that it's good news today. Could the Minister provide an update on the GP fellowship scheme, please?
Minister.
Yes, this is an important scheme. The fellowship scheme is designed to support recently qualified GPs in the crucial early stages of their career. Fellowships offer young GPs an opportunity to transition from a training environment to an independent practice by providing them a supportive workplace with opportunities for personal and professional development. And actually, I commend that to my good friend Mr McNulty, because he asked about how we retain staff in the face of pressure from Solentary Care, and I said it wasn't just about salaries, it was about working environments, and this fellowship scheme is very much a part of that initiative. The scheme runs for 12 months. During that time, fellows have access to a broad range of experience in primary care, covering three main areas: clinical work in a supported environment, experience in a specialist field of their choice, and taught and practical learning in areas such as leadership, confident communication, and quality improvement. My department very much values the fellowship scheme and the chance it provides for recently qualified GPs to have access to an attractive portfolio of opportunities. Looking to the future, my department is considering the potential for how the scheme might be further developed, subject of course to available funding, such as to extend the range and scope of fellowship placement opportunities, and provide for educational bursaries to be available for all fellows. GP federations have recently launched a fellowship scheme in the Southern Trust designed to attract salary GPs to work in practices which they have taken over due to contract handbacks. The first round of recruitment has completed, with 3 offers made to candidates. the GP Federation Contract Management CIC have now launched a second round of recruitment, which is ongoing. A good news story, I would suggest, Deputy Speaker.
Stuart Dixon.
Minister, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and with 1 in 8 women expected to face breast cancer in their lifetimes, early detection is critical. Can you outline to us the options available for women with high-risk breast cancer to effectively manage and monitor the cancer risk?
Well, I thank the member and I acknowledge his interest in this broad area. As I think I have said before, it is my intention to introduce a regional service in terms of breast cancer. The objective is to allow each and every individual to go online and book a screening, either the first available one, wherever that is across Northern Ireland, or if they prefer to go local, to book themselves in and wait perhaps a little bit longer. Waiting times are just not acceptable, and I think the member has experience of cancer, and I bow to his knowledge and his interest in this area. But I have made clear that in my time as Minister, one of the areas that I want to tackle, one of the most difficult areas, is cancer, along with waiting lists and mental health. And I would certainly welcome any observations he has in his supplementary comments in terms of improving the service.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. My question isn't so much around the waiting list, but it is rather around the expansion of breast cancer screening programmes, specifically to enable earlier, more frequent access for those who are at higher risk, especially those with genetic predispositions or other elevated risk factors.
Minister. Well, the member will be aware that the waiting lists are they're just terrible. It's easy to say they're the worst in the UK, but we've got to remember that the statistics reflect people who are in pain, people who are suffering, who need help. And the fact, I have to say to the member, the fact is that given the budgetary constraints, what we're doing is trying to consolidate. So when it comes to cancer, what we're doing is we're trying to prioritise red flag and life-threatening conditions. And really, in terms of the current budget and the ability to reform health service delivery at pace, I'm afraid I can't promise this House that we can do a lot better over the course of the rest of this financial year, except to assure the member that when I meet officials and when I talk to clinicians, we all recognise we have to try harder, we have to do better. But I can't promise the member any sort of promised land in the near future.
Call Alan Robinson.
Speaker, Minister, given your recent intervention where you said that you weren't in favour of mandatory vaccinations, did you give any thought to withdrawing the consultation and starting afresh?
Minister.
I thank the member. No, I didn't give any consideration to withdrawing the consultation. Let me be clear. What we have at the moment is the protections of an Act from 1967, which is all well and good if it's a named infectious disease. But beyond that, we don't have any protection. So, if it's biological, if it's chemical, it's radiological, if we are in that unfortunate position, much like COVID-19, we're going to have to make it up as we go along. So, the objective of the bill is to offer the opportunity to bring in legislation that would give us protection on an all-hazard basis. And it seemed to me, if you're doing that, then the logic is to put all options on the table. And it's not for me as Health Minister to decide that I'm going to take certain options off the table before we even allow the public to have their say. So that is the basis on which some of those proposals are in the consultation. I think it's quite right that the public should be encouraged to respond and make their views known. And after that, then a bill will be drafted and it will be brought to the House and it will go through the proper and full consultation and discussion and debate and amendment and approval basis.
Time is up. Members, we now return to the... Mr. Brett.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, could you use your offices to raise the issue? We just had 45 minutes of questions to the Minister for Health, and we only managed to make it to question number 5 listed before the House. Members on all sides of the House have a rightful expectation that when they are balloted, they will have the opportunity to answer their question and have come here. Could you seek to have the Speaker rule as in terms of ministerial answers and questions by members, that we make progress through the list so that all members who were elected to this House have the opportunity to question ministers?
Clarify whether I overstepped my time limits at any point in the 45 minutes?
Clarify, the Minister did not take any longer than the time permitted in standing orders. Members were reminded a few times, of course, from the Chair that about long introductions and long answers, or long conclusions, but look, we can't take it away for discussion. The Committee for Procedures would also have a role in some of this. It can be looked at, but from what I can see at this point, no standing orders were broken. Returning members to what I was saying there on our resuming of the discussion on the debate on the Justice Bill, and I call Joanne Bunting to continue with her remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will resume and continue my remarks in my private capacity around Part 2, Children's Bail and Custody. I'm going to refer to the accommodation situation.
Before you do, could I ask members leaving the chamber to do so quietly?
I'm going to move to issues around accommodation when a child is granted bail. Whilst the aim may be to keep children from custody, except as a last resort, we are familiar with the practical difficulties which can arise around accommodation for children and young people who are afforded bail. We note the intended provision of accommodation has had to be shelved as a result of budgetary constraints. This is a very difficult policy area where safety, rights and practicalities are all in play and sometimes competing. We are aware of the need for proportionality and appropriateness around bail conditions, but are cautious around unconditional bail as standard, as proposed in this bill, as we recognise that some conditions can be as simple as a direction to remain out of or stay within a given area, or even the imposition of a curfew, which is often welcomed by parents. Again here, we are conscious of the impact on the child and also the victim and complainant. While custody is not ideal or preferred, sometimes, regrettably, it is the safest option for a child where social services declines to take a child because of previous violence to peers or staff. The alternatives may involve B&Bs or other alternatives where they could be subject to predators. None of these issues are necessarily easy and will merit due consideration, including around safeguarding. We will wish to develop our knowledge of current practice, understand the distinctions these proposals bring, as well as further tease out some of the areas contained herein, again in practical terms, as we progress and hear from interested parties. Part 3 relates to live links, specifically around police interviews, extension of detention and warrants for further detention, as well as provisions around consent for those under 18 or vulnerable adults. We anticipate further provisions to cover live links in courts by way of amendment. We've been advised by the Department that there is considerable work underway in this regard. We've no objections to the provisions embedding live links technology, albeit we've always said that innovation in the administration of criminal and court proceedings must be weighed against ensuring the integrity of the wider process and the quality of evidence and witness testimony is upheld. In principle, we do support the use of live links, but we'll want to see the full set of proposals and consider the outworkings. Turning to Part 4, these are a number of distinct policy areas, some of which are tidying up exercises, while others are technical and or more complicated to grasp. While some areas initially appear straightforward, for example the inclusions around the policing board, we will wish to examine in more detail all of the proposals, including but not limited to the no bill provisions, those around legal aid and criminal record certificates. Mr Deputy Speaker, my colleagues will cover some of these topics in more detail in the rest of the debate, as the House has already heard plenty from me. But suffice to say, thus far, each briefing we've had has been reasonably high level, and we will need to delve into the issues throughout each part of the bill much more deeply to fully appreciate the implications and consequences of all that is before us. As it stands, we are already in receipt of briefing papers from stakeholders and interested third parties, and we look forward to engaging with them further as we take and consider their evidence and submissions. It's important to state that the Department has had years, and in some cases months, to consider and work up these policies. Hence, the Committee will absolutely need to take its time to ensure we have all we need to fully understand and effectively scrutinise all that comes before us and the consequences, unintended and otherwise, as best we can. We are charged with effective and thorough scrutiny, and that is our intention. In presumption of the progression of the bill today, I wish to assure the House and the Department of the DUP's due diligence in as constructive a manner as possible for the betterment of the justice system as we move to the next stage. Thank you.
Thank you. May I call Justin McNulty?
I rise to speak on the second stage of the Justice Bill in my capacity as the SDLP member of the Justice Committee. Yesterday, the Commissioner-designate for Victims, Geraldine Hanna, presented us with the statistics about our justice system that should be frankly, that the Department for Justice and the Executive should be frankly ashamed of. 63% of respondents to the victim survey said that the police did not investigate their crimes properly. 50% were dissatisfied with how they were treated by the PPS. Only 9% of respondents believed they got enough support during the court process. Only 7% of respondents were confident that the criminal justice system could deliver for victims of crime. And this is only scratching the surface of the stark reality of our justice system, portrayed in the survey results. The Commissioner-designate has described this as nothing short of an SOS from victims of crime. It is in the context of this abysmal picture that we must examine the forthcoming Justice Bill. With respect to retention periods for DNA and biometric material, I note that the definition of these materials is vague, and I am concerned that it does not provide sufficient protections for victims of sexual crimes, nor does it take into consideration the number of legacy issues ongoing in the North as a result of our violent history. We must also question whether sufficient provisions exist to protect children under this section of the law. It is vital that our children are adequately protected, and I welcome many of the provisions within the bill that seek to improve the experience of children in our justice system in line with the strategic framework for youth justice. The Youth Justice Agency, however, has raised questions about retention and recruitment of adequately trained staff and general resourcing within the youth justice sector, and so I do wonder how the bill will be fully implemented without adequate funding. I would also question why there is no provision for the age of criminality responsibility to be raised from 10, given that the age as it currently stands is considered not to be internationally acceptable by the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. I would be interested to know how children and young people's experiences have been taken into account during the drafting of this bill. I am pleased that the inclusion of the no bill provisions, which is a step towards ensuring that victims get full justice, but at the same time we are still suffering from serious delays in the system which are harming victims. So how can I even be sure that cases will be on trial stage will get to trial stage in the first place? I say this with huge concern, given the Department of Justice's own policy of payment delays that currently most impacts people from marginalised and deprived backgrounds and their access to justice. The Chair of the Justice Committee has already highlighted concern at the Department's intention to introduce a number of additional provisions by way of amendments during the bill's consideration stage. In particular, I am concerned at the possibility for provisions to amend rehabilitation periods to shorten existing rehabilitation periods and to allow more convictions to be able to become spent. The Criminal Justice Inspectorate has repeatedly told us that between the high levels of short-term prisoners and inconsistent quality and access to rehabilitation services, prisoners are losing employment, housing or family contact. Short-term prisoners, of which we have high levels, are also not subject to post-custody supervision upon release, and there are seriously limited support services available to them to help them transition to community life. We know that this directly increases the risk of reoffending, which poses a serious problem for victims of crime, yet again breaching their trust. I will come back to the victim survey results which I mentioned at the beginning. The Commissioner-designate said this has to be a wake-up call to every part of our system. So I ask the Chamber today, when is the Department of Justice going to wake up? When is the Justice Minister going to wake up? Why is the Minister bringing late amendments to the Justice Bill? Why is the Minister bringing late amendments to the Justice Bill? Why does the Justice Minister and the Department... Of course.
Mr Speaker, I'm pleased that the member has given way. How could the amendments be late when the stage for amending a bill is consideration stage and this is the second stage of the bill process?
Thank the Minister for her points, but why does the Justice Minister and the Department for Justice feel it's appropriate to employ Henry VIII powers? Is the Justice Minister's modus operandi to legislate via royal proclamation? It is with full acknowledgement of the trauma that this system is inflicting upon the victims who have bravely come forward to report a crime that we must consider the provisions of this bill, or on those who do not come forward because they know that the system is not adequately resourced to help them. The question we must ask ourselves today and at every stage of this bill is how will this directly, tangibly and positively impact the experience of every single victim that comes into contact with any part of our justice system. Victims are begging the Department of Justice and the Justice Minister to wake up.
Call Deputy Hargey.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to welcome the second stage of the Justice Bill. And it is good to see legislation taking place again in the Assembly. I do want to declare an interest that I have an immediate family member who works in the court service as well. So indeed, as has been said by previous speakers, this is a sizeable and far-ranging bill which broadly has four main aims, as the Justice Minister had outlined, around retention periods for DNA and biometric material, changes to bail and custody arrangements for children and young people, improving the services for victims and witnesses, including live links. And as we heard from the research yesterday, it's imperative that we do move on these areas of work. And of course, to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of aspects of our justice system. And indeed, this bill could have been 2 or 3 separate bills. And for that reason, there are a series of important issues and changes in this legislation that the bill proposes. It proposes a number of delegated powers that all need proper scrutiny, including those detailed assessment of the EFM. The Committee's ability to properly scrutinise this bill will be important, particularly, as was said, given the recent High Court judgments pertaining to legislation. One which related to justice legislation that was passed in this Assembly in the last mandate, and parts of that legislation being incompatible with the ECHR. As touched on earlier, and indeed in Justice Humphrey's judgment pertaining to the last piece of justice legislation, I drew out 2 key areas that I take from that judgment, and I suppose highlights the concerns that are being raised around the room pertaining to this legislation today. And the first one in the summary judgment is that the court found that 2 significant aspects in respect of the 2022 Act fails to strike a fair balance between the rights of suspects and those of the applicants. And an additional summary in that judgment, as was said by the Chair, that the court noted that the rationale as presented in evidence by the Department's Head of Criminal Policy Unit did not feature in any of the materials presented to the Committee or to the Assembly. And I suppose it is for these reasons that it is important that we learn from that judgment, but also the more recent judgment in terms of looking at issues pertaining to Brexit and the Windsor Framework as well. It is important that, considering this legislation, that we look carefully at the human rights impacts on how these proposed changes in law interacts and engages with ECHR law. There are a number of significant changes contained within the bill that interacts with the Convention itself, biometrics and DNA retention being one of these, which was the result of 2 legal challenges, as the Minister said, resulting in judgments at the European Court of Human Rights on the retention of data that infringed on people's rights due to the indefinite retention periods being applied and the absence of a meaningful review process. The amendments here need proper scrutiny, and whilst I do welcome them being reviewed on the back of the European Court judgments, close scrutiny is still needed in terms of other corresponding legislation, any new provisions and its compatibility with the European Convention on Human Rights. Also, the issue, as was raised earlier, in terms of future-proofing, particularly the biometrics and DNA in terms of the developing technology, because the last thing we want is legislation being passed, which is good, but if it's already out of date when it's passed in terms of where technology advances are, then it doesn't really serve much of a purpose. So we need to look at that as an evolving space as well. Pertaining to children's bail in custody is another important area, and whilst I agree with the broad principles in this section, there does need to be further in-depth scrutiny to ensure that it achieves the desired outcomes that we all want to see, and ensuring the changes are proportionate and necessary. The use of live links is another area that needs close attention, and whilst it is recognised that their use can be effective, it is important that this is balanced and proportionate around proper access to justice, due process, and importantly that safeguards are in place. And in terms of Part 4 of the bill, it covers areas pertaining to the administration of justice, including delegated powers for the Policing Board, addressing gaps in existing legislation and technical amendments, the role of the taxation master pertaining to legal aid. These will all need close scrutiny to ensure that the outworking of the legislative changes are accountable, effective and importantly fit for purpose. It is concerning to note, as was previously said, at the committee, we have already communicated this with the Department, as the Chair has said, that there are up to 6 additional areas of legislative changes that won't come or near consideration stage as the legislation progresses. And these are 6 important areas in of themselves, looking at the accreditation for restorative justice, provisions to amend rehabilitation periods, the wider use of video and audio conferencing systems, streamlining arrangements for access NI certificates pertaining to sexual and violent offences, the repeal of vagrancy legislation, and indeed the provisions to tackle serious and organised crime. And again, these are all critical areas of legislation that of course do need progressing, but are serious concerns that they wouldn't be included at the start of the bill process, and they are too important, I suppose, to leave until consideration stage, where we do have a more constrained time period in order to properly scrutinise, to call witnesses forward and to go through these pieces of legislation in greater detail. We do need to ensure that we have the time as a committee and the ability to properly scrutinise these provisions, to call for evidence and assess them against the European Convention on Human Rights. This is essential, as I say, given the High Court judgment, as I've highlighted earlier, and that we have also highlighted to Department officials as well at committee. So I do welcome that the Assembly is progressing with legislation. I look forward to working with the Minister, her officials, and indeed with all of my colleagues at the committee as well. But we must ensure that the process isn't rushed, that we balance the human rights contained within it with a focus on how they and further legislation engages with the European Convention of Human Rights, and that we ensure there is proper engagement and oversight of all aspects of the bill, including additions to be added, and of course looking at the financial implications as we move through this process. Thank you.
Stuart Dixon.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as we are considering the second stage of the Justice Bill today, indeed a crucial and wide-ranging piece of legislation that does seek to address some of the more significant challenges within our justice system. So I want to first of all Deputy Speaker, take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of not only the Minister of Justice, but of all of her officials who have worked and are working on this bill and will continue to work with us in the committee in bringing forward the information on the bill. An amazing amount of effort has gone into the bill so far to ensure that each of the aspects of it will be carefully considered, and that's a task which we will continue to do inside the committee. Deputy Speaker, as a member of the Justice Committee, I look forward to fully engaging in the scrutiny of the bill during the committee stage to ensure that each of the provisions within this bill operate as intended. However, to ensure the delivery of all necessary justice bills in this mandate, this has to be done in a proper and timely fashion. By comparison with my previous experience of navigating a justice bill in this House, while this bill presents its challenges, it nevertheless is compact, and we will be able to work our way through all of the provisions of the bill. Turning, Deputy Speaker, to those provisions, firstly, the biometric data retention, and really what is being proposed in this... Yes, of course.
The member for giving way. I hear everything he says with regards to the additional material that the Minister is going to bring forward at consideration stage, but the very fact that he can't talk about that at a second stage reading, is that not a weakness in democracy and accountability?
No. I mean, every member, I think, that has spoken so far has already listed the 6 additional areas which the Minister has indicated through her officials to the committee that they intend to bring forward. All of those areas are within the policy intent of this bill. Therefore, when the committee goes out to consultation to those stakeholders who will want to come in front of us, they will have an opportunity to address those. And as the departmental officials have indicated strongly and strenuously, no later than last week, to the committee, they will bring forward the dedicated amendments as soon and as practically as possible that they're available to us. There will be no holding back, and certainly not as far as the consideration stage. Yes.
I appreciate them giving way, but in the spirit of goodwill, as you said, that they are within the policy intent of the bill. The scope of the bill includes, and I'll scan over the other bits at the start, which talk about fingerprints and DNA and live links, and then it says, to make provision in connection with the administration of justice and for connected purposes. It is deliberately designed to have an extraordinarily wide scope so that the Minister and others can bring in amendments. That is hardly a reason for us to be reassured about the detail of potential amendments, given we need to read and understand the detail of those amendments.
The Minister will undoubtedly address these comments in her summing up of the second stage of the bill today, but I certainly am reassured by the actions of the Minister and the officials as they have presented the case for this to the committee. We will work diligently through all of those things that have been given to us. And I will honestly say this in the House as well, Deputy Speaker, where there are things that we will wish to challenge, and there may be things that I will wish to challenge, that will happen. That's the role of a committee of this Assembly. One of the key components of the bill, Deputy Speaker, is a new framework for the retention of biometric data, and it's a subject that has generated a great deal of discussion already, not just in Northern Ireland, but right across the United Kingdom. So I believe that we hopefully will end up with a creative solution that pays close attention to the unique needs of Northern Ireland, but also builds on the lessons learned from Scotland, as well as insights from England and Wales. It recognises the importance of balancing the use of biometric data in tackling crime with the protection of individual rights, as highlighted by the European Court of Human Rights. Stepping away from indefinite retention periods, which were ruled problematic in a number of court judgments, and instead adopting a more proportionate approach, allowing for varying retention periods based on factors like age and criminal history. So, Deputy Speaker, I do believe that this model strikes an appropriate balance between the need to use biometric data effectively and the rights for individual privacy. I wholeheartedly believe that this is a good fit for Northern Ireland. We look forward to the organisations in the call for evidence who will help us to ensure that it will stand the test of time. Deputy Speaker, the bill also addresses areas of youth justice reform. So beyond biometrics, this bill introduces significant reform to how we treat young people in our criminal justice system. It strengthens the presumption of bail for children, ensuring they are detained only as a last appropriate resort. Importantly, it removes the troubling practice of detaining children due to a lack of suitable accommodation. And we look forward to a number of pilot schemes that are already underway and how those can be developed. In committee, we've already heard some of those new and innovative pilot schemes currently operating to address this matter, and so we look forward to finding out more about that with regards to all of this. Prioritising the rehabilitation and welfare of young people in our youth justice system is something which I care deeply about, and this bill certainly takes an important step forward in that direction. The bill also addresses some technological advancements and efficiencies. The bill reflects the reality of our increasingly digitalised world by introducing provisions for the use of live links, as others have said, not only in police interviews but in court proceedings. This is indeed a practical step forward, making our justice system more efficient by reducing the need for physical presence in courtrooms or custody suites. However, I'm also glad, Deputy Speaker, that the bill acknowledges the need for safeguards, particularly for vulnerable individuals. Indeed, the committee has already had the excellent opportunity to visit one of the Live Link centres in Belfast, and I think all of the members following that visit had a good opportunity to get an understanding of the background to the technology, and we do look forward to exploring that issue further. The bill also, Deputy Speaker, helps to close some gaps in the law. The bill addresses several important legal gaps, including amendments to domestic violence and the Crime and Victims Act of 2004. This will prevent changes or charges of murder or manslaughter from being prematurely dismissed under the no-bill procedure when linked to the death of a child or vulnerable adult. This change is crucial to ensuring that the justice system remains robust. Likewise, it addresses the need for reforms to the legal aid system and establishes long overdue effective financial controls over payments, as outlined as far back as 2011 and indeed outlined in the Public Accounts Committee of this Assembly in 2016. As the Minister said, if the Department is paying, it should be responsible for scrutinising those payments. Deputy Speaker, this bill indeed balances the need of public rights of individuals and the demands of modern justice. It is a bill that has been shaped by careful thought, by the lessons of the past and by a clear vision for the future of our justice system in Northern Ireland. As a member of the Justice Committee, I look forward to engaging fully and scrutinising the bill and listening to those who will come forward during the call for evidence to ensure that each provision with the bill operates as intended. And just to reflect on the comments that have been made about those areas that we don't have fully set out or fleshed out for this point in time, I certainly indicate very strongly today that we will take every opportunity, and I will take every opportunity in the committee, not only to work through that when it comes to the call of evidence, but we will scrutinise line by line the text of that legislation as it is presented to us. So I would urge all members in the Chamber today to support the second stage of this bill, its core principles as they've been set out by the Minister, and look forward to subsequent debates on this bill as it progresses through its further stages. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for bringing forward this bill. This is the second stage of the Justice Bill, and it allows us to debate the high-level aims of the bill, the wave-topping issues, I suppose, in regards to the bill. And I support the Justice Committee Chair in her very expansive words, which I thought were fair, and I thought they were challenging, and I think it set the tone of the way we have to go forward in regards to this, and that is scrutiny and challenge. And over the coming weeks and months, I know that my party will look at the bill and will scrutinise it and the detailed evidence that we're going to get from a variety of stakeholders. But I have confidence, I have to say, I have confidence that the Justice Committee will be able to work with the Justice Department and the Minister to deal with any of the issues that we see that will come down the road, and there will be some. So I will try to be brief, but I would like to raise a couple of points and a couple of thoughts, because scrutiny is key. It is a large bill, and at times it is quite a complicated bill. Part one is the retention of biometric material, and that is really brought about, as we've been told, due to the Marper and the Cochrane judgments that indefinite retention of biometric and DNA material is incompatible with Article 8 of the Human Rights. I think if you go back in time, I think after the Marper judgment, I think 2013, 2014, maybe 15, I wasn't about it at that time, but I think one of the issues around implementing the findings then was the Stormont House Agreement. And Stormont House Agreement and the retention of biometric material in Stormont House Agreement for legacy issues made it really, really complicated. So there's two issues I would like to raise in regards to the retention of biometric material. And the first one is, again, through scrutiny and working with the Justice Committee, I want to be able to see how it stacks up with the very different rules for the retention of biometric material in regards to the new Northern Ireland Legacy and Reconciliation Act 2022, and particularly the investigations that will be conducted by the ICRIR. Because what I don't want is two-tier investigations. I don't want DNA being retained because it's for the legacy of somebody who was murdered in 1975 in the Troubles, but somebody who was murdered in 1975, nothing to do with the Troubles, doesn't get the same level of investigation because we've destroyed biometric material. I'm not saying that is going to be the case, but it's certainly something that I want to look at in regards to that particular clause, and I've no concern that we'll be able to look at that. I also note as well that there's been a consultation already done in regards to this. It was done in 2020. But again, I want to look at that consultation to see if the changes to legacy and the retention of biometrics to legacy, which wasn't there in 2020, changed the effect of that consultation. So there's a couple of things that I want to look at, but in broadly, the 75-50-25 rule that we're talking about for qualified recordable and non-custodial or less than 5-year offences, I'm pretty comfortable with that, but I do want to see the detail. Part 2 of the bill, bail, remand and custody for children, and I've been lobbied hard and others have been lobbied hard in regards to this. Far too many of our children are being held in Woodvale Juvenile Centre over a long period of time, not all at once. And custody must always be viewed as the last resort. But we must accept that at times custody under PACE is the only alternative in some cases, and we shouldn't shy away from that. In 2022-2023, 176 admissions to the Juvenile Centre was related to PACE, with just 3 under sentence. With this, though, the issue is that 45 over that same period went into remand, and we really do need to look at remand and have an acceptance, I think, in part, that we should always make sure that children are bailed without condition. That's what we want to do, but again, we have to look at that in detail. And I accept that the cases that we saw in Wolverhampton with the sentencing of 2 13-year-olds for murder will feed into the general discourse about this, but we shouldn't allow it to. This is something very different, but it's something we're just going to have to think about. But focusing on it again, and I'll keep raising this, I have confidence in the committee to be able to work with the Justice Minister and the Justice Department to make sure that we can look at this. The use of live links, in principle, I support, which is part 3, and again, the devil will be in the detail. Part 4, the administration of justice. There's a number of clauses in regards to that, one about around legal aid and the role of the taxing master, who's an independent judicial office holder. I know the Bar of Northern Ireland have an issue in regards to this. I find it extremely complicated, if I'm really honest with you, and it's something I'm going to have to really sit down and look at. That's clause 28. But again, we can look at that. Yeah, of course.
There are 2 separate issues, and I think it's important to disentangle them. One is the wider review around criminal and civil legal aid, which is ongoing under, so Judge Burgess has provided a report on that, and that will look at the taxing master as one issue. This is a slightly separate issue in terms of where the taxing master, as currently constructed, can actually use their powers. I have to say, you're not the only person who finds that what the taxing master does confuse, and it's one of the most opaque processes I've ever come across. And one of my reasons for looking at it in terms of reform is that I believe that all public money should be transparently and openly accounted for.
Thank the Minister for that. And you're right, and you're probably right. Of course you're probably right. But I guess if the Northern Ireland Bar have a concern that it's only right and proper that we pick up that concern and we look at it in detail, and that's what I'm really talking about. And the no bill piece of it, I think, just makes absolute sense, and we'll have no issue with that. I suppose there's been a lot of discourse about what's going to be added to the bill at a later stage. And look, I have my concerns as well. We all are going to have our concerns. I think the chair of the committee outlined them, and it's important that we do, and nobody should be afraid of people being critical of something. But I've looked at them and they're all really important, but the last one struck me, and that's provisions to tackle those who participate in or direct serious organised crime. But the reality to that, and we haven't got the wording of that, is I can take that all the way back to part 2 of this bill, because organised crime use children. And if we don't have the details of that clause, how can we consider part 2, which is all about children? Yes.
I thank the member for being so generous and giving way. The specific issue here is about creating 2 new offences. So one is direction of organised crime, and that has been defined in policy terms, and then you'll see the legislation. The other is a separate offence of participating in organised crime, where it can't be proven that somebody was directing the crime but they were a participant in it. And the reason for the 2 different offences is because there are obviously 2 different capacities in which people act. The issue of coercion and child criminal exploitation is actually being already addressed through policy, which was jointly launched on Monday by myself, your colleague, the Health Minister, and also the Minister for Education, because it's something that we recognise, but it isn't impinged upon by those 2 new offences.
And look, I absolutely accept that again, but I guess the point that I'm trying to make is if we don't have the wording of that particular clause, we don't know how it speaks to part 2. That's all I'm talking about here. I think you could well be right that it's covered elsewhere, but what I don't want to do is end up not seeing something, go through the whole scrutiny phase of part 2, and then have to revisit it all again because we suddenly get the wording of this clause and it feeds into it in a slightly different way than what we were probably expecting. So I guess the point that I'm making, if I can, Chair, I guess the point that I'm making is not as a criticism, but just the fact is that I would like to have the detail so that I can see how they all speak to each other on the wider sense.
Members being very generous, but I think it is important that we put some of these pieces to rest during the debate, and I don't want my speech at the end to be so long that everybody has fallen asleep and Justin has to tell them to wake up. But it's just to say that in terms of how this will be handled, the policy intent of each of the 6 stages has already been laid out to committee, so you know what it is we're intending to do in those 6 areas. If you wish, and it's for the committee to decide to go ahead with a call for evidence, you'll be able to do that on the basis of policy. That's been done by other committees before. Once that call for evidence concludes, at that same time you will have all of the written clauses. So by the time you start to do clause by clause and take evidence from witnesses, you will have the written clauses for you. So there will be no duplication of effort in that regard, and I would want to reassure the committee of that.
And I'm coming to a conclusion, so you won't have to jump in again. But look, I've no issue with that, Chair. You know, but again, it's like everything. Sometimes you just want to see it in your hand. You just want to see it in black and white. You want to see it written down so you understand how it all works together. I'll be honest. I would be somebody who would say, do not take evidence until we have all of the information, because what I don't want to do is bring somebody in to give me evidence, one of the stakeholders to give me evidence, then to go away and get another clause and have to bring them back to say, well, actually, this now feeds into that clause. So I would rather, Chair, if I can, I would rather get something in front of me. I fully accepted what the Minister said earlier about the reasons for bringing this forward when you have, and I have no issue with that. But that's not to say that it's going to be any quicker getting through if we have to delay because we don't want to take evidence, because we want to make sure we have all of the text.
I thank the member. He was too optimistic in thinking he would get through the end of his speech without me interrupting him again. Just to say that what I was suggesting in terms of how I might approach this, where I'm a member of the committee, and it's a long time since I've been a member of the committee, so I'll defer to others on that. But it is possible to do a call for evidence. But before you actually bring witnesses in to give evidence to the committee, you will have all of the text, as will they. So you're not taking evidence twice or calling them back unnecessarily. But the call for evidence is based on policy, and that is where you're able to proceed. And other committees, as I say, have done that successfully in the past. But that's a matter for the committee to resolve in due course.
Thanks, Minister. And you're absolutely right. It is a matter for the committee, and the committee hasn't had that discussion yet. And I'm probably preempting it slightly, but I'm just giving a very open thought, my own personal thought on this. But the committee will talk about this, and they will discuss it, and they will decide what is the best way forward. And I'll go back to the very start of my contribution. I have every confidence in the Chair, the Vice Chair and the committee to be able to look at this bill, scrutinise this bill, work with the Justice Minister, work with the Department for Justice and make sure that we produce a bill which is fit for purpose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Ciara Ferguson.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to welcome this Justice Bill being brought forward by the Minister. It is such a large bill that has already been stated by many other representatives here today, and we look forward to taking our time to ensure we scrutinise it to the best of our ability. I suppose I have to echo my other party reps' views on how this bill has been brought forward. We acknowledge that this is not how legislation should be introduced, and it's important to put this on record, especially after the High Court judgment. I won't go into the details of the bill at this stage, as we will have ample time to discuss this at the various different stages of the bill. As mentioned, Part 1 is in relation to retention periods for DNA and biometric material, and Part 2 proposed changes to bail and custody arrangements for children and young people. I would just like to make a few comments at this stage in relation to Part 3 and Part 4 of the Justice Bill. Part 3 relates to the use of live video links by police for various custody functions, including extension of police detention, court extensions of detention and suspect interviews, amending the Police and Criminal Evidence NI Order 1989 PACE, which is our primary legislation that provides the framework and powers for the PSNI to combat crime. We are all fully aware of the live link services, and they have been in operation for a number of years in a range of court processes, including court for preliminary hearings, certain sentencing and appeal hearings, for the giving of evidence by vulnerable witnesses, defendants and applicants, and between courts and hospitals in certain types of cases. The prisons and courts regularly use live links for remand hearings. We accept the need and see the benefits of live links for most cases, which may help reduce delays, deal with travel and waiting times, thus speeding up the justice system. However, I think it is really important to note that when dealing with the use of live links, it's imperative that we do have the safeguards in place to ensure the most vulnerable at all times understand the use of live links during interviews and support it where and when required. And this is something that the Northern Ireland Children Commissioner has also highlighted in regards to live links and how children and young people could be impacted. Therefore, we must ensure safeguarding measures and the issue of consent are fully addressed when looking at this section of the bill, alongside speeding up justice. We all have a duty to protect our most vulnerable, and this bill must play its part in this. As mentioned also in Part 4 of the bill, that looks at various aspects to help improve the efficiency and effectiveness of aspects of our justice system. The first area includes functions relating to the police, such as amending the Police Act 2000 to provide the Policing Board with explicit delegation in relation to areas such as pension forfeiture, ill health, retirement, etc., following the 2019 case of McKee and others versus the Charity Commission, and also the removal of the duty of the Comptroller and Auditor General to assess Policing Board performance or performance summaries, thus reducing potential overlap and duplication in oversight activity. So we welcome that these are being included within this section of the bill. Under criminal proceedings, the bill corrects a drafting error in the Criminal Attempts and Conspiracy Order 83, transferring responsibility for consenting to conspiracies outside the North from the Director of Public Prosecutions to the Advocate General, and addresses a legal gap in criminal proceedings by amending Section 7 of the Domestic Violence Crime and Victims 2004 to prevent a charge of murder or manslaughter from being no-billed when linked to an offence of causing or allowing the death of a child and vulnerable adult. And likewise, as the Chair of the Committee has mentioned, it is quite difficult to get our head around the issue of a range of legislation, and particularly terms like no bill, and we very much welcome, obviously, the committee at this stage that they have brought a paper forward for us to more fully understand what no bill actually meant. And then also, and as other members had mentioned, a key area, but a really, really important area as well, is in relation to legal aid, and it was great that the Minister has clarified that area where the review of the civil and criminal aid, this is quite different and unique in relation to the area of legal aid, because we did have some comment that why should we not be waiting until these reviews have been complete prior to legislating on behalf of it. So it was welcome in relation to legal aid and the taxation. And I do note, obviously, that the Department has wrote to stakeholders in relation to further consultation on this. I suppose it is probably important, and it was some discussion that we did have, that it's important to understand the impact that these changes may have, and particularly legal aid and taxation, in relation to maybe improving clarity around it, the predictability, and particularly in relation to payments to legal professionals, and how this will impact on access to justice, if there is any impacts. And I suppose what are the compelling reasons why this needs to happen, particularly when we are utilising Henry VIII's powers. Just finally, and I think it's important also to mention the final section under Section 4 of this bill, and that's in relation to criminal record certificates. I suppose this will update Schedule A of the Police Act 97 to comply with the 2019 Supreme Court ruling on the disclosure of non-court disposals for under 18s. This will obviously entail filtering out old and minor convictions, and other disposals should be introduced. We kind of welcome the specific safeguards that have been built in and made with the role of the independent reviewer, and we look forward to exploring the effectiveness of that, and then likewise extend court security powers to all buildings where tribunals take place. I suppose just finally, and I think it's important to note, the final section in that is examinations in criminal proceedings through registered intermediaries, or put more simply, communication specialists, which is aimed to extend this service to both County Court and Court of Appeal, which would offer great support for those most vulnerable who have communication difficulties and need that support to participate effectively as a witness in giving oral evidence in court. So we welcome that too. So just finally, I'd just like to welcome the Justice Bill. I look forward to working with our Chair, our Vice Chair and the Committee, the Minister, in moving the bill forward. I look forward to further engagement with our stakeholders and look forward to the next stage of the bill. So thank you.
Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill introduces significant reforms across various areas of justice and law enforcement in Northern Ireland. Part 1 refers to the retention of biometric data. It implements the 75-50 25-year model for biometric data retention based on age, offence severity and case outcome, replacing indefinite retention, and establishes a review mechanism for long-term retained material and seeks the appointment of a Northern Ireland Commissioner for the retention of biometric material. Part 2 relates to children. This part of the bill introduces new considerations for custody officers in courts when dealing with children, emphasising age, maturity and understanding. It also mandates that children under 18 serve detention in juvenile centres and introduces a new youth custody and supervision order for less serious offences. Part 3 looks at the use of live links and allows remote interviewing and video conferencing for police investigations and pre-charge detention extensions. Part 4 looks at the administration of justice and grants the policing board delegation powers, modifies auditing requirements and introduces various measures to improve the administration of justice, including support for vulnerable defendants and regulation making powers for court security. To avoid duplication, I wish to speak broadly at this stage to Part 2 of the bill. Part 3 is self-explanatory. My colleague on Justice Stephen Dunn will address Part 1 and 4. We are cautious of the proposed changes to the bill in general and potential amendments perhaps falling short of crucial scrutiny time. We are also cautious of changes to bail and custody arrangements for children and young people in Part 2 of the bill. Our criminal justice system already treats children and young people differently from adults in various respects, and many proposals in Part 2 naturally follow this approach.
There has been significant decline in the number of children entering the formal criminal justice system in Northern Ireland over the past decade. Prosecution and custodial sentences are increasingly deemed inappropriate unless youth offending is persistent, serious or violent. We may be prepared to look at a single youth custody order to end the confusion caused by multiple orders with various restrictions and conditions. However, this is not about removing criminal liability. The interests of victims must remain central to this debate and legislation. It is in the best interest of victims and communities to work with offending children to address the root causes of their behaviour and ensure they receive the necessary support to turn their lives around. The current system often responds to youth offending differently than it would for adults, and it is crucial to build on this approach in terms of bail, detention or diversion. Clause 7 requires officers to consider the seriousness of any breach or likely breach of bail conditions before deciding to arrest a child. Has the Minister engaged with the PSNI in drafting this clause? Does giving police officers discretion to overlook bail breaches conflict with the judiciary? Perhaps the Minister could outline any engagement with the Police Service of Northern Ireland to ensure that they are prepared for these changes. On judicial alignment, I would be keen to hear how will this discretion be aligned with judicial expectations to avoid potential conflicts, and what support systems will be in place to assist officers in making these discretionary decisions. Clause 7 also aims to create a more balanced and rehabilitative approach to youth offending, but its success will depend on careful implementation and support for police officers in exercising their discretion effectively. Clause 8 prevents bail from being refused to a child solely due to a lack of adequate accommodation. Has the capital project and accommodation stalled through lack of finances, and if so, what are the plans in the interim and whether it will ever be built, as it's a joint initiative with Health? Yes? Yes?
The member will be aware that Professor Ray Jones did a report on this issue of the amalgamation, essentially, of children's services, including youth justice. The first, if you like, the foundation element of that will be to bring forward a children's services agency, and then there will be a transition, and the hope would be that we're able to do that. There is no issue with accommodation in Woodlands. In fact, I would encourage members to go and see Woodlands Juvenile Justice Centre. It's been well maintained, but I have to say there are small numbers of children within that facility for the very reasons that the member outlines. It is not good practice to keep children in custody if instead you can achieve more through community engagement and particularly engagement with victims and reparations.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for clarification. Some points well made. Clauses 9, 10 and 13 are around a juvenile justice centre. Will these clauses enshrine in law that no young person under 18 will be held anywhere other than the Juvenile Justice Centre? While this has been the practice since 2012, there may be cases where the Juvenile Justice Centre is not the most appropriate placement due to the risk posed to the individual or peers. What flexibility do justice agencies have to vary accommodation on a case-by-case basis? Clause 14 requires courts to consider the length of custodial sentence a child might serve if convicted when deciding on remand periods exceeding 3 months. Will courts still have the discretion to refuse bails on the ground of reoffending risk or public safety? It is crucial to maintain this discretion for complex cases where remand is in the mutual interest of the child and the public. In summary, the bill may introduce some short-term challenges in terms of decision-making and consistency. Its long-term benefits could enhance the overall efficiency and effectiveness of policing procedures by fostering a more focused and rehabilitative approach to youth offending. Speaking briefly to Part 4 of the bill, and especially Clause 22 and 23, again we will look closely at the technical changes to the functions of the Policing Board. However, it is crucial that delegated functions, particularly in areas such as injury on duty and ill health retirement cases, do not dilute the potential for scrutiny and oversight. I conclude my remarks, Mr. Chairman, by being cautious towards the bill. I look forward to hearing evidence from stakeholders and witnesses as the bill progresses and the committee get down to scrutinising the various aspects of the bill's journey, including taking time to scrutinise any late amendments. In short, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the bill.
Thank you, and I call Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I rise, I suppose, like I do with all legislation nowadays in this place, and give it a cautious welcome. We are legislators, we are here to do a job, but that shouldn't be measured by the amount of legislation we scrutinise, but by the quality. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we all know where the biometrics, the DNA and the data retention piece of this bill has come from. It has come from a number of court cases and breaches of European rights, and I get that with regards to the Marper and Cochrane cases. So the Department must act and do something in this regard. And I suppose where I come from with regards to retention of DNA and biometrics is the balance between human rights and the principles of proportionality, necessity, and the presumption of innocence. So there should be strict limits on data retention. And a question I would have even at this stage is, why has the Minister and the Department adopted these specific year periods? Why have they been chosen? And I get that it's a balance, and I get at this stage there won't be a right and a wrong answer, but it would be good to tease a wee bit more out of that with regards to this second reading, which is a very important stage of any piece of legislation. So I am concerned about some of the year factors or time periods. And I note, and I'm not saying this is right nor wrong, I'm just asking the question, where is the Minister's mindset around this stuff? The new 63G, this article applies where P is arrested for a qualifying offence other than an accepted offence but is not charged with an offence, or is charged with any qualifying offence but is not convicted of that charge. If P is charged with a qualifying offence but is not convicted of that offence, P's material may be retained until the end of a period of 3 years. Is that the balance that the Minister is trying to strike? Is that the right balance? And of course, if P is arrested for a qualifying offence other than an accepted offence but is not charged with that offence again, P's material is retained until the end of the period of 3 years. I also note, when you leaf over the page, that the Chief Constable may apply to a district judge for an order which, in relation to particular material, extends the 3-year period set out in 63G and 4 by a further period of 2 years. Why just 2 years? I think these are questions that are quite valid and quite appropriate to ask. And then, of course, you have scattered throughout the bill the 75 years, the 50 years, and I've no doubt somewhere along this bill there'll be 25 years too. I just haven't found it yet. And I suppose that brings me to my point, in that I think this House has to reassure itself that the balance is right with this bill. We all know why we're having to deal with biometrics, DNA, data retention, Article 8 contravention. And we can't have it indefinitely. I think we all understand and acknowledge that at this stage. And so there are rights and freedoms that we have to take into account. This House must take into account. The Department must take into account. So I look forward to knowing the mindset of the Minister and the Department around the periods of time which they have adopted in this bill, and how that could progress through committee and further consideration stage. I must say that one of the issues that does concern me is the fixed penalty notices. And when a person is given a penalty notice under Section 60 of the Justice Act Northern Ireland 2011 in respect of a recordable offence, and if no proceedings are brought against P for that offence, P's material may be retained until the end of a period of 2 years, beginning with the date on which P was given the penalty notice. Penalty notices. Now, they are not penalty notices are serious enough, but the retention of DNA for 2 years, where is the balance, and has it been struck appropriately and right? I simply pose the question to this House, a second reading. But what really perplexes me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that when I first seen this bill, and I first seen that you have a section on the use of live links, I thought, happy days. This is now the Department moving away from the reliance of coronavirus legislation. But when I read Part 3, it's nothing of the sort. It's nothing of the sort. And I can't understand for the life of me why, when you have had legislation for up to 4 years, with a practice that's been going on quite successfully, that you wouldn't slot that into the bill first off, that you wouldn't have it as introduced. It just seems to me as a striking omission. And whilst I have nothing against use of live links for interview purposes, although there are concerns there too, around the context, the consent of people taking part in live links, the fact that they're not actually in a court. Do they know exactly the process they're going through? Are they tutored on this stuff? Are they supported using live links? These are areas, grey areas at this point, that I would have concerns about, especially when you're talking about children and vulnerable adults. Are they aware of the process they're in when they're going through a live link process? Court can't... Yes, I will.
It's interesting that the member raises the issue of children and vulnerable adults, because it is precisely for children and vulnerable adults that live links have proven to be absolutely essential. It has allowed us, for example, to have domestic violence contest cases heard by live link, so that the person who has been abused does not have to appear in court or risk cross-examination by the person who is accused of abusing them. And the rec centre relies entirely on live links. That facility will be lost if we don't retain them.
Know full well my support for all of that, especially around the legislation that we have passed in the last term around domestic violence and stalking. So the Minister knows my form on this. I'm simply relaying concerns that I would have with regards to live links being used for interviews. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying that I would like to see a wee bit more detail about actually how those people will be served when they use those live links for interview purposes. But my point still stands, Minister, through Deputy Speaker. Why on earth have you not included the live links with regards to the provision that you enjoyed through the Coronavirus Act? I just do not understand why it's not on the face of the bill as introduced. I will give way.
Because there is a distinct difference in terms of drafting regulations and primary legislation. And so the coronavirus regulations as drafted couldn't simply be transplanted into primary legislation. There are also some changes that will be made as a result of the experience of working through live links. So that is the reason why it's not on the face of the bill, but it's being brought as an amendment, because it's still under development. The policy intent is obviously clear, but the development of the detailed clauses has yet to be completed.
I thank the Minister for her intervention, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just don't get that it's under development. You know what it's meant to do. You know what it's designed to do. You have been operating it for the last 3 years, but yet you can't even put it on the face of a blue bill that's being introduced by you to this House at second reading, when we know, when you would have universal support for that, I suspect, with regards to the practice that's already continuing. And I don't really understand, Mr., your reasoning around why, because it's coming as regulation onto a face of a primary bill. That's what legislation is. There's nothing impossible about legislation. And I just don't understand, and I will seek clarification if the Minister wants to give it, as to why this has not been put on the face of the bill at this stage.
Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure how much clearer I can be. No one is quibbling about the intent or what we're trying to achieve, but it takes time to draft the primary legislation in the context of it being primary legislation, which is considerably different to the drafting of regulations. And therefore, until it is drafted by Legislative Council, we can't place it on the face of the bill, though the policy intent has not changed. We did look at whether there were other options, but there is no other supporting legislation under which we could simply transpose regulations. Therefore, it has to be as primary legislation, and the drafting takes time. And while the member may not understand it, it's simply the facts. I don't draft the bill. The Office of Legislative Council do, and they need time to do it.
I understand what the Minister is saying with regards to primary legislation. I understand that the provisions must come through primary legislation, but what she's basically saying is that OLC have a capacity issue. That's basically what she is saying, and that she hasn't waited. She hasn't waited for her bill to be complete before pushing it through to first reading and second reading. And that, I believe, is an affront to accountability and democracy in this place. It's as simple as that. But not only that, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's only the live links piece that has been in operation for the last 3 years. What about the other 5 areas out of 6 that she has failed to put on the face of this bill at second reading for every single MLA to look at? MLAs who aren't on the Justice Committee, who have to make a decision on this bill today, and the Minister has come to this House and says, by the way, this bill is only half completed. This bill is only half completed. That's not good accountability, Mr Deputy Speaker. That's not good democracy, and it's not good scrutiny. I will give way again.
It would be unfair to say that I arrived here in the Chamber today and announced that we were bringing 6 additional areas of policy through. That is not the case. We have been in continual contact with the committee. We have had briefings on the policy intent of those 6 areas, and we have provided that detail to the committee. I also set it out in my speech to the House at the first opportunity to do so. So with respect, the idea that I came in today and lobbed 6 new things into the bill is simply untrue, and it's a fiction. So that needs to be, I think, that needs to be clarified.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I would question the Minister on her choice of wording in this House. But can I say that the committee has not seen the text, and we are legislators. And if MLAs cannot see the text of these blue pages, then we cannot do our job properly. And it's been raised in this House today around, this is normal. This is absolutely normal for departments to clamour to bring amendments to their own bill. This is unprecedented. Committee stage.
The member has claimed,
Minister.
and I think it's on the second occasion now it's been claimed in this House, that it is unprecedented for a minister to bring amendments to their own bill. I would ask that the Deputy Speaker would reflect on that, because that is factually inaccurate. In fact, every mixed content justice bill has been amended at consideration stage, as have many other bills. The use of the word unprecedented, if people are going to lecture about the use of language, has a particular meaning, and it is not, the threshold for it is not met in this debate.
Thank you. Just steady, Mr Frew. Steady. Minister, we will reflect on that, and we'll look at whether that had been used and unprecedented before, and we'll also look at the issue about amendments of bills coming forward. And can I ask, because you're both 2 very seasoned members of this Assembly, if we could keep it civil. Thank you. Mr Frew, if you would like to continue.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and yes, this proves to me that the Minister hasn't learned anything post-judgment. And I really worry about this. And why I mean that it is unprecedented is this, and I was going to go on to explain what I meant. A committee stage is very important in the life of a bill, and that is when the committee scrutinises everything in the bill, every line, every clause, every part, even the schedules. And it's usually at that point that the committee speaks and communicates with the department and the Minister and talks to the department about amendments that they would like to see. that the committee would like to see. And at that point, if the minister is minded, then the minister and the department will bring forward amendments at that point. But that is, I'll finish my point and then I'll give way. But that is a point of principled negotiation and agreement between the committee and the department. It is not the minister and the department saying, we're only going to launch half the bill at second reading, and at consideration stage, we're going to max it out. And to do that, to have that intent at the start of a process is completely and utterly undemocratic, unaccountable, and it won't lend to good scrutiny. And I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way, and as my colleague, the Justice Minister, outlined, that it is not unprecedented and that under previous Justice Bills this has been the case. But the point I was going to make was that as the committee chair, your colleague is sitting beside you, and committee members, when you go out with your call for evidence, you can ask for an extended period, because if you feel that you need more time to consult so that you have full scrutiny, that is within your gift.
I thank the member for her contribution, because she leads me on to a very valid point. When should the committee have that time period? Because if the minister can't give us reasonable time periods of when she's going to bring her amendments, what time period should the committee suggest? Because you have left the committee at a very bad place where they won't be able to get a time frame for scrutinising the new amendments, the amendments that the minister is intending to bring forward at a later stage. And that is what's unique about this process and about this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will give way, yeah.
Thank the member for giving way, but not to keep going over old ground, but the Minister has laid out what the policy intent is, and I would imagine that all members of the Justice Committee have got researchers who can actually look into what the potential implications for those are in law. The fact that the wording is not drafted on the face of the bill yet is actually of secondary importance. If the policy intent is there, it is within your gift as a committee and the people who support you to actually start looking into how that could work in practice.
Oh, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it all sounds very reasonable. But if any other department tried to do this, where would be the position? What would be the position of the Alliance Party today? What would be the position? And I am standing up for every other department in this place, because I know that this is bad practice, it's bad law, it's bad scrutiny, and it's undemocratic and unaccountable.
Point of order, Minister.
On a point of order, to dismiss something which is not even an act as bad law seems to me to indicate that the member is not across the detail of what we're doing here today. What we have are proposals for legislation. What we don't have is law, good or bad.
Thank the Minister for her remarks, but indeed within the mood of this debate and how we're raising these issues as well, I think that is a statement that we can both consider going forward.
And again, I remind the Minister of the position that she and her department find herself with regards to the judgment that has already been laid down on a previous bill. And I lay this warning in this House today of how we proceed. It is not good enough for a minister in any department to say that they are going to bring multitudes of amendments covering 6 areas of policy to a bill at consideration stage. It is not good practice. I will not support that practice. I will call it out at every opportunity I get, and I warn this House today. Yes, I will give way again. Yes.
In terms of the processes of this House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member will be aware that any member in this chamber can bring an amendment to the bill at consideration stage. Those amendments, there is no opportunity for the committee to consider whatsoever, and yet it is entirely appropriate and entirely normal for that to happen, and that is the right of every person in this chamber. My intent is to have the clauses presented to the committee this year. So before any formal scrutiny would begin on line-by-line basis in the committee. So I fail to understand how a member who claims to be a champion of this House can then argue that it is not in order for someone to amend the bill at any stage after second reading?
Speaker, I'm putting words in my mouth. I love a good consideration stage. I love a good consideration stage. I bring amendments forward as much as I possibly can. And it is the Minister who criticises me at every opportunity.
Through the chair, Mr. Pugh.
Speaker,
Through the chair, Mr. Minister.
It is the Minister who criticises me when I do that on most occasions, because it hasn't been consulted on. The Department hasn't formed a view on it. All these various reasons why you wouldn't support an amendment at consideration stage. What this is different, and why this is different, is because it's the Minister doing it. The Minister's doing it, without any sort of indication from the committee that they support it, that they want it, that they want to bring something forward themselves. If I am minded to bring an amendment at consideration stage, I will do that. But I also have the good courtesy to show it to the Minister and ask the Minister to adopt it herself so she could bring it forward at consideration stage. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that practice. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that concept. It's about having 6 areas of policy, not in the face of this bill at second reading. That is what worries me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I warn the House that we will need to be extra vigilant given the fact that we've already had judgments on this Department's previous legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Please do not be making remarks from the floor. Thank you. I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm not a member of the Justice Committee, but I do take an interest in these matters, and I think there's lots of important stuff, and I think we all should be able and willing to come and speak on legislation which is not necessarily in our committee purview. I have consistently said that I've been disappointed by the rather scant volume of substantive legislation that has come before the Assembly since we all returned. The fact that the executive legislation programme, which was in itself relatively slimline, has not properly, we haven't received very much of it. So it would be, I think, remiss of me not to, in the spirit of being constructive, actually say fair play to the Justice Minister for bringing forward what is a substantive piece of legislation. It's an omnibus bill. It has lots of things in there. And it's going to have lots of other things in there, as we were told today, because it sounds like some of the most substantive and novel and possibly controversial bits of the legislation are going to be in amendments brought forward by the Minister. The Minister, I will give way in a second. The Minister seeking to correct me, of course. Since I haven't seen the text of the amendments, I have no idea whether they're controversial or not. So it's hardly. I'm going on what she told me today. I will give way. I'm happy to give way.
And I realise that he hasn't seen the draft text, but he has heard the policy intent as set out in my speech, and therefore knows exactly what we're intending to do. They're not controversial issues. They're issues that have been on the agenda for a long time, like, for example, as Mr. Frew said, normalising the use of live links within the court service, which is not controversial. In fact, I think he said, possibly uniquely, that it would probably get universal support. So it isn't that we're trying to bury bad news or to hold back things that may be controversial. It is simply that we are trying to do this in a timely fashion in order to make best use of the 3 short years that we have left of this mandate.
Well, I appreciate that clarification from the Justice Minister, and it is useful because, as I said, when you hear about measures around serious and organised crime, clearly those are not insignificant. When you hear about things like measures to reform or change restorative justice can be a very positive practice. There has been some controversy in the past in Northern Ireland around vehicles or organisations that have used restorative justice. So one's ears do tend to prick up when you hear terms like that and be told that there are going to be amendments brought forward by the Department. I just want to run through a few specific elements of a few bits that are in the bill to give my views. My colleague Justin McNulty who's on the committee, has given a fulsome read across. There are a few specific bits that I wanted to raise clearly, and it's been touched on extensively by others in relation to biometric material. There is there has been litigation, and it is important that the legislation is updated in a way that is consistent, yes, with legacy concerns, but also meets our human rights obligations. Meeting human rights obligations or our failure in the past to meet them is clearly something which is a theme in this bill. So I recognise that, and I commend the Minister where she seeks to improve the statute book, specifically and particularly in relation to the rights of the child in the criminal justice system. Lots of the measures here are around simplifying, for example, improving the consistency of the assumption of bail for young. That is all, I think, sensible. It would be helpful if the Minister would clarify whether she intends to bring forward any amendment, and indeed to address why, in her closing remarks, why specific amendments or specific clauses to increase the age of criminal responsibility, which is a consistent ask both of children's rights organisations, but also international organisations, why that isn't on the face of the bill, and whether she intends to bring amendments to increase the criminal age of responsibility. I'm aware that was in her party's manifesto, so it would be helpful to understand if that's going to be included, and if not, why not? There are a couple of specific questions and a couple of more technical bits. One of the provisions in the legislation relates to how we go about the prosecutions for individuals for offences or for conspiracy to commit offences in Northern Ireland who are not in Northern Ireland, i.e. they are outside the jurisdiction. It changes the person who has to sign off on that from the Attorney General for Northern Ireland, who is obviously the legal advisor to the Executive, to the Advocate General, who is the legal advisor on Northern Ireland to the UK Government, who is by default the Attorney General for England and Wales. Now, I don't know enough to know whether that I should be concerned by that, but it would be helpful for the Minister to be fulsome in explaining why a legal advisor to a devolved government that responsibility is being moved from them, because policing and justice powers are devolved, and is being moved to the Attorney General for Northern Ireland, who is also the Attorney General for England and Wales. If I'm misunderstanding it, I'm happy to be correcting. It's the Advocate General, as I understand it, is the legal advisor to the UK Government rather than to the devolved government. So the Advocate General is Lord Hemmer, who is currently, I believe, who is an advisor to the UK Government. Yes, international affairs and are a accepted matter, but the Attorney General is a legal advisor to the devolved government, and policing and justice is devolved. So it would be helpful to understand why that change is being made. It sounds, on the face of it, a little bit. 1 second, how do you weigh? Yeah.
It's because the Attorney General doesn't have international responsibility, because international issues are not devolved. So where it's cross-jurisdictional, it's important that it's the Advocate General. And it was an error in terms of how it was laid out, that the Attorney General was named rather than the Advocate General, that we're seeking to correct.
That's most helpful. I appreciate the Minister clarifying that. And it is certainly the case that we can challenge and ask those questions, and I think we will continue to ask those questions. I think it will be helpful to understand the full background to that, and I'm sure committee members will investigate and interrogate that going forward. Also to understand whether the Attorney General for Northern Ireland having that power has created any specific challenges and what those challenges are and why that needs to be addressed, but I appreciate that clarification. There are also some concerns, or at least questions, that have been raised by some in the legal fraternity around the update to how to clause 28 and around the ordering taxation of legal aid costs. I think it would be helpful to understand that. And the Minister, I see, has a slight smile on her face. There may be interest groups. Obviously, will always make representations on behalf of their own interests. I'm sure she will make that argument, but it will be important to understand that, particularly given concerns around the squeezing of the legal aid budget, and particularly as it affects people who do not have the means. Access to justice being a consistent challenge, and an argument she has made in terms of the squeezing of her budget. So it would be helpful to understand that. It may well be that I am not that I'm not in possession of information that will immediately clarify my question. So I will give way to the Justice Minister.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This was raised, I think, by Doug Beattie in his intervention. The issue around the reform of legal aid, first of all, is not the subject matter of this particular amendment. So it's simply a technical change to say how the the fees are counted in terms of these particular issues. It's not the wider issue around, for example, reform of the taxation master's role more widely. That is part of a wider piece of work that's being done on civil and legal aid within the department, and that will come separately in terms of policy to the committee and to the floor of the House for further scrutiny down the line.
I appreciate that clarification from the Justice Minister, and again, it's something I'm sure the committee will find useful in their deliberations and will seek to understand on their own account as well. I think it is worth saying, and this is an anomaly that I pointed to, not for the sake of being facetious, but because I think it is something worth reflecting on. Clearly, this is legislating in relation to the civil legal aid system, but there is this anomaly where civil justice is not the responsibility of the Department of Justice, it's the responsibility of the Department of Finance. And to be fair to the Minister of Finance, she has a lot on her plate. I think that anomaly does point to the slightly strange situation we have where the Department for Justice is here legislating for changes to the civil legal aid system, but whether it's in relation to defamation law, marital law, or a whole range of other civil law matters, the Minister of Finance, who has other things on her proverbial plate, is having to deal with the substance of civil law reform. I think I don't really see any logical reason for that anomaly to continue, particularly when the Department of Justice is literally bringing forward reforms to civil legal aid. So I think that is something worth reflecting on, and perhaps the deliberation on this legislation is an opportunity to do that. So let me say, I won't go through absolutely every clause in this bill, though I won't be on the Justice Committee. I do look forward to continuing scrutiny and deliberation of this piece of legislation. I do look forward to seeing the substance of what these amendments are. I would just say, not to labour the point because others have made it, I think it is reasonable to ask a question about why about a minister bringing forward an indication to amend at second stage. I appreciate the minister is not particularly enamoured with that challenge or criticism, but that's our job. I would also say I don't completely buy the argument made by her colleague Ms Bradshaw that we should be fine not seeing the text of the legislation because we've heard the policy intent. That, with the greatest of respect, is completely nonsensical. Legislation is literally about the text in front of you. That's what they scrutinise in court. I will give way in 1 second. That clear it's all well and good talking about policy intent. We have debated nothing but policy intent in large part since we returned here. Policy intent after policy intent. We've all put down motions saying our intent to do things. This is law. This is going to have to be tested in court. And we heard from Mr. Justice Humphreys that a previous piece of justice legislation that we passed in the previous mandate was not sufficiently scrutinised. The text of that legislation wasn't sufficiently scrutinised. So we can't simply say no highly paid KC can go in front of a judge and say, but the policy intent. In fact, some of those arguments were defeated in court, but I'm happy to give way. I'm happy to give way to either one of the members.
I mean, just on that, in terms of the scrutiny of the policy intent, I actually brought to this House my concerns about the ruling that Justice Humphreys made. The Supreme Court had previously said that it is flawed to to look at the consideration of any clause on the basis of how long there is an entry in Hansard. As obviously people will consider matters at other times in other ways. There will be political consideration and debate that will not be reflected in Hansard, and therefore I would argue that contrary to the ruling, actually the committee in that case did do its scrutiny. It simply did not see the particular issue with the bill, and I think that that's entirely reasonable. The judgment stands as it stands, but to be fair, the lack of scrutiny was not down to the committee not having the bill. The committee had the bill. They had every opportunity to explore those issues, and no one raised them, including the parties who then litigated over the bill.
The Minister makes some reasonable points, but the simple fact is that the question of whether the committee, whether every MLA, and it went through by effective acclamation, there wasn't even a division on that bill, now Act, did their job properly, only makes the argument that we should do our job, in this case, even more assiduously and carefully, and to scrutinise the text of these amendments and to see them as early as possible. So that is why I think legitimate concern has been raised around that. It is always an argument that is made in court, and obviously it was subject to some discussion in that case around policy intent and how it interacts with the text of the bill. I will give way in a second, yes, and how the policy intent interacts, but I think there has to be a piece of draft legislation. You have to see a text of an amendment or a clause before you can it would be difficult for a judge to surmise that a piece of policy intent was properly considered in relation to text of a bill if there is until there is a text. I'll give away.
I hope people will reflect on Hansard in terms of the interventions from the Minister, but just to be absolutely clear, I was not saying that this was a good substitute. I was saying that there is an opportunity for the committee to extend its its consultation phase until the Minister and her officials bring this forward, and that they can get on with this work in the meantime and ask for responses in this space. So please do not put words in my mouth. Thank you.
My constituency colleague has robustly clarified her position. I don't think I did put words in her mouth. I think it was relatively clear because I took a note of what she said.
Members, let's keep it civil. Thank you very much indeed.
I think I've been talking about civil law and the importance of civil law and criminal law, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I haven't been in any way uncivil, and I wouldn't seek to be uncivil. I think there's lots of important stuff in this bill, and I commend the Justice Minister for bringing, frankly, unlike other members so far of the Executive, a piece of significant legislation, but we do have a precedent, to go back to that other vexed word that has a legal meaning too. There is a precedent, and the precedent is that in the previous mandate we passed a piece of legislation and there was a significant unintended consequence, or perhaps it wasn't an intended consequence, perhaps it was an intended consequence, but it wasn't fully understood and thought through by the members of this Assembly. So we should be humble about that, and we should be serious about our jobs going forward. I have also been made aware of another outstanding issue in relation to that piece of legislation, which I will be corresponding with the Minister about to clarify in relation to that, to the previous the Justice Sexual Offences and Trafficking of Victims Act. All it does is reinforce the need for us to scrutinise this properly, and I hope that what emerges is a significant piece of justice reform which will be to the credit of the Minister. And I know sometimes the Minister enjoys, I think, robust exchanges in the Chamber. Perhaps she doesn't always enjoy them, but I think there is an important point here that actually this is about challenge, and sometimes it is about difficult exchange to get to a place that is better. It will be a better piece of legislation and a substantial piece of legislation that actually works if people can do our job, we can do our jobs properly and scrutinise it. So clearly we will support the passage of this at second stage. Look forward to the text of these amendments and look forward to scrutinising the very important subjects contained therein. Thank you.
I call on Stephen Dunn.
Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the opportunity to speak on this second stage of the Justice Bill as a new member of the Justice Committee, and we look forward to the work ahead of us on this particular bill. And given the scale of the challenges facing our police service, our courts and the victims and witnesses of crime, it is imperative that every effort is made to both improve and strengthen the operation and effectiveness of our justice system. And I think that is something that we can all unite around in the House today, certainly. We are obviously cognisant of the fact around the well-known pressures facing the departmental budget. I know that has been mentioned by some members already this afternoon. It is of some concern around that the Minister does intend to bring forward the reforms in this particular format, as has been widely covered, with several major and significant policy areas coming forward by the way of amendments through these 6 additional amendments. However, it is an opportunity for us all to play our part, and there must indeed be full scrutiny at every stage, including fully exploring any unintended consequences. And I think the interest shown today around the House is a positive sign for engagement and scrutiny of the bill from both within committee members and also non-committee members as well, who have also showed quite a bit of interest. So I think that is a positive sign as well for everybody, including for the Minister, I'm sure. And the explanatory and financial memorandum does suggest the bill provisions will primarily be delivered within existing resources. And I think this is an example where there does need to be a lot more detail and more exploration done in the weeks and months ahead. And I think we all have a part to play in that, and we all look forward to that. And we do look forward to listening to the various stakeholders, which has been re-emphasised by the Chair and also the Deputy Chair, through the engagement with officials and taking evidence in the right time and in the right way as well. Because everybody will be impacted differently, the different cohorts, and it's very important that we assess how this framework to make sure that it is both fair and workable as well. Turning to part 1 of the bill, particularly on the retention of the biometric data, as a party we do recognise the need to strike a fair balance between upholding the rights and freedoms and liberties of those who come into contact with the police as regards the retention of their DNA and data, and also importantly ensuring that the PSNI and the legal authorities and agencies have the wherewithal and the capacity and the tools to keep the flame of truth and justice alive for both victims of crime. Biometric data, as has been mentioned before, is an ever-evolving matter as technology advances, and it is important that legislation is agile to reflect these changes. And I think that as technology advances so quickly, it is important to have that flexibility built in, even from when the work was started, even the advances alone during that time. We do not want to ever get into a situation where unidentified biometric data is deleted, only for it to be later proven that emerging technology was in fact capable of connecting that data and persons to serious crimes against persons and property. That would be an abdication of the state's obligations to innocent victims. Nor are we satisfied that data pertaining to those who have been arrested but are innocent and are later acquitted of wrongdoing should be retained in perpetuity. We agree that material obtained by consent should only be retained until it is no longer needed and will not be added to a DNA or fingerprint database. This is undoubtedly a very complex area, and we will need to see more detail coming forward in the weeks and months ahead on this bill through the committee stages and the various other stages that will follow. Clause 1 outlines distinct arrangements governing the retention of data that is held in connection with different persons, offences, and the various length and types of sentences. We do need to hear more going forward around how confident the Minister is that the PSNI will be able to embed the changes that are being proposed within the current software system, calculating biometric retention periods under different legislative frameworks. The 75, 50, 25-year model proposed will require much more scrutiny, and I know that work started last week with the officials, which I think was helpful for all the members that were present, particularly as it is not in operation in any other part of the UK, that particular model. So that will be interesting going forward, and there's a lot more work to be done around that. And also the role and remit of the Commissioner's work will be another important consideration, and building on the experience of Scotland in 2021 when the Commissioner work began there. I think there is lessons to be learned from our neighbours in Scotland, and I'm sure that work will continue. I'm turning now to part 4 of the bill, which covers the administration of justice. It is a positive that Clause 25 will cut off any route to serious charges related to the death of a child or vulnerable adult being dismissed on the grounds of insufficient evidence, without lesser charges of allowing a child or vulnerable adult to die having been determined. And it is important to ensure that opportunities for prosecution are not lost if new evidence does in fact come to light in trial proceedings flowing from the new Section 5 domestic offence. Overall, there is a lot more information to come, and we all certainly look forward to more detail coming forward within the committee in the weeks and months ahead. And I do want to concur with my colleague Joanne Bunting, who is also chair of the committee, who spelt out very clearly our party's position on these wide-ranging matters and the importance of focusing on the right way and the best way, and not just the most convenient way for the Minister or for any other members around the House today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call on Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by noting that the long title of this bill, we are told, is amend the law about the release of children on bail and about their detention to permit the use of live links for the exercise of certain police functions, to make other provision in connection with the administration of justice and for connective purposes. I would like to press the Minister to assure the House today that, given those parameters, to confirm that she has no plans to attempt to raise the criminal age of responsibility either by way of amendment or by moving secondary legislation under it. I note that Mr O'Toole had similar concerns but came from a different angle on it, and I'm happy if the Minister wants to take this opportunity or during her summons up to confirm her intentions moving forward. I certainly would caution members against any attempt to amend the bill in order to raise the age of criminal responsibility. I remind the Chamber of the horrendous murder of 2-year-old James Bulger by Robert Thompson and John Venables.
If you don't mind, I thought it was prudent at every stage of each bill, particularly the second stage, that you speak to the principles of the bill at the second stage. I don't believe that we have this amendment in front of us today, nor is this something that's actually being discussed on the face of the bill. So is it proper that the member does actually discuss this item rather than actually relate to the bill that's in front of you today?
I thank the member for raising her point of order. However, there's been a degree of latitude that has been shown quite across the piece as we've gone through today. And I would invite Mr Gasson to continue his remarks.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Certainly, just moving on, 2 10-year-olds who displayed a degree of premeditated viciousness, which is hard to credit. Moving, yes, absolutely.
So we could cut this short by me just setting out that he suggested that I might want to make amendments by secondary legislation. Not sure how that would happen. You would need primary legislation in order to change the minimum age of criminal responsibility. To do that, it would have to get executive approval, and so far that executive approval hasn't been forthcoming. And I'm happy actually to deal with it in more detail in my wind of this debate, but just to reassure the member in that regard.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the intervention. Moving to Clause 1, and on the retention of biometric data, I trust that committee will give these provisions particularly close scrutiny. You will note, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it amends the Police and Criminal Evidence Order 1989. This is a complex piece of legislation dealing with DNA and fingerprint evidence and how long it can be retained for. I trust that the committee will satisfy itself beyond doubt that no steps are being taken which would impede future prosecutions arising from the hundreds of unsolved murders resulting from the terrorist campaign. All contributions to date focus on the rights of people. I want to introduce to the debate what about the rights of victims. We know that hope of prosecutions are slim, but we also know developments in DNA have produced breakthroughs decades later, as in the case of the murder of John Proctor, an RUC reservist gunned down as he visited his wife and newborn at Macraphil Hospital in 1981. 30 years later, IRA man Seamus Kearney was convicted of that heinous murder because his DNA was discovered on a cigarette butt from the scene. Shamefully, because of the immoral Belfast Agreement on which this House is built, he only served 2 years of the life sentence which he should have faced for murdering her father just after visiting his newborn. But that day in court and the guilty verdict, even after so many years, meant a lot to the family. Nothing should be done with this bill which sniffs out hope for such victims, nor should it deliver aid to terrorists like Seamus Kearney, who was convicted in the Proctor case. Again, perhaps the Minister would like to give her assurance to me on that point, either now or at the end when she summons them up. Moving on to Clause 22 of the bill, also raises interesting issues. While I appreciate there have been serious problems and delay in the Policing Board reaching tenable decisions in ill health retirement and injury on duty awards, the delegating of these functions to board officials as proposed in Clause 22(2)(b) does not strike me as any guarantee of a better outcome, as it is often these very officials who make the dubious recommendations. Giving officials the power to do largely as they please isn't, I suspect, the solution. I want to flag up my early opposition to Clause 23 of the bill. This clause, in repealing Section 29 of the Police Northern Ireland Act 2003, removes the oversight role of the Audit Office when it comes to the PSNI. This would be fine if we would just assume that the Policing Board is up to the job, but it is important to remember that the Audit Office is not just about finances. Recently we had an example of this in my own constituency when the Office conducted an extraordinary audit of Causeway Coast and Glens, which was primarily about performance. So the Audit Office can perform a useful role, and with the Policing Board boasting a terrorist such as Mr Kelly and its current membership, then it requires all the oversight available to it. Perhaps the Minister could explain to the House why she is seeking to remove the confidence-building measure.
Mr Gaston. Mr Gaston.
Could you, as the Deputy Chair, just remind the Speaker that when they're talking about other members of this chamber who have been elected, that they do so with respect?
I thank you, Mr Hargey, and I was about to do that. Mr Gaston, please stand. Mr Gaston, in this Assembly we treat each other members with respect, and that's a process that your predecessor, despite many of the things that he said, would always follow. I would expect you to follow the same thing. Okay, I've given you a degree of latitude, but that latitude is now stopped. Do you understand?
Certainly I'll bear that in mind, Deputy Speaker, moving forward. So once again, I would encourage the Minister, if she could explain to the House why she is seeking to remove the confidence-building measures of the Audit Office having an oversight role. Moving on to clause 25, perhaps the Minister could explain. Yes, go on ahead.
I can clarify that I'm not.
The bill would tell me different from my certainly reading of it. I know I'm not here that long, but that's certainly not the way I read it. Moving on to clause 25, perhaps the Minister could explain to us why it is thought necessary to amend section 7 of the Domestic Violence Crime and Victims Act 2004. And finally, clause 28 removes the long-standing supervisory and review role for taxing masters, whereby the quantum of legal aid payments can be independently reviewed upon an order for her taxation by the court. Clause 28 makes the department judge of its own cause. Is that fair, Minister?
Thank you. I call on Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you as well for letting me in at this late stage. I was at an Assembly Commission meeting there. I didn't hear all of the comments from all of the members, but I gathered that everyone stayed mostly within the principles of the bill at second stage, and I myself do also want to comment on a number of aspects within the clauses. First of all, I just want to say that I welcome the bill now coming through its second stage in the House, and commend the Justice Minister for bringing forward what is now the 6th piece of legislation since her time as Minister, and it is clear that victims are a priority and that the team in the department have been working with regards to the miscellaneous, the many items provided within today's bill. And I want to speak specifically to a number of those, and first, and I should declare, or maybe I shouldn't, but I will, that I am a member of the Policing Board, so we'll speak to some of the elements that are also concerned with regards to that. But first of all, in particular, the retention of material, biometric material specifically. I want to focus on this just for some moments, because in my role as a member of the Policing Board, I've come across this issue many times, both from requests from members of the public and officials within the board themselves, and asking the PSNI too. And one of the aspects of that is the most recent high-profile cases of Barry McCaffrey and Trevi Barney. Now, I do understand there is a hearing that is actually currently going, so I won't touch many aspects of that.
Be cautious.
Yep, but I do want to touch on the fact that there is retention of fingerprints when it does come to individuals such as Barry and Trevor, and they both as well have spoken to me on many occasions as to what the PSNI are doing with the retention of that data, and if it's not just about them, about the many others in question, because I do believe that we should be proud of the human rights-based approach that we take to our criminal justice system in its entirety. Not just the policing aspect, but as people move through the court system too, and that should be applied to everyone. So I do welcome the process that is set out within the bill regarding the retention of biometric material. I also want to discuss specifically with regards to children contained within the bill, and the focus from the Minister around the human rights compliance. I have already mentioned that I am proud, and we should also all be, of our human rights approach to the criminal justice process. And again, as a member of the Policing Board, we often visit this issue when it comes to children, not only just at the forefront of the criminal justice process and their engagement with the police, but we hear from victims and stakeholders as they make their way through the system, and one of those aspects is bail. I do want to highlight as well one of the positives that is coming out in the cross-departmental work with the Department of Justice and the Department of Health, which my colleague may have raised earlier, was around bail fostering. And hopefully that's something that we can see explored further. But with going back to the specific elements of this bill, there are many occasions in Northern Ireland when we see children that come before the courts that is not due to the actions of the children, but due to the actions of adults who have actually more catapulted them into the behaviours that found themselves in, and the summer is some of the most recent aspects of what we saw that. So I do think it is important that presumption of bail in all circumstances for children is actually looked at and is being dealt with within this bill. And as a member of the Policing Board, I think it is very important that the Department of Justice, the PPS, the PSNI and the Policing Board at every opportunity respond with the human rights approach, and I do believe that this is what this bill is intended to do when it comes to children and young people. And in fact, actually, on Thursday, the Policing Board are also approving the Human Rights of Children and Young People report. So it's important that all agencies are working in harmony to ensure that all processes are human rights compliant, and this is one further step to ensure that that does take place. I also want to touch on the aspect of ill health retirement. This was a focus of the previous speaker's speech, and I do want to point the speaker to a actually very recent court judgment. I believe it was Justice Schofield who made the judgment, perhaps could be corrected, back in February 2023, in which members of the Policing Board, and also by extension in terms of the decision-making process, the officials as well, with regards to decisions on ill health retirement, that you cannot change the decision of that senior medical practitioner. So some of the elements of the previous speaker that we heard with regards to the scrutiny of the ill health retirement bill actually do not come into effect here. And I have a great deal of sympathy as well, because we all know and we all have many officers that are coming to us regarding ill health retirement, and it is an issue that the Minister has been taking seriously and has been dealing with ensuring that we get, for example, more of those SMPs on board as well. But the arguments regarding that process of taking away the scrutiny don't really stack up when we do have that High Court judgment that says that we can't actually change the decision of the person who has the evidence in their hand. So yeah, I'm glad to see that it will delegate responsibility in some regard, because often we are seeing even more delays at the board level, not because of the fault of any officers or individuals, just because of the backlog of work and the way that the timings and the diary actually permits it. So I think that that's another aspect that should be welcomed. With regards to the generalities of the scrutiny of this bill, I was in the chamber at the start of the debate and here at the end, and I have heard many times about this aspect of introducing amendments at consideration stage, but this has been done with justice bills and finance bills and many bills across all of the departments by ministers for how many mandates now. I can't answer that because I haven't been around, but one thing that I can say is how many ministers have actually been as forthcoming in what the policy intent of those amendments will actually entail. And I understand that there may be this conflation between what a call for evidence and what a scrutiny of clause by clause of a bill would be, but what I'm hearing from members who perhaps sit on the Justice Committee is not a constructive way of actually scrutinising a piece of legislation, where you can still work in parallel. You can have your call for evidence when it comes to your policy intent. Yes, you do not have your actual wording right in front of you, but how many stakeholders would be unwilling to engage? They will be willing to engage at every opportunity when it comes to amendments before a committee. And with regards to the clause by clause scrutiny, that can also happen in parallel. So I mean, I'm happy enough to take an intervention, but I think it is important to actually highlight whether the committee are going to be destructive or constructive in terms of actually continuing the scrutiny work of this bill, because I think it is very important that it is progressed and that we do not have any further delay. And I know that many of my other colleagues have highlighted, but you know, I think it would be silly of me not to highlight again the delay in which we did not have an assembly sitting, and that the civil servants cannot simply just draft a piece of legislation without a minister being in place to direct them in order to do so. And I understand that the minister and the department had wanted to actually bring a further justice bill in the previous mandate, but that was not able to happen, and then this delay of 2 years. So I think that there is a bit of confusion around the scrutiny element, but also a bit of disingenuous information that's actually being put out. Because it is the intention, and it is the intention of not only the department but the minister in being very forthcoming with that policy intent. So I think to actually conflate that with a lack of scrutiny is just wrong. But maybe there are further things at play here in terms of how this actual bill will move through the committee. As I said, I'm welcome to any intervention that anyone wants to make. Yeah.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. We've debated this at length, and I think I was very clear when I spoke as chair of the committee and as an individual member that we are coming to this with the best of intentions, with the intent of producing an act that has been through proper processes, effectively scrutinised, and that we will do this in a generous, constructive way as best we can. I've been very clear about that, and the remarks that I made as chair were made on behalf of the entire committee. We have stated this from the outset. It has been an ongoing issue, and we've met with the Minister, we've discussed it with the Minister. The Minister's well aware of our views on it, and it would be inherently wrong to move through second stage of this process, Mr Deputy Speaker, without indicating what the committee's concerns around these issues were. So I have already put on record that the committee intends to work through all of this as best we may, including in a constructive manner, to collaborate with the department for the betterment of justice and better law. How many more times does it need to be said?
Thank you. And the member will realise that she may not have been present for the entirety of the debate.
I was here for the chair's remarks at the start, and I did listen to it, but I also did hear that during those remarks they were not as constructive. And I understand that any chair of any committee must bring forward the remarks of what their committee makes, but I had no confirmation that any such parallel process would take place regarding a call for evidence and a clause-by-clause scrutiny. But I do, yeah.
The reason that I didn't specify that is because thus far the committee has not had a conversation around it nor made its decision. Until such times as the committee has a comprehensive conversation about how it wishes to proceed, I will not stand up and make remarks on behalf of the committee when I don't know what the committee's position is.
Okay, I thank the member for the intervention. I actually think that's fair enough. But I think then, therefore, it is as equally fair to highlight that if you are not aware of the committee's views regarding how and when you scrutinise the entirety of the policy intent of this bill or any bill, how you can claim that proper scrutiny is not going to take place or things aren't done in the proper processes. Look, I understand that many members are not happy with amendments being put forward at consideration stage. I also understand that sometimes there are just political elements to that rather than actual other elements.
Excuse me, can the member take her seat? And Neil, can you take her seat? Look, so far, this seems to be a sort of a particular set of arguments. You've made your point. The chair has made her point. I don't think we're getting anywhere beyond this tit and tat and back and forth and the rest of it. So I think we all appreciate a good debate in this chamber, and I'm glad we've had one today. But please move on.
I thank the Speaker, and I won't want to go against what the Deputy Speaker has said. But look, I do take on board the comments that have been made, and therefore I do look forward to a constructive scrutiny stage of the bill as it moves through the committee, and hopefully we do see that happening at a pace that is perhaps a little bit faster than we can see in the past, where we have had instances, and I do raise this, Deputy Speaker, because we have had instances in the past where there has been stalling at committee stage because for some reason people are not happy with what actually is moving through at that stage. Look, and I get your point. I get your point about moving on, but I do want to highlight that where we need to be constructive, we must be constructive, and I do respect that every chair of the committee has a place in order to actually criticise and bring forward bring forward the committee's views on the bill, and I look forward to discussing it in more detail at consideration stage whenever we discuss those further elements. But just to reflect further on a number of aspects that were referred to by a number of people within the chamber today. There was specific mention of the removal of liberty by a number of members throughout this debate, and I would ask whether the Minister can actually comment on that, and I'm sure the Minister will in her response, that there is no intention for the removal of any liberty under this bill. And in fact, this bill is about ensuring confidence in the criminal justice process, ensuring a human rights compliance in the entirety of the criminal justice process. But look, Yep.
How confident she can be in that statement regarding no loss of liberty when she hasn't seen any of the amendments around the serious criminal law or serious criminal crime.
Well, as I will say, or as I did say before, we do not have any amendments in front of us, but in terms of the policy intent of those amendments, the Minister has been quite, through the Chair, the Minister has been quite clear from the start of introducing this bill where that policy intent is there. And perhaps the member knows something that I do not know about the intention of the Minister, but I can read the intentions quite clear. And look, the Minister will address this, I'm sure, in her conclusion as well. But I do want to recognise the hard work that has been put into this bill from many officials within the Department of Justice. And as I mentioned before, the hope was that perhaps it could have taken place before this mandate, and that did not happen. But I do think that we do have to reflect that there are many justice bills, and in fact the ones that do come before this House have many different provisions within them, and in order for those to actually move through swiftly and in a process that does allow scrutiny, it does need to take place within a justice bill that has those miscellaneous provisions, not through primary legislation. This is one of the aspects I wanted to touch on because there were many members who spoke about the fact that this bill does contain a wide range of different issues, and I do respect that the Minister has acknowledged that some of these are quite specific, detailed, and has brought forward a lot of information, and the Department has been forthcoming in that sense. But if we are to move into a process within the Assembly, particularly in the Department of Justice, in bringing forward primary legislation every time, I mean, a Minister can maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I was just doing a calculation whenever others were speaking and reading the bill that it would perhaps be 11 pieces of primary legislation. And I don't think that that would be the right course of action when it comes to actually ensuring that we get confidence within our criminal justice and our overall justice system, that we need to ensure that where we can make movement on legislation to close gaps that do exist, that we do that in the best way that suits the entire purpose of that swift justice process. I just want to bring my comments to a close there, Deputy Speaker, in saying that I do welcome the bill going through the second stage of the House today, and I do look forward to working in my capacity as a Policing Board member with regards to the outcome of the passage of this bill, which will have an effect on children in particular, but also on the retention of that data that I spoke about before, because these are two of the areas that I do have a priority focus on myself, and I look forward to actually seeing those enabled in law and seeing the positive outcomes that we have. But thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call on Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, well, as it's been said before, our job is obviously to sift through legislation, to scrutinise it, and obviously to ask questions. And with this bill, Deputy Speaker, I think there are still a lot of outstanding questions about it, and I'll come on to them in a moment, and I hope some clarity from the Minister on those points. Recognise that large aspects of the bill relate to children and young people, but following issues raised by Nikki, I think to all MLAs in their correspondence, it appears that the bill, whilst complex, no doubt, doesn't seem to be fully cognisant of our rights of children framework. But it's also worth mentioning how other groups, Deputy Speaker, may be impacted by this legislation, including asylum seekers, migrants, people who are often othered and marginalised in our society. The aspects, Deputy Speaker, of the bill dealing with the biometric data requires some further focus and scrutiny. To be honest, I was completely astounded to find out that the state could and can, obviously currently, hold data indefinitely of people convicted of crime. I think there's serious questions about this practice and how it can be allowed to continue. So the doing away with the indefinite holding of data is obviously welcome, but I don't honestly know whether the 75, 50, 25-year model is reasonable or whether it's required, and still remain to be convinced of this. And Nikki have also stated that they are unsure why this model should be in place as part of this bill. I would ask the Minister, where is the right to privacy, personal life, and especially for children and young people? The 25 years of retaining data for 2 or more juvenile, non-serious convictions which do not involve a custodial sentence of more than 5 years. If someone under 18 has a conviction for a non-serious offence involving a custodial sentence of more than 5 years, will attract a 50-year retention period. And at first look, Deputy Speaker, this flies in the face of rehabilitation, second chance, and obviously that's crucial for young people, and it seems excessive as well. So you can serve your time, but the state will still have your data and your info. It's blanket and it's indiscriminate. It does allow for the state to hold information against people they may deem and seem to be undesirable. And who's to seriously suggest, Deputy Speaker, it wouldn't be used for political purposes? I would have these concerns generally, Deputy Speaker, at any time, but they have been amplified given the recent PSNI data leak. And to add, Deputy Speaker, there's no mechanism for people to contest the retention of their data. Another omission is the criminal age of responsibility, as others have alluded to, and it isn't dealt with and it should be raised to 16. It's a missed opportunity. The Minister may have said it earlier on, I might have missed it, but I'm not sure why that rationale why that's her rationale. The bill also, Deputy Speaker, doesn't deal with the socio or economic factors relating to crime, and it should include looking at measures around social support, financial support to support those dealing with the issues that lead people to criminal activity. Sure, yeah.
Makes a valid point in terms of the socio-economic implications and consequences in terms of offending. However, those are not matters for the Department of Justice. They're matters for other departments of the Executive, and they would be then required to bring forward their own legislation to deal with those socio-economic issues. It's not something that would fall within my remit, nor could it be part of this bill.
I thank the Minister for that. I mean, obviously, it's a wider point. Obviously, you need to look at the issues relating to crime if you want to stop it. And we're told the Executive collaborates on many issues, and I believe this bill as well. So I think the point still stands, but I take her point also. Live links also, Deputy Speaker. I have a concern about Clause 23, removing the requirement for the Controller and Auditor General to audit the Policing Board's performance plan. Again, I might have missed it earlier on, but I'm not sure why that is in the bill or what the political rationale is for that. Moving on, also the changes to legal aid, which do require some further exploring. The Department of Justice having more control over determining payments for legal aid work. I think the Minister's argument is this will streamline the process and the work, but also limits independent oversight. My overriding, yeah, sure.
That's not the argument. The argument here is that anything that goes through the taxing master, at the minute it's a very opaque process and there isn't transparency and accountability. That's something that we're looking at as part of wider reform. This is a very specific amendment that's being made which isn't related to that wider reform around the taxing master's power and how that should work and how it should operate in future. That will be brought forward as part of further policy development work that the department's taken forward. This is very narrow in scope and it's not meant to impinge on that wider issue, but the entire premise of what we are trying to do is replace an opaque process that most people have confessed they don't understand, including some of those who work within the justice system, with one that is actually accountable, transparent and easily auditable, because I think all public money ought to be held to full and open account.
Thank the Minister for that. I agree with her last point especially, and I welcome other legislation that she's going to bring through on that on the issue, but I would have an overriding concern, Deputy Speaker, about payments being potentially limited, late or not forthcoming at all with this, or potentially the new legislation that the Minister mentioned. Access to justice should be for all, not just those who are able to pay. Moving on, Deputy Speaker, Clause 29 focuses on criminal records and youth justice and the need for transparency with the rights of children. I think there's no mention in this bill about a clean slate policy for young people when they turn 18, giving them a second chance, a chance to start their life again. So that should be considered, should be looked at by the Minister, and I look forward to some clarity on those other points that I made. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As I mentioned at the beginning of the debate, progressing this legislation to improve the effectiveness and operation of the justice system is a priority for me. I want to thank all the members for their mainly constructive, positive and always lively engagements in the Chamber today. As the bill moves through its stages in the Assembly, I hope that we can continue in this spirit to ensure that this important piece of legislation reaches the statute book as soon as possible and starts delivering for those who enter the justice system right across Northern Ireland. I know that many of you are supportive of the provisions in the bill as introduced and those that I intend to bring forward as amendments to the bill at a consideration stage, but I want to turn now to some of the issues that were raised during the debate itself. The Chair initially raised an issue with respect to what she perceives as a rushed introduction and the preference of the committee that we had deferred introduction of the bill until all of the drafting was complete. A number of members further echoed those sentiments. However, this Justice Bill is only one of 3 bills that I intend to bring forward during this mandate, and in line with the advice of the Executive Office, we have been advised that we should limit legislation to 1 bill per year because, as I have said in the Chamber before, there are indeed restrictions in terms of capacity in the Office of Legislative Counsel. That is not news, and I have said it on the floor of the Chamber before when discussing my legislative programme. That is to ensure sufficient time for each bill to complete its full Assembly journey. Therefore, it is important of the Justice Bill introduced at the soonest possible opportunity, not least because some of the content is required to address court judgments that the Department remains a default of and therefore at risk of court action. If the Justice Bill were the only bill that I intended to progress, then it would make perfect sense to simply delay introduction until the additional plan content was drafted so that it could be included in the bill from the outset. However, it has to be said that given the scope of the bill, it is likely that on its passage through this Chamber and through the committee, there may be other issues which members of the committee and indeed members of this House wish to add to the bill. And so it seems that we were never going to know what the fully formed outcome of this bill was going to be until it has passed through the Assembly. But for those who throw their head in their hands in despair at the idea that members might amend the bill, and indeed that the Minister might amend the bill, it is worth remembering that that is the purpose of this Chamber. It is what we are here to do, and it is right that people should be able to do that within the scope of the bill. There is a growing backlog of primary legislation requirements right across the justice system that are critical, both for my department and for the delivery of justice. Indeed, a great amount of the content of this bill is actually a hangover from the last truncated mandate, when I had to adjust the Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill from being a miscellaneous provisions bill because some of these were actually put on pause. And so it is important that we maximise the use of the time we have available in this mandate. We cannot always lag behind other jurisdictions. I spent most of the last mandate doing catch-up on basic issues like domestic abuse, stalking and other pieces of legislation, but I'm now in a position where I'm having to play catch-up around these particular technical issues. Drafting of all the planned additions to the bill has commenced, and while some are at an advanced stage of preparedness, it will take until the end of year before the final of the additional provisions are drafted in full. However, the policy intent is clear and therefore provides no barrier to the committee's call for evidence as the time that concludes the legislative drafting will be complete, allowing the committee and witnesses to proceed with full scrutiny of each individual clause. It also, I have to say, is important just in terms of the additional provisions. I'm not waiting until all the additional provisions are fully drafted. I have undertaken with the committee directly and via my officials that we will share the drafted clauses as soon as they become available. So there will be nothing that will be retained within the department that the committee doesn't have sight of once it is completed. Allowing the time for the time necessary to complete all of the pre-introduction clearances for a revised bill and secure executive approval for introduction, had I decided to delay introduction, it would most likely be February or March of next year before a bill could be introduced to the Assembly. There would then be a corresponding delay in the remaining stages of the bill, and the bill would not complete its passage until early 2026 at the earliest. This would, of course, delay the timeframe for implementation of the bill's provisions and would extend the period during which we would need to continue to rely, for example, on the temporary live links provision in the Coronavirus Act 2020 for considerably longer than any of us would wish. The extended timetable for the completion of the Justice Bill's progression through the Assembly would also have an impact on committee scrutiny of the sentencing and victims' bills within this mandate, as it would then be necessary to overlap bills, which is something that we have been seeking to minimise throughout in terms of our learning from previous experience. There are significant issues and public commitments to victims who have worked hard with my department on provisions in the sentencing bill and have extended the scope of what was to be a standalone hate crime bill, so that we have further provisions and protections for victims of crime, including hate crime, in the latter bill. I would not be able to maintain a clear gap between each of the bills at committee stage, something that was actively seeking to deliver, in order to avoid overburdening the committee and the Assembly with overlapping bills. Whilst a mixed content bill is broad in scope by definition, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is by no means unusually so. Previous miscellaneous provisions bills have routinely had in excess of 80 clauses and more than 5 schedules to them. With respect to the committee scrutiny issue that was raised, I would also just reference briefly the Keeling schedule to which the Chair drew our attention. That has never been provided by any department or by OLC as part of the committee scrutiny process in this House. It is not part of the TEO guidance on legislative process either, and has no legal standing, in that it can, in effect, it has no standing because it cannot be verified until the bill is complete. Having consulted with OLC, they have also indicated that they have never produced such a schedule. However, I know the committee will seek to engage with First Legislative Council directly on that point. If a Keeling schedule is thought to be of assistance to the committee, of course they can commission that from the Bills Office, but it isn't a matter for me or for the department to take forward. In terms of the issue about why so much additional content is being proposed for consideration stage, this isn't either unusual in the case of the Department of Justice. It has always been the practice for my department to bring forward additional policy areas for inclusion at consideration stage of mixed content bills. They are the only broad-based vehicles for reform. However, that breadth of scope is balanced by the very narrow technical nature of the individual sections. So whilst the provisions themselves are narrow, there are many of them. So it is broad-based only in the sense that it covers a lot of ground, but the provisions are quite narrowly focused. I would prefer to have a series of smaller bills. However, I have been advised that that would not be good practice for me to bring, for example, 8 or 9 bills through with maybe 1 or 2 clauses each. And also, with 2 shortened mandates, we have limited time to progress a significant programme of legislation, including reforms we couldn't process during the last Assembly mandate. Many of the provisions would not warrant a separate bill. Others would be delayed until the next mandate were they not to be included in this bill, and that could, as I say, leave us at risk of legal challenge. The amendments are also addressing court judgments. I think somebody said that it shouldn't be brought forward at the Department or the Minister's convenience. I can assure you this is not for my convenience that we're bringing those amendments forward. It is because there are court judgments that are hanging over us that need to be addressed. We are aiming to have those amendments drafted around the end of the calendar year, but some of the content will be available sooner, and we will share those with the committee as soon as they're available. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have to say that it is odd that members who have previously criticised both my department and me for not bringing forward enough legislation more quickly are now complaining that we're moving too quickly. And I don't think that irony will be lost on anyone who has listened to the debate today. In terms of the Henry VIII powers, I want to address those now because I think they relate directly to the breadth and scope of a miscellaneous provisions bill such as this, and a number of members raised concerns with it. The provisions of Clause 31 may look wide, but it needs to be read very carefully in legislative terms. It is not a power for me as Justice Minister to do whatever I like. I cannot use it to alter policy, nor can I use it to dilute or disturb policy that I may not support. The provisions in Clause 31 are not standard and so need to be seen in context. Not all bills before the Assembly will need to have a provision of this nature, but it is an important safeguard in appropriate circumstances. Where a bill is complex, wide-ranging and amends or repeals other statutes to a large degree, such as this bill, then a provision of this sort is wise and proportionate. Given my own observations on the complexities of drafting needed to give effect to the policy objectives in this bill, which the committee have commented on themselves, I am firmly of the view that Clause 31 is appropriate on this occasion. As I've said, the powers in Clause 31 do not allow me to amend the legislation for any purpose. The powers are limited to making supplementary, incidental, consequential, transitory, transitional or saving provisions only for the sole purpose of giving full effect to the intended policy provisions of this bill and nothing more. The clause is necessary to manage a small and particular risk which arises from the complexities of missed content bills such as this. While every effort is made by officials, departmental legal advisers, legislative drafters and the committee to ensure that all legislation is error-free, there is always a possibility that an amendment or repeal might be missed that would render the policy objective impossible to implement or create a gap in the law. The provisions of Clause 31 enable me to offer the Assembly a fix, and I stress the word, a fix. Without this, it would be necessary to await the next primary vehicle, which may be well more than a year away, and create an unhelpful lacuna in the law. And therefore, these powers are important in mixed content bills, but are used by exception only. Moving on to the issue of resources, which again was explored by a number of measures. It is true to say that my department is undoubtedly facing significant budgetary challenges, and those are very well rehearsed in this chamber, so I won't rehearse them again today. However, many of the provisions of this bill relate to matters where we are seeking to meet our obligations under the ECHR and international law. As such, we will have to make their implementation a priority so that we can fulfil our statutory duties in a lawful manner. We will continue to manage the resources made available to us very carefully and to take the difficult decisions required to allow us to remain within budget, as we always do. However, the majority of the provisions in this bill, unlike in previous bills, which were heavy in terms of policy content, attract no additional cost at all. And some have the ability to reduce costs, such as, for example, live links. With respect to the financial information, and I think the Chair raised the fact that the financial information was to be passed to RAISE, that was done by my department on the 18th of September and was also copied to the committee clerk at the same time. So I'm not clear as to why the committee hasn't had sight of it, but it has been provided by the department, and if there are any issues with it, I'm more than happy to engage with the Chair directly and resolve those. The Chair also raised the issue of cooperation with other departments, especially with regard to the release of children on bail and the availability of suitable accommodation. Firstly, I think it's important in this regard to note that this is not instituting a change in practice. It is merely creating a legislative underpinning for existing best practice, and that, I think, is an important consideration. We all have a duty to keep people safe, but using custody when their offending behaviour does not require it is in breach of children's rights and our UN commitments. We cannot continue to hold children, or indeed anyone, in custody simply because we do not have the means to secure safe accommodation in an alternative location. That would be unjust and it would be wrong. The purpose of custody is clearly set out in law. We recognise, however, that to prevent this happening, we need to increase the provision of alternative accommodation in the community. And my department will continue to explore options with the Department of Health and indeed with the Department of Communities to address this issue. Only once this additional community provision is available will my department commence the relevant provision, preventing lack of accommodation from being used as a reason to refuse bail. The new provisions introduce two tests, both of which must be met in order for the court to remand a child in custody. So the idea that children can never be remanded in custody, again, is flawed analysis. They can, but there are two tests that must first be met. The first test requires the court to consider whether it is very likely that a custodial sentence would be handed down for the offence for which the child is charged. Where the court concludes that it is not likely, then it must grant bail, and that is good practice, regardless of any other circumstances of the case. This test must be applied each time a child appears before the court throughout the remand period to ensure the remand in custody is still appropriate. Furthermore, the inclusion of the second test means that the court may still release a child on bail despite the strong likelihood that a custodial sentence could be applied if the court believes that remand in custody is not essential. My officials have met with representatives from a range of stakeholders, including the PSNI, PPS, Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunals Service and the Lady Chief Justice's Office in order to discuss any concerns they have regarding those new provisions. They've also ensured relevant colleagues in the Department of Health have been kept appraised of issues which may have an impact upon them. This provided the opportunity to discuss potential issues before the draft provisions were finalised. In addition, the work has been discussed with children's sector organisations, and I know that Mr Carroll, who isn't in his place, had raised that particular issue, and they are keen to see these changes implemented. Further concerns were raised with regard to the notion of unconditional bail for children. Children can spend long periods on bail when they are waiting for their cases to be dealt with, and complying with a raft of complex bail conditions over a prolonged period can be very difficult for children. A breach of these conditions can lead them coming back into court and being drawn further into the justice system, which is something that we try to avoid. Ironically, once their case is dealt with and found guilty, they are often subject to far fewer conditions under a court order than they were whilst they were on bail and were technically innocent. Recommendations from a number of reports have advocated unconditional bail as standard for children. This is the baseline we are introducing in the new provisions. It's important to note that the right to bail, and in particular unconditional bail as standard, is not absolute. It is a qualified right. We are not saying conditions cannot be applied, but that any decision to do so should be considered carefully, taking into account a range of factors, including the child's age, circumstances, and their understanding and ability to comply with any conditions imposed. It is also important to say that where parents wish, for example, to apply a curfew, they are, of course, as parents at liberty to do so. It does not require a court order to tell your child where they can go or that they can't go out at certain times of the day or night. And they will also be involved in this consultation. A large-scale consultation by the Law Commission identified 4 grounds when a court can consider refusing bail or imposing bail conditions. These are to prevent the child failing to surrender to custody, the child committing an offence while on bail, the child interfering with witnesses or otherwise obstructing the course of justice, or the child's release causing a serious threat to public order. Any bail conditions that are set should be the minimum needed to prevent one or more of these things from happening. Anecdotally, we have heard that parents request certain bail conditions such as curfews to help them manage their child and keep them out of trouble. And while I understand this and empathise with parents who are trying to do their best for their children, the justice system and the use of bail conditions is not a parenting tool. It simply has to be used for the court's benefit for public interest, and it has to be in the interest of the law. If it means we're going to be in breach of children's rights and our international obligations, it's not something that we can simply continue to do. The issue around the biometrics section of the bill, a number of issues have been raised, but I want first of all, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, to address the issue around the need for amendments to the biometrics and why amendments are needed so soon after the bill's introduction. As part of the stress testing of this legislation with the PSNI, we identified the need for some amendments to further improve the legislation. It wasn't possible to make these changes prior to introduction of the bill, and therefore I intend to bring those forward at consideration stage. The proposed amendments will include a power to photograph individuals in specified circumstances at a police station. This will align the power to take photographs with the powers to take fingerprints and non-intimate samples. A power to specify a date of attendance at a police station for fingerprinting samples and photographs will simplify the process and ensure better management and provision of policing resources. The replacement of the term reported with the term complaint being laid against a person in Part 6 of PSNI is to reflect operational procedures across the biometric provisions and avoid any confusion with the various meanings of the term reported through the criminal justice system. clarification regarding the retention periods for biometrics on foot of community-based restorative justice schemes, the protection of biometric material that would normally fall for deletion but is subject to a decision pending by the Biometrics Commissioner regarding applications made under Article 63G, and an amendment to ensure that biometrics held under 63F, that is material pending investigation or proceedings, can be retained by the PSNI for up to 28 days. It is incorrect to suggest that these were unorthodox amendments that were being brought. These provisions were originally drafted first in 2020, which speaks to how long it takes for us to develop and take legislation through this House. And yet most people's biggest fear today seems to be undue haste. 2020, these were actually drafted. And it was through continuous engagement that we recognised where amendments are required. Over a period of 4 years, it is not unusual that changes may be identified, and those changes can be handled through simple amendments. In terms of handling of the biometrics consultation, which was also raised, the Department had initially intended to include these provisions in a Justice Bill being drafted during the previous mandate, and at that time there was a time constraint to complete that consultation and have the provisions included in the bill. However, I would draw members who were concerned about the 8-week consultation to Clause 65 of the Fresh Start Agreement, to which their parties were signatories, which reduced standard consultation periods to 8 weeks from 12. I appreciate the difficulty with consulting over the summer and the challenges associated with COVID, but we were against a time barrier and therefore had to continue with that. It was also a particularly specific piece of legislation to which most of the respondents were dealing in a very technical field and a very technical way. The Department has continued to engage with key stakeholders as that work has progressed, whether that's the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, the PSNI or others. There will be also, and this is, I hope, reassuring to members, subordinate legislation and updates required to the PACE codes to support implementation of the legislation. Those will also be subject to public consultation in due course. So there will be further opportunity for scrutiny of these measures. The Department will ensure that there is good time for those future consultations to enable stakeholders to contribute fully. That subordinate legislation, as I say, will require separate consultation, and I think by the end of this process they will have been fully considered. In terms of biometrics, the Department is also progressing work to assess the financial impacts of implementing the biometrics provisions, some of which can only be determined when the full detail of the legislation is finalised, as we don't know what other amendments may be brought forward either by members or the committee. There are likely to be costs associated with a number of the elements. First of all, with setting up a biometrics commissioner, and we are now progressing work to assess the costs, including development of potential staffing models, which will require consultation in due course with the commissioner once appointed. There may also be costs for PSNI in developing or updating IT systems to support implementation of the legislation, and we will be engaging with the PSNI further on this as they take this work forward. However, this is court-ordered. It is not something that we can place on the long finger. Not to do this leaves us in breach of human rights and the law, and so we have to proceed. But we will work with our partners to ensure that we do so in a proportionate way. A number of members had said that they were concerned about the biometrics, in the sense that they were concerned that the less data you retain, the less chance of obtaining a speculative match you would have in terms of solving crime. However, it is not the size of the database that is important, but rather the data from the right people being retained and the number of crime scenes profiles held. For example, when the Home Office commenced new biometric legislation in England and Wales in October 2013, over 1.7 million profiles and fingerprints were removed from the national DNA and fingerprint databases. Contrary to expectation, its introduction had no demonstrably adverse impact on the overall effectiveness of those databases. In fact, the overall subject to crime scene match rate on loading to the national DNA database actually increased. However, there is another train of thought which I understand, that deletions will result in forensic identifications being lost that would otherwise have been identified. This is a natural consequence of removing fingerprints and DNA profiles from searchable databases. However, it should be noted that these revisions are not optional. They are a requirement to comply with court judgments. There are a number of benefits that have to be weighed against that disbenefit. A balanced and proportionate approach to the retention of DNA and fingerprints, which respects the European Court judgments and ensures that our domestic legislation is compliant with Article 8 of the European Convention, is key. But it will also remove the blanket and indefinite nature of retention of material under the current law. Regulation making power for a new review mechanism to determine the necessity for the continued retention of biometric data, which can address the members' concerns and, crucially, which will future-proof the provisions, I think is important. Independent oversight on the retention of DNA and fingerprints and the use or potential use of new biometrics technology by police in Northern Ireland also future-proofs the provisions and ensures that there is proper independent scrutiny and assurance provided. With specific respect to the interplay between retention and legacy investigations, which I think Doug Beattie had raised amongst others, I'm aware that my officials have written to the committee in detail about how these provisions will interface with the ICRIR. Schedule 2 of the Criminal Justice Northern Ireland Act 2013 contained a new biometric retention framework for Northern Ireland. If it had been commenced, a large volume of material would have fallen for deletion from police databases at that time. In 2015, prior to the proposed commencement of the legislation, the Department was alerted by the then Chief Constable to the potential impact those deletions may have had on legacy investigations. And Minister Ford took the decision to delay commencement until a solution could be identified to lawfully mitigate the risk, and that's the situation we're now in. The Independent Commission for Reconciliation and Information Recovery was established following the introduction of the Northern Ireland Troubles Legacy and Reconciliation Act 2023. The Commission has now been operational since May 24. The Act included a power to make regulations to permit the retention of designated collections of biometric material that would otherwise be destroyed under certain statutory destruction provisions, because remember, some of this will have been collected in other places than in Northern Ireland, and under certain statutory destruction provisions, and ensures that this is preserved material and is available for use by the ICRIR as and when required. The Independent Commission regulations have now come into force, and we continue to liaise closely with the NIO and with PSNI to ensure that we align with our processes and procedures. For non-troubles related legacy cases, which I know that you also expressed some concern around, the legislation enables the PSNI to continue to hold material taken from anyone in relation to an ongoing case. So provided the case is ongoing, that data can be retained. The balance to which I referred in my opening speech is essential and will of course be subject to committee scrutiny. The bill reflects the judgment, the balance that took account of, for example, Sunita Mason's review of the retention of criminal records and practice elsewhere, and which experts have advised are reasonable. They reflect my views and those of the Department, but the committee are free to take further evidence on that at committee stage, and indeed to discuss further with my officials whether they believe that we have reached the correct balance. With respect to the impact of live links, I want to assure members that the use of live links is always subject to the in the interest of justice test. Under Article 44, a district judge in a magistrates' court may extend detention for up to a period of 96 hours, with the requirement of the detainee and a police officer to appear in person before the court. The new provisions will enable a detainee and police officer to participate in those proceedings before the court via a live link, without the need to travel to court in person. The PACE legislation sets out the responsibilities of officers to individuals in detention. Article 40 of PSNI will be amended to enable the PSNI to carry out a police interview via live links, including provisions to ensure that compliance with PACE and the associated codes is appropriately transferred between both the officer at the station and the officers conducting the live link interview. Operationally, introducing live links for reviews of police detention and interviews will provide much greater flexibility for the PSNI and will mean reviews and interviews can potentially be dealt with more swiftly, meaning more efficient use of their scarce resources. For example, the current legislation requires a superintendent carrying out an interview to authorise the continued detention of a person in police custody from 24 to 36 hours to do so in person. The new provisions provide an opportunity for a superintendent to undertake a review of the extension of detention via a live link, provided that the appropriate safeguards have been met from a different station to that in which the detainee is held. The use of live links could also potentially result in further efficiencies, particularly with regard to travel and escort costs. The proposed provisions would also ensure that the Department is continuing to deliver on its digital strategy. Maurice Bradley also raised the issue of Clause 7 in relation to breaches of bail. Just to confirm that the PSNI have confirmed that they are content, and in many cases that this is reflective of what actually happens in practice anyway. He also raised a point on whether accommodation can be varied where there is a risk of juveniles that are high risk coming into contact with lower risk individuals. We're confident that the current layout of the Juvenile Justice Centre is adequate to manage that successfully, and indeed they do so on a day-to-day basis. Live links in interviews will be governed by PACE, as I've already said, and so there are guidance and safeguards around that, and I think that those were the main issues that had been raised. With respect to why the live links legislation and drafting of the replacements for live links via COVID and live links in court have not been brought forward, I know that Mr Frew had said that this would straightforward because we had COVID regulations and it shouldn't be that difficult. But that, I think, misses the point. We have not been transposing the COVID regulations, which were done at pace and without consultation, an issue that I know caused the member concern. We have gone back to first principles. The legislative drafting instructions to the Office of Legislative Counsel are 138 pages long. They are far from simple or straightforward. We are not simply replicating the CVA 2020. That legislation was brought forward for a health emergency. The current wider provision sits very uneasily alongside a number of pre-existing pieces of primary, criminal and secondary civil legislation dealing with live links which don't entirely align with CVA. So having gone back to first principles to ensure that what we put in place for the future will meet our longer term needs, we can cope with both criminal and civil proceedings and do that in a nuanced way. The previous approach to primary stretches back 20 years, and it was piecemeal and was more cautious about when and for whom live links could be used, for example with the defendant's consent. What we're attempting to do is to consolidate into a single approach that will not need to be constantly revisited in primary legislation, but with some flexibility in secondary legislation around some of the factors that influence the decision. It is important that we ensure there is no diminution in access to special measures and that we get the balance right in terms of human rights considerations and access to justice. The model we've ended up with is set out in the Way Forward document, which was published earlier this month, is quite similar to CVA but much more comprehensive. The policy approach is based on extensive stakeholder engagement and consultation, and also learning from experience here and in other jurisdictions. We've also had to continue making extension orders, which has proved to be quite time-consuming, since they can only cover a maximum period of 6 months. On each occasion, as well as drafting the order, we've had to document the justification for continuing to use live links via emergency legislation, undertaking a quality screening exercise, complete a rural needs assessment, and so on. So it is onerous for a department which is carrying around 10 to 12% vacancies because of lack of funds. In terms of the reason why it's not on the face of the bill, again, it was impossible for the department to publish the results of the consultation and to brief a minister when we didn't have a minister. Once I was in post, I was then able to make the decisions required in order that the legislative drafting could proceed, and that is now happening. Mr Gaston raised a number of points. First of all, he asked why the amendment was being made to give the board the power to delegate the functions to its staff in respect of certain duties under the Act, and whether they thought this would be helpful to the board. The judgment I referred to is the driver for this. That is the case of McKee and others versus the Charity Commission in May 2019. It made clear the need to ensure that a body such as the board has express powers in legislation to enable it to delegate any of its functions, and therefore I want to make sure that the Police Northern Ireland Act 2000 is very clear on this point and that there is no ambiguity. In response to the case of McKee and others versus the Charity Commission in May 2019, the Board revisited its own procedures to ensure they were compliant with the legislation, and those procedures are working well. There will be no need for the Board to revise its procedures as a result of this amendment. The amendment will simply provide a power of delegation that will be available should the Board wish to use it. It is not automatic that the Board will choose to do so. Mr Gaston also raised, I think, a slight misapprehension with regards to the amendment to the Police Northern Ireland Act 2000 regarding the repeal of Section 29. This amendment will repeal the provisions of Section 29 of the Police Northern Ireland Act 2000, which relates to the requirement of the Controller and Auditor General to perform various duties in respect of the Northern Ireland Policing Board's policing and performance plans. The provisions require the Controller and Auditor General to audit, certify, make recommendations where appropriate, comment on the plan's compliance against Section 28 of the Act, and comply with some other administrative aspects in respect to furnishing reports. The amendment will repeal all of the requirements under that section. The repeal of the provisions will reduce duplication of oversight arrangements for policing. And anyone who has worked in the policing sphere, anyone who has engaged in the policing board or spoken with the Chief Constable will know that duplication of oversight is a major issue and burden, both financially and in other ways, to policing. But it will also free up resources of the Northern Ireland Audit Office, who primarily are responsible for the financial and value for money audits of public bodies. The amendment will also bring Northern Ireland into line with arrangements in the other UK counterparts and ensure that best value arrangements are adopted, which I hope Mr Gaston would welcome. In the 2017 with continued recommendations in 2018-2019 audits, the Northern Ireland Audit Office report on continuous improvement in arrangements in policing, the Comptroller and Auditor General themselves concluded it was time for the Department to review that legislative requirement for auditing policing plans. So in light of that, we did a preliminary review and found that due to amendments of legislation across other jurisdictions, we were now the only remaining jurisdiction that had that kind of audit. The Department consulted on it as part of a wider consultation on policing oversight and accountability arrangements. The findings of that consultation were presented to me as Minister of Justice in October 2022, and I agreed to the recommendations to repeal Section 29 of the Act. Mr McNulty, and from a slightly different perspective, Mr Gaston, also raised concerns that the minimum age of criminal responsibility is not included in this bill. And Mr Speaker, I'm aware that we should only be talking about those things that are included in the bill. But I think it's important that I explain the reasons for exclusions from the bill. I've been clear about my commitment to raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility to bring Northern Ireland more into line with international standards, including directives from the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. Increasing MACR would reinforce the message that young children who offend need support, guidance and help, not criminalisation and punishment. Evidence also clearly demonstrates that an early formal contact with the justice system often results in poorer outcomes for individuals in the long term, which of course not only impacts negatively on them, but also on their victims, on their families and on their wider community. To change law in this area, executive support would be required and previously has not been forthcoming, though I have addressed it with executive colleagues in the past. To further inform the discussion, my department carried out a public consultation to seek views on increasing the minimum age of criminal responsibility from its current age of 10 years, the lowest in Europe. This consultation took place between October and December 2022, with responses demonstrating overwhelming public support for an increase. Over 83% of respondents agreed the age should be increased beyond 10 years, with the majority supporting an increase to 14 years. My officials have developed several options for progressing the issue based on views expressed during the consultation, and I shared a paper with executive colleagues on the 8th of July to seek their views on my proposals. Those included, but were not limited to, exemptions, for example, for serious offending, so, for example, serious sexual offences or murder. Any increase in the minimum age of criminal responsibility that requires legislative change will require me to get executive approval. I have, as to date, had one response, Mr Speaker, to the letter that I sent on the 8th of July from my colleague Andrew Muir in this regard. I have had no other response from other ministers, either in favour or against, and it's also fair to say that I have issued a number of reminders in order to make sure it hadn't simply fallen off their in tray. In the meantime, I will, yes.
Will the Minister just clarify, are you saying that the minimum age for criminal responsibility being raised from 10 is not included within the provisions of this bill because you have not had responses from your executive colleagues on this crucially important issue? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think I've been very clear what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. It would require the executive to approve any amendment to the bill. The executive have not responded to my letter asking them if they wish me to bring forward such an amendment. So, yes, that's exactly what I've just said. Yes, of course.
Minister, is that not extraordinary?
Unfortunately, no. Any increase, as I say, would require legislative change. However, in the meantime, we will continue as a department to implement our successful policy to divert children of all ages, but in particular younger children, away from the formal criminal justice system and deal with them through early intervention, community support, in line with the actions set out in my department's strategic framework for youth justice. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I guess everybody will be delighted to hear those words, if not all the others, I am encouraged by the support shown by members today. I will, of course.
I just want to seek a point of clarification. Earlier on, your colleague had raised the issue around people mentioning deprivation of liberty. You'll be aware that within the proposals that are to follow, there's the creation of 2 offences. One of directing serious and organised crime and the other of participating in it. For purposes of clarification, could the Minister indicate whether or not she envisages each of those will carry prison sentences?
Well, irrespective of whether they carry prison sentences, they don't fall under deprivation of liberty, because a prison sentence is a custodial sentence and will be set out in law. Deprivation of liberty generally responds to issues where somebody, for other reasons, has their liberty removed from them, either for public protection or for their own protection. So there's no intention in that. But of course, I mean, the member will be free, if she wishes to have non-custodial sentences for those offences, to look at bringing that forward if she's concerned about deprivation of liberty for those who are engaged in directing or participating in serious organised crime. Does the member want to?
Minister knows well, I was seeking clarification on a point as to whether or not those offences would include prison sentences. I saw a clarification, and the Minister chose to twist the meaning of what I asked.
In fairness, and with all due respect to the committee chair, I did not twist what she asked. I was very clear that custodial sentencing is not part of deprivation of liberty. It is part of the criminal justice system. And I think, with respect, the member chose to intervene on this particular issue to twist what my colleague had said and misrepresent the point she made. There are no issues, and to be clear, there are no issues with respect to human rights and deprivation of liberty contained within this bill. There will be, of course, custodial sentences that will relate to offences created by the bill. Those are 2 different and distinct things. In drawing my remarks to a close, I want to thank everyone who contributed today to what was, I hope, a useful and constructive discussion. It's plain that the committee will have an interesting and challenging time considering the issues, and so I want to commend this bill to the Chamber for approval and wish the committee every success in the task ahead. As we modernise our justice system, as with any other part of government, it is important that we do so, both with due diligence, but also with some speed, because we have these protracted delays that we see in our system that are not reflected in other jurisdictions. People in Northern Ireland deserve no less a justice system than people in any other part of these islands.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you all for taking part in this interesting debate. Thank you very much indeed. The question is that the second stage of the Justice Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Justice Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Justice. Right, I'm standing up because my leg's gone to sleep. Ladies and gentlemen, item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Colin McGrath to raise the matter of Northern Ireland Environmental Agency waste management issues in Warrenpoint. I call on Colin McGrath, and you will have up to 15 minutes. Over to you, Colin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to open this adjournment debate today on the issue of the NIEA and waste management issues in Warrenpoint. Today's debate is a long time coming. At the outset, I will say that as part of our debates in this place, we do use our words to paint the most illuminating picture of the specific issue. We articulate a position so as to convince each other of the veracity of our arguments. But for today's debate, to properly paint a picture of the argument that the SDLP is making would require an assault on the senses of those represented in this chamber. And I say this because for too long now, residents across Warrenpoint, businesses and visitors to the town have been assaulted by rotten and nauseating smells, brown, yellow liquid and flies and blue bottles on their streets, in their homes and even in their cars. All of this has stemmed from waste disposal, waste management and the operation of the NIEA and how this waste disposal is licensed and managed. It would be remiss of me not to pay tribute at the outset of this debate to the residents of Warrenpoint and the community organisations such as Rotten to the Point and Rare, who have ensured that this matter remains firmly on the public agenda. I think it is also important at the outset of today's debate to detail what today is not about. We are not here to call for the expulsion of a private company from Warrenpoint. Every elected representative will know that to do so would not be feasible, practical or possible. To the best of my knowledge, it is not something that is even within the gift of the Minister to do, and I would be grateful if the Minister could answer that in his response. We are here today to discuss a lasting political solution. Deputy Speaker, the town of Warrenpoint is a beautiful, historic and significant one. Tourism is an essential part of the town's identity. Pride in the local surroundings will feature in any local resident's value system. A sense of welcome and hospitality are at the heart of Warrenpoint. Next year, Warrenpoint will welcome a number of cruise ships to the town, with the local port almost already fully booked for cruise ship capacity. In 2013, the NIEA received an application for the storage and disposal of waste from Warrenpoint Harbour. The request was for the storage and export of RDF waste, that is, refuse-derived waste, which is then exported and burned to be turned into energy. The NIEA consulted with the Department for Environment Planning Service, the Lochs Agency, NI Water, the Council's Environmental Health Team, the NIEA's Water Management Unit, the NIEA's Environmental Crime Unit and the landowner. The NIEA then determined that the licence holder could have a maximum waste storage of 10,000 tonnes. All seemed to be going well. Waste was collected, stored and exported. However, as the level of waste exported began to increase, nauseating smells began to present in the local area. And depending on what way the wind was blowing, these would carry into local homes and businesses. So how did the NIEA respond to this? By increasing the level that could be stored at any one time. And not just by a little, but by doubling the level that could be stored. As a result of this, more smells began to present, became more persistent, and local residents became increasingly concerned about the levels of waste stored and for the length of time that they were stored for. Yet, in response to a written question of mine just a few weeks ago, the Minister responded that NIEA have no plans to review this limit. So I will ask the Minister, will you consider that now? Will the Minister detail why the current maximum level of waste that can be exported in any year from Warrenpoint has increased from 116,000 tonnes and increased now to 500,000 tonnes, tonnes in response to a number of breaches. So when there are complaints of non-compliance and NIA are made aware of this, what do? They engage with the licence holder, they make directives about what practices need to change, and they issue notices. But do they engage with the landowner when the licence holder is a tenant and make them aware of the breaches of complaints? No, they don't. Yet as soon as the landowner at Warrenpoint Harbour became aware of these breaches, they immediately began a process of engagement with the licence holder and local residents and produced an independent report to try and prevent this from happening again. One would think that had the NIA made the landowner aware of these breaches, that engagement with the licence holder could have begun much sooner, and this issue would not have gone on for so long. Yet the Minister has told me in a written response that the NIA have no plans to change this practice. So I will ask the Minister in this debate, will he now consider that? As I mentioned, when the NIA become aware of these breaches of the licence, inspections took place. Last year alone, I have been made aware that 12 visits took place and 11 breaches of compliance were detailed, including breaches of control procedures, permitted waste quantities, monitoring of odours and pest control. The inspection reports make for interesting reading and raise further questions about the competency of NIA. One inspection lasted 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Did that inspection identify any issues with staffing or supervision? Did it flag up any issues with the understanding of the licence? Was there a technically competent person on site? Was there a site diary? We do not know because the NIA's own admission is that these matters were not inspected, recorded NI on their report. As more complaints were made about the foul smells, flies and leachate, further inspections were completed in which the smells were recognised by those carrying out the inspection. Flies were noted, including in the inspector's car when leaving the site. As time progressed, the smells got worse, and it was identified that the bales of waste were squashed and had holes in them. Bales were identified as having been there for more than 5 months, and a brown-yellow liquid was leaking out of them. NIA conducted a follow-up meeting a number of weeks later when the bales had been removed. Did that inspection flag any issues with permitted waste quantities, staffing and understanding of the licence, the availability of technically competent person, a site identification board, fires on site, a waste quantity measurement system, security and availability of records, or a site diary? We don't know because, by NIA's own admission, these matters were not inspected. Perhaps I could ask the Minister to clarify what exactly constitutes a full inspection. All of these inspections were carried out during the day, yet the licence holder does operate throughout the night. Perhaps the Minister could detail for us in his response of the 1,140 NIA inspections conducted last year across the North, how many of them were conducted at night? Speaker, many of the issues that we are discussing have been resolved to a certain extent as a result of public pressure, engagements held by the licence holder and the landlord. It certainly has not been as a result of the work of NIA. As I said from the outset, Warrenpoint is a beautiful area. It has a thriving tourism industry at the port. There are hopes to see the historic Warrenpoint baths restored to their former glory. With the cross-border benefits that the construction of Narrowwater Bridge will bring, the last thing that we want is for the issue to repeat, and in summation, all this leads to the questions to the Minister. Can the Minister order a business to leave the town? Why was the level of waste stored at any given time increased to 20,000 tonnes? Why, after a number of breaches, was the licensee then permitted to increase from 116,000 tonnes to 500,000 tonnes per year? Will the NIA change its practice of not notifying a landowner who is not the licence holder on the breaches of compliance? Will the NIA change its practice so that when they undertake a full inspection, they actually undertake a full inspection? Will they conduct investigations at night? Is the NIA fit for purpose? Finally, will the Minister now undertake to work with the NIEA to reduce the level of waste that can be stored at any given time to the level that it was at whenever there was no smells that were present? Will the Minister address if it is appropriate for the NIEA to grant the licence for the storage of thousands of tonnes of household waste so close to a town centre? Finally, would it not be more appropriate for all concerned to maybe even only have a transit site? Would that be possible? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And just before I call the next speaker, you all have a maximum of 6 minutes. And can I call Sinead Ennis, please?
And I want to start off by welcoming the debate today, and I think the member who brought the adjournment debate has raised some interesting questions, many of which I've raised previously in this House before. So I want to just state, as I said, I've raised this issue numerous times in this chamber, and it is one that Sinn Féin locally has been working alongside the local community to resolve. MLAs across this House will have received communication from the residents of Warrenpoint in the lead up to this debate, so you will have some sense of the issue. But no email can truly convey what the people of Warrenpoint have had to put up with due to the presence of this oppressive odour for over a year now. It is not an issue that can simply be ignored, but one which has had a huge impact on the lives of local residents, including that of a young child with autism. Over a year ago, when the foul odour first emerged, Sinn Féin called for an urgent meeting with Warrenpoint Harbour Authority. Bringing the voice of the local community to the table, we made it clear that the situation was unacceptable and that a solution must be found. We have met with the Minister for the Environment, with the NIEA, with Warrenpoint Harbour Authority and Regen, and we have stood shoulder to shoulder with residents at public demonstrations. While we pressed for investigation, transparency and, most importantly, action, the smell regrettably returned this year, despite assurances that the issue would be resolved. Another summer where our town was held to ransom, suffering as the foul smell engulfed the air, and Sinn Féin want to make it clear that we are saying today enough is enough. Temporary fixes or assurances will not cut it, because we've heard all that before. The people of Warrenpoint deserve a long-term, sustainable solution.
Will the member give way?
I will.
Thank the member, and thank the members for bringing this debate. It's such an important area, and the members will know that in my own constituency there are several areas where companies are also producing odours in Cabra and in Granville. And would the member agree with me that indicates that we really need a robust response from NIA to these companies to stop this unpleasant odours being emanated from their operations?
I thank the member for his intervention, and I know that other areas across the north are also suffering this same issue, and it goes back to a point that the previous speaker has raised in terms of the appropriateness in the first place of placing these types of businesses and these types of operations so close to people's homes and so close to the centre of towns. Over the last few weeks, we met once again with Regen and made it clear that they must get serious about tackling the problem if they wish to continue operating in Warrenpoint, because the status quo will no longer be accepted by the community. We need to see Regen assess their current practice and seriously ask itself whether it is operating in the best interest of the community that surrounds them. And I would suggest that perhaps that is a question that the Minister and the Department will also seriously consider as well. All options now must be on the table to bring about a final solution. Yes, I will, yep.
I thank the member for giving way, and the member will be aware that we have all received communication from local residents regarding the erection of new buildings at the port and whether they had anything to do with this Regen operation. Has she received any communication from Warrenpoint Harbour Authority on its use or purpose?
Yes, and I thank the member for that intervention, and it is an appropriate intervention because I think we all have a duty to ensure that there is no misinformation out there, because misinformation will only further add to the stress and to the concern of the local community. It is my understanding, having contact at Warrenpoint Harbour Authority, that the building that's currently being erected on the site of Warrenpoint Harbour Authority is actually a post-Brexit check-in facility for sanitary and phytosanitary products. It's actually the British government that are constructing it, and more specifically DEFRA. But perhaps that's something maybe that the Minister can confirm in his response to this debate. I will, yeah.
I can confirm that.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for that. We understand the importance of economic activity at the port, and the local community understand the importance of economic activity at the port, but that cannot come at the cost of the community's well-being and of their health and of their right to clean air. If Regen cannot manage their current operation in a way that does not negatively impact the local community, then something is going to have to change. Sinn Féin are ambitious for Warrenpoint and the Carlingford Lough region. We live in an area of unrivalled in its natural beauty, with the potential to further grow our tourism offering now that the construction of the Narrow Water Bridge is progressing at pace. We want to make Warrenpoint a great place to live, to work and to holiday in, and that cannot happen while thousands of tonnes of household waste continue to ferment at Warrenpoint Port, mere metres from people's homes and from the town centre. Sinn Féin will continue to work tirelessly for the people of Warrenpoint to bring about a solution that prioritises their health, their well-being and their quality of life, and we will not stop until this issue is finally resolved.
Thank you, and I call on Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this debate on an issue important to our area of South Down, and it's good to see all of the South Down MLAs here in the chamber today. And today I welcome the opportunity to hear directly from the Minister for clarity with regard to the Northern Ireland Environment Agency's position and consideration of the waste management in Warrenpoint. The Warrenpoint Harbour Authority, based in our constituency, supports some 60 direct jobs and 400 indirect jobs, an important economic driver for the South Down area and for the region. It's a complex organisation with a wide range of activities occurring throughout the port, and what comes with that is a range of regulations, monitoring bodies and reporting requirements and compliance issues. They have a legal responsibility to comply with all of these and manage it in a professional manner. And in my time as an MLA, the Harbour have provided regular updates, been informative on their work, had community engagement and made themselves available to discuss any concerns. And it was in fact the Warrenpoint Harbour Authority who first brought to my attention that local people have been raising concern about odours in the area, and I appreciate other members have their offices closer to it in Warrenpoint and had more direct contact quicker with individuals. But it was the Harbour that brought it to my attention, and with a significant waste management contractor using the port to transport their waste through, it comes with its own levels of compliance and licensing. Warrenpoint Harbour Authority has continually engaged with this company and the contractors using the port and commissioned independent reviews, making it clear that they don't want to accept any odour from the operations on their site. And my understanding is that the waste contractor has also commissioned independent consultants to complete a review on this and have implemented recommendations to go above and beyond industry best practices. And their NIEA licence remains in place, and that Warrenpoint Harbour Authority have an independent monitoring team regularly assessing the waste management at the port. I don't want to see anyone subject to pollution or inappropriate actions resulting in these severe odours, and it's awful to hear of these stories of the individuals and the businesses of what they have been suffering. And I also have received a lot of correspondence this week, and I appreciate all who have reached out on that. It's important to hear firsthand the stories, but it's important that we investigate and gather evidence to conclude on the way forward. I welcome the DERA Minister's action in response to this issue to request a multi-agency review in August of this year, and I ask him for clarity on his response on the conclusion of this review today and his recommendations on the way forward. And much has been said on this issue, both information and misinformation, which has already been mentioned on this issue, particularly on social media, and I just want to put it on record that in my opinion, some of the online vilification of elected representatives, Harbour Board members and private individuals throughout this process has not been helpful. I believe that our local MLAs and councillors all want to see resolution of this issue and are focused on the best interests of the constituents and of the South Down area. But we need to see a strong and clear response on this. And today in this chamber, as we gather, in the best interests of our constituents, I welcome the Minister's commitment to respond, to put an end to speculation and hopefully advise on a constructive way forward for Warrenpoint, in line with his track record to date of seeking solutions to issues and delivering on a healthy environment for Warrenpoint.
Thank you, Diana. I call on Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for raising this vexing issue in the Assembly. And I am well aware of the ongoing problems with the issues affecting the residents in Warrenpoint. Indeed, they have been raised with me and other Alliance representatives before me, and on that, like the members, I wish to thank the people that have contacted me. Local residents in Warrenpoint are very tired of the foul odour and flies in this area. The impact this has had on their quality of life has regularly been relayed to me. People unable to enjoy their gardens or open their windows due to the smell and flies. Some have been embarrassed to have visitors because of the situation. I've also heard the concerns of the chemical sprays to control the odours and flies, and there are worries that these might leach into Carningford and cause environmental damage. Residents have also voiced concerns over health and safety in relation to this. Residents have also asked why permission was granted by planning to build these facilities so close to residential properties in the first place, and I can't speak to the reasons for these decisions, which were taken by the Department of the Environment at the time in 2013, and since then obviously planning has been devolved to local councils. Similar questions have been raised in relation to waste management licence, which again was first granted by the Department of the Environment in 2013 and renewed twice in 2018 and 2023, in both instances without a minister in place. So this shows that the issues have been building up for quite a while now. I want to take this opportunity to echo my constituents' concerns. The issues around this facility and the operating practices which have proceeded this summer, clearly they have had a detrimental effect on the life of those living and working nearby. They've also had a wider economic issues for the hospitality sector and traders in the town. Business development opportunities were missed or passed by due to both environmental impact but also the media impact that this story has had. Indeed, the businesses and residents of Warrenpoint and the wider area want us to be discussing the potential economic driver that the Narrow Bridge will facilitate for tourists, rather than having to deal with the subject of this evening's adjournment debate. From the outset, Alliance has worked and advocated on behalf of local residents who have raised the issues with us. Alliance representatives have also sought to engage with Regen and Warrenpoint Harbour Authority on this issue. And I have met with the Minister and officials from DAERA and the NIEA earlier in the summer, together with other elected representatives, to discuss concerns around the odour, flies and chemicals and to explore solutions. At that meeting I raised concerns about the pollution from the use of insecticide and odour sprays being used. And as a result of this, it was agreed that the NIA would conduct water sampling in the area to assess for any leachate generation or contamination. The multi-agency review led by the NIEA is about to conclude, and I look forward to hearing about its findings at a future meeting. All the agencies, including the NIEA, Warrenpoint Harbour, Regen, Newry, Moore and Down Council, must work together to ensure that all licences and regulations are adhered to and that industrial operations aren't causing a nuisance to the wider community. Regardless of the terms of licence, the operating procedures have caused issues. That is undeniable. The issues have clearly had a detrimental effect on the relations between the residents and the industry of Warrenpoint. Previous efforts haven't been enough to fully eliminate the problem and address residents' concern in the town. However, we have seen some improvements over recent months. These efforts must be continued. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, relationships have broken down to the point that it will probably not be an outcome to which all groups will be amenable. I know the Minister is acting in the means which he can to address this matter. In terms of the bigger picture of waste management in Northern Ireland, the Alliance Party is focused on waste prevention. Reducing plastic use and carbon emissions and improving recycling rates are essential to protecting our environment. This is where we should be focused our efforts in the interest of society, climate and the environment alike. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very much indeed. I call on Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you for your indulgence in allowing me to speak in this adjournment debate. Obviously, as someone from Lagan Valley, I'm somewhat of an interloper in matters regarding to South Down. But obviously, as some changes may be happening, I may be in a few more DAERA adjournment debates, and as long as tomorrow comes, that is. But this is an important matter, and the passion that has already been displayed by the members in regard to this. I, like you, have received many emails from people that have been affected in Warrenpoint. I have some friends who work and live there too, so I have certainly got some evidence of it, but I have to declare that I haven't been to Warrenpoint for a number of years, so I'm going to speak just from the perspective of the communications that I have had, and also the experience that we had in Lisburn and bordered Belfast, which was the Mullicarton refuge site, where constituents of mine a number of years ago had similar concerns. The reality is, however, Mr Deputy Speaker, that recycling and dealing with refuse remains to be one of the biggest challenges that we will face as a legislature, if I can get my gums around it. And so I'll be looking forward to the minister, working with the Minister as we go forward in this mandate to tackle this emerging problem. However, we have to deal with the day that we're in, and we have a day that we're in where people in Warrenpoint are faced with the same challenges that my constituents were, which is the reduction and the detriment to their residential facility, the detriment to their leisure facility and use of their properties, the detriment potentially, as was raised with me, to their property value, because these are the realities that people face. If you're trying to do something, if you're trying to do business, and there is something that's putting people off, if you're trying to sell a property and there's something putting people off. We used to have a thing in Lisburn called the Burn House many years ago. To be fair, the smell for it probably went for about 10 miles. It kind of got, it was equitable. It was an equitable pollutant because, but you know, you just wouldn't put up with it today. And whilst I do not blame the Minister, and I do not blame Regen in particular in this instance, we do need to face into the problems and we need solutions. And I suppose one of the other things, and without prejudice in anything that's going on, perhaps the Minister could update us. I know that the residents of Mullaglass at the time had tried unsuccessfully to find a remedy before the dump was closed. However, since then, the Supreme Court at the start of this year did pick up a case, and we never want to get to the point where we have to see these type of, you know, our constituents take matters into their own hands in this matter to get recourse. I was trying to think when I was listening to Colin there about any questions that I get asked the Minister. You lined them off, Colin. I thought they were excellent questions, but perhaps there were two, Minister, if they could be picked up in particular. And mine, the first one would be in relation to the powers that exist when you're in inspection and what powers exist post-inspection in terms of bringing that remedy, and what standards should those who neighbour these facilities expect to be entitled to, because we should all be good neighbours, and I've no doubt that Regen are trying to be a good neighbour. And what can we do to ensure that wherever these facilities exist, wherever we're doing our landfill, or wherever, that those people who neighbour these facilities have a clear understanding of what they should be entitled to, and what can we do as legislators and through our local government to ensure that these things are made. I'm going to absolutely.
I actually appreciate you reiterating those points, because I think that is something which is, in the positive nature of this debate, what I was hoping that we could get to. What is it that we can do, and then what is it that we intend to do? Because I think it's only fair for the residents of Warrenpoint that that's how they measure this place. What is it that you actually have the power to do? Does the Minister, the Department and NIA have the power to reduce the levels of waste that are permitted to be stored? Do they have the powers to be able to direct it as a transit site only? And then the question is, will the Minister and the Department exercise those powers? That's the clarity that residents need.
I don't think I get an extra minute, so I'm just going to finish on this, even though the Speaker's from my own party. I think that's absolutely right. It's really important we get this right today, and the Minister obviously will speak from fact, but it speaks to a wider pressure and issue that we have in terms of our climate credentials. We're still shipping off too much waste. We haven't been brave enough to step into those methods that we will use to reduce our own refuse and stuff. So this is a very interesting debate, and thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. Minister, you've got up to 10 minutes. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and hopefully not jumping the gun a bit too much for this, but congratulations to Robbie, hopefully upon his elevation or selection to Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee. I'm looking forward to working with you on what is a wide range of issues within the Department, and I think collectively we can achieve an awful lot together, and I did that with your predecessor, and hopefully we can do that going forward. Just in relation to this debate, I am aware and I understand the local objections and concerns regarding the wider Warrenpoint Harbour area, and specifically in relation to waste management activities by Regen Waste Limited, who operate under a waste management licence issued by the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. I would say just in the outset, I I'm conscious that there is legal proceedings in relation to this, so I'll have to be relatively cautious in terms of how I proceed in this. I also have to be clear to members within this House, not clear with everyone, but everything I do as Minister, I have to act in accordance with the law. I think it's really important that we do that. I outlined that in my first question time in this place back in February, and I will continue to do that. I'm also aware of the concerns, the emails that are received that come through our department. I'm also aware of the social media commentary in relation to this, so I am aware how people feel in relation to this. I do appreciate that. And I do take that on board. I have noticed some of the social media commentary, and some of it is a bit regrettable. I would ask people maybe to reflect upon that, because it's important that we're respectful to each other, to the officials that I'm privileged to work with within the DAERA and Northern Ireland Environment Agency, and also more wider in relation to that. On the 9th of July 2024, I met with a number of local elected representatives for the Warrenpoint Harbour area to hear their concerns and the concerns of their constituents. As I said at the outset, I am constrained in my response by the fact that in November 2023, an application for judicial review was lodged against my department in respect of the waste management licence relating to this facility. I can confirm that these litigation proceedings remain ongoing. The Waste and Contaminated Land Order 1997 governs the granting and regulation by my department of waste management licensed activities in Northern Ireland. In accordance with Article 8 of this order, a waste management licence cannot be granted by my department unless prior planning permission is in place. I am advised that the operator in question obtained appropriate planning approval on the 10th of May 2013 and subsequently was granted a waste management licence from my department on the 28th of October 2013. The operator's waste management licence allows for the transfer prior to shipment of no more than 500,000 tonnes of refuse-derived fuel, I'll use the acronym going forward, which is RDF, waste per annum, and the storage of up to 20,000 tonnes at any one time. The waste may not be stored for longer than 3 months. So far in 2024-2025, my officials have inspected the operator's facility on a total of 9 occasions. On the 9th of May 2024, the 17th of May 2024, 13th of June 2024, 26th of June 2024, the 9th of July 2024, 23rd of July 2024, 6th of August 2024, 28th of August 2024 and the 17th of September 2024. I am advised that at the last inspection of the facility by my officials on the 17th of September 2024, it was deemed to be in compliance with its licence conditions. In terms of odour monitoring of this facility, my officials undertake extensive and regular odour monitoring assessments. I am also aware that similar assessments are undertaken by other stakeholders, for example, Warrenpoint Harbour Authority, environmental consultants on behalf of the operator, and Newry Mourne and Down Environmental Health Department. The odour monitoring assessments by my officials are undertaken in line with odour technical guidance and are completed using olfactory sense of smell monitoring at several set locations in the locality. However, evidence of odour beyond a site boundary may not mean a facility is in breach of its licence condition. And I go back to my opening remarks, whatever I do has to be in line with the law. This depends on the scale, intensity and duration of the odour in line with the odour technical guidance. I am advised that in August and September 2023, my officials identified some minor non-compliances with the conditions of the operator's licence. These included matters relating to waste storage and control of odour and also the control of pests. Following intervention by the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, the operator put in place measures to address these issues and to come back into compliance. These measures included, but were not limited to, increased waste shipments, odour suppression techniques, and increased bale wrapping at the RDF production point. Following my meeting with local representatives on the 9th of July 2024, I instructed my officials to arrange a multi-agency meeting to ensure all relevant authorities with potential involvement on this issue are engaged with each other on a collaborative basis in seeking to identify and address any remaining issues. A multi-agency meeting, which included a site inspection, was held by my officials on Wednesday the 28th of August 2024 and was attended by relevant officials from the Public Health Agency, the Health and Safety Executive, the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and the Environmental Health Department of Newry, Mourne and Down District Council. In summary, I am advised that there were no major concerns about the facility raised by any of the agencies in attendance at the site inspection and meeting. However, all agencies have agreed to continue to share relevant information and intend to meet again before the end of 2024 to continue to monitor the situation. I wish to thank all the other agencies for their input and their engagement in relation to this matter. My officials conduct and will continue to conduct regular and extensive monitoring of this facility at Warrenpoint Harbour in line with regulatory requirements, including carrying out unannounced site inspections and odour assessments, and, if needed, will take any further necessary and proportionate enforcement action in line with the DAERA enforcement policy. I am also aware that in recent weeks the stock levels of RDF waste stored by the operator at Warrenpoint Harbour have greatly reduced. I am advised that the control of RDF waste bale stock levels at Warrenpoint Harbour is a logistical matter for the operator. There's a couple of other points I would like to make in response to some of the issues that have been raised in the debate. In terms of the sharing of information, which is the Landover, which is Warrenpoint Harbour, the member will be aware of the Data Protection Act and the legal obligations that it imposes around that, and that would inhibit some of the issues that you have outlined in relation to that. I know other members in this place have engaged with Warrenpoint Harbour Authority in relation to this issue, and would encourage them to continue to do so. In terms of night inspections, this would require us to do a trawl through for previous inspections and what's happened in relation to that. In relation to the different scope in terms of inspections, these obviously vary in scope and depend on the circumstances around that. And the 2-minute inspection you have referenced was a digital recording error, which was people have been informed of, and why that was a short period. But we do take these responsibilities very seriously. The key issue around this is that Regen, as an operator, have obligations just to the wider community, and would encourage them to listen and engage with the wider community and act upon that, because that is absolutely key that that occurs. I'm also aware that there is odour issues in other parts of Northern Ireland, and that's been referenced in this debate. I think we need collectively work together to try to resolve these issues. People know that I've been engaging with elected representatives, a number of which are in this chamber, around issues, but collectively we've got to work together, because I have to act within the law. I also have to engage with site operators, and where there's litigation proceedings in relation to a number of these proceedings, which can make my life a bit more difficult in terms of engagement, I'm determined to work together with people on this. I'd also would reiterate that I understand the concerns. Yes, no problem.
Thank the Minister for giving way. And I just want to go back to that point about the responsibility being with Regen to act in a responsible way, because and other members who have engaged with Regen will understand that, and we've met them on numerous occasions, that's simply not happening, and it's not going to happen. So I think what we're looking for is a more solid approach, and something set in legislation that will compel them to act in a more responsible way, because if we just leave it to Regen, they're just going to continue to store irresponsibly, in my opinion, like they have been doing since this past 2 years. So I think what we're looking for is the responsibility taken out of Regen's hands, and something more concrete put in place that will compel them to act more responsibly.
Minister, I'll give you an extra minute.
Thank you very much. I understand the point the member is making around this. I'm constrained in this in terms of the law that I have at the moment, and also in terms of litigation proceedings that are underway at the moment. But I would make a general appeal to all businesses in Northern Ireland to act in a responsible manner, and that's something I will continue to do. What I would also urge is that, whilst I totally appreciate the concerns that are expressed in relation to this, and that people will appreciate the situation that I'm in terms of the law that's available to me, I'd also encourage people to promptly report concerns around this to the Northern Ireland Environment Agency through our pollution hotline, because it's important that those issues are reported through. I'm also committed to working in conjunction with the MLAs and the MP for the area, and I would like to make this offer here today that I would, in the next number of weeks, if the MLAs and the MP are happy to come and meet with me and officials to discuss this issue further, I'm happy to do that again on the basis that we can have that engaged. Colin, I'm trying to be constructive in this. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to work through...
Minister, through the chair.
Yeah, I'm trying to be constructive and work through the issues with this. Yeah, so I'm focused upon solutions around these issues. I've made an offer here in terms of engaging with local MLAs and the MP around the area. I get the concerns around this, and I'm determined to do whatever we can within Northern Ireland Environment Agency to act in relation to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for a constructive debate. We have now reached the end of our proceedings today. The Assembly is adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you very much.